Bro, listen, I'm obligated to spoil something about this series that will take the experience from okay to let him cook. This is one of those VR Manhwas, like Shangri-La, and the problem with those is you always feel like nothing is really at risk, right? It's a game. He dies, he respawns, who cares? That's where the spoiler comes in. Because this super modern VR capsule everyone's plugged into, it's actually a gate connection to other worlds. Nobody knows it, but every NPC getting cut in half is real. Every server is a real place, and the strongest thing walking through those worlds is our protagonist. They call him the King of Violence, this SS solo ranker. No guild, no team, no friends. Just one man walking around decimating every single player by himself. Guilds would send 50, 100 people to jump him, and bro would take at least 10 top rankers' heads before going down. This dude was a mix of Faker and the Mustache Guy, genocide and games. But every solo legend attracts some enemies, and his is a guild that could only stop him by gathering like 300 players and dumping every overpowered item and skill they had at the exact same time. Their leader is this discount big-eared Sung Jinwoo, named Odin, King of Creation, ranked #1 in the world. He had to gather every single hunter, use the most OP items, and made the dirtiest trap, but in the end, his crew killed Rokane. Not once, but 8 times, since every death stripped levels off him until the King of Violence wasn't even on the rankings anymore. On the last one, Odin looked down at my bro sitting at 2% HP surrounded by the strongest players alive and offered him a spot in the guild, out of pity. Rokane laughed in his face and promised to destroy him one day, so Odin deleted him. Rokane doesn't know yet, but the nickname King of Violence was given because he's actually a real menace, who thinks he's out there wiping pixels, not lives. He wakes up the next day depressed, ready for his regular problems like rent. But something's off. His capsule is gone. The room is wrong. He runs to a store and his friend is looking at him like he's insane, telling him it's 2021. 3 years in the past, the game hasn't even launched yet. Bro's first theory? This is an illusion Odin cast on him. So he stands in the middle of the street screaming Odin's name like a lunatic until the police drag him away. Gets released with a warning and maximum embarrassment. Still not convinced. He moves to plan B, running face first into a pole to wake up. Fucking Looney Tuwani's behavior. But now he's sure he's back on time. And this is where you see why this man was rank 1. No crying, no existential crisis. He walks straight into a gym and starts destroying a punching bag with a fighting style nobody in the room has ever seen. Of course they hadn't. This was his own fighting style, polished back when he was the best in the world. He knows that once the Lord comes out, martial arts will matter to everyone, because players will die all the time, even against weak monsters if they can't control their bodies. They were used to just playing with keyboard and mouse, but all that would change. That's why understanding and mastering your own body was the most important thing. By now he has accepted that he returned 3 years to the past, and in 1 month the game will launch. So he's set on revenge against all those bastards. He'll make them pay. 1 month later he finally returns to the Lord. They ask for his name, and he proudly answers that he is Rokan. Then, as soon as he enters, he runs into a goblin attack. Even though this is only a tutorial, many players die, and when a level 2 goblin comes at him, he kills it with 1 punch, declaring that the King of Violence is back. Then Rokan earns a major title right at the start, and we learn about his plan. Instead of following the normal RPG path and hunting monsters just to level up, he'll go after something harder, the toughest achievements, starting in the tutorial. He's supposed to just flee the village under goblin attack, but he won't. Thanks to info from an old player named Tolkien, he knows the mission hides something more. The real goal isn't just escaping, it's wiping them out perfectly. So that's the strategy he'll use from the future to clear this tutorial. While the village is being slaughtered by goblins, a girl is running from 2 of them when Rokan shows up, kills both, and pushes the mission forward. Now he has to defeat 25 goblins. He needs to face them one at a time or ambush them at the right moment. His current count is 9, but he knows that once only a few are left, they'll gather around their boss. So he needs a new plan. He reaches a potion shop, but the moment he enters, he has to kill 3 goblins and drops to just 20% health. Luckily, after drinking a healing potion, he's good as new. Then he hears a shout and figures it must be for him. They're looking for him, and soon comes the order to kill Rokan. But he was waiting for that. As he drinks his backup plan, stacking magic potions for dexterity and strength, he gets buffed up, and the goblins become nothing to him. He starts tearing through every single one after another. And the game rewards him with a new achievement, Natural Fighter. He still doesn't level up, but his strength and endurance now match level 10. A few goblins are still left, and he wants to test his new power, ripping off goblin heads in seconds. But he gets careless for a moment, and the level 15 goblin boss attacks. Raikon takes the first hit, then starts dodging the boss's repeated swings, surprised by its strength. Still, he fights with excitement, sure he has already figured out its pattern. He dodges, goes in, and aims a killing blow at its head. But he actually misses. The goblin read his move and only loses an ear. Then it grabs Raikon and slams him hard into the ground, leaving him at just 20% health. The goblin boss gets ready to finish him, but Rokan dodges and backs off, realizing he can't beat this goblin with his current level and gear. So he knows exactly what to do. He shouts out his next move, a fast strategic retreat. That only makes the goblin angrier, while the main guy screams for his life, baiting the goblin into chasing him to a house. Hurting from the game's hyper-realism, he pulls out option 3, a fire-resistant scroll, which lets him resist flames for 10 minutes. Now he just has to lure the goblin in, but it arrives before he even needs to call it. Rakan jokingly asks if they can talk this out, but the thing only attacks. In the end, the main guy can't quite block the last strike, and he falls into critical condition. Desperate, he throws his axe but misses, realizing he shouldn't have been so overconfident. The goblin turns and the axe knocks down a support beam. At the same time, Rakan jumps out a window, flips it off in farewell, and the goblin boss never notices it has just dug its own grave. Rakan's strategy works. He used the environment. Even so, it bothers him because he hates relying on someone else's tactics to win. Still, he once again swears revenge on Odin, and the game rewards his crazy victory with 3 new titles: Descendant of David, 17-1, and the title Nothing is Impossible, plus Mystery Chests and Pandoro. His new skills bring extra perks, like getting along better with NPCs and having an easier time leveling up, while boosting his combat stats against stronger enemies. His defense improves too, and all that's left is opening the chests. Then, full of excitement and nostalgia, he arrives at the starting city, Pocket City, and sees it packed with new players. He thinks somewhere in there are the future Ragnarok members he wants revenge on. But he remembers that Odin still needs to get his title as King of Creation and build his group of loyal followers from the top ranks. That won't happen for another 2 years. For now, Rakan just wants to grow stronger, so when he sees them again, he can crush them like roaches. And luckily, an old man with way too many muscles and a flirty look offers to train him at his camp. Rakan agrees, and the flirty old man ends up liking him too, so he gives him a discount. Now starts the next part of the plan, the training grounds, where you get 1 point of experience for hitting dummies. To level up that way though, you'd have to hit them for days. For most players, that's totally useless, since NPC quests give more experience, money, and food. That's why nobody trained there for more than 2 hours. But Rakan had a different goal. With 1 punch, he sends a dummy's head flying because his goal is clear: raise his strength, durability, and stamina through training alone. Even if the others call him an attention seeker and leave for their quests, he keeps going until he destroys every training dummy. He shouts in excitement after maxing out his endurance. The strength he built in the training field pays off too, and he earns 2 new titles that boost his power even more. That gave him strength and dexterity points, something normal quests couldn't do, so he figured it was time for the next step. But before that, the flirty old man suddenly turns serious and tells him to follow if he wants to reach a higher level. So Rakan follows him into a hidden underground passage, a secret place he never even knew existed. Something like this gets him excited to see what it is, but that excitement dies fast when he realizes the secret training is just more dummies. The old man explains these aren't normal targets. They move just like real people, and Rakan could even die there, especially since he isn't even level 10 yet. If he goes in, he only gets 1 shot. That only fires him up again. He sees it as a fun challenge, so he throws himself into the fight. He uses his own fighting style, but he barely slips away from the others' attacks and quickly realizes they're way tougher than they look. That just makes him even more excited, and with a grin, he heads right back into battle. 5 days pass like that, and when the room's door finally opens, 1 last dummy crawls forward in ruins until Rakan finishes it off and walks out victorious. Now level 10. His stats are pushed to the limit, and he also gains a new epic title, Unbreakable Resolve. He's thrilled because back in his old life it was much harder to get. Now fully decided, he moves on to the next stage, the great city of Kato. There, he heads to a huge castle to look for Berserker work. After a pretty interesting talk, they accept him, and just like that, he earns the title of Berserker. His level resets back to 1, but he keeps his stats, and he also gets a free weapon. Rakan picks an axe, then starts practicing his fighting style with it. That leaves the Berserker who hired him amazed, and Rakan nods. This was exactly what he needed. It was perfect for him. Now his first move as a Berserker is to get as deep in debt as possible, so he can buy books and learn skills. But after borrowing the money, he spots a quest and asks the old man if he knows anything about Wild Wind. The old man has no clue. Later in his thoughts, Rakan keeps wondering about that Wild Wind quest because that skill never showed up in the original game. Still, he can't take that quest yet, so for now he has to put it aside and focus on maxing out his Berserker skill. To do that, he needs someone to take him to the orc camp, but nobody wants to go except one knight, a level 25 guy who really likes money. Rakan takes one look at him and turns him down, thinking he's just a show-off. The knight's ego takes a hit, so he uses detection to check Rakan's level, a move that's basically seen as an insult. Even then, the protagonist doesn't react, not even when the knight mocks him for being only level 1. Seeing how smug he is, Rakan challenges him to a duel. Whoever wins gets 15 silver coins. The knight thinks it's a joke, but Rakan's attitude gets under his skin so badly that he accepts, with all 15 coins officially on the line. The knight tells him to come closer, treating him like trash and a pest. Around then, a random adventurer party passes by and notices that a crowd is locked in on the duel. The knight, wearing top-grade armor and high-quality weapons, asks if Rakan really won't use any armor. Seeing how calm he looks, the knight curses him for being a stupid, arrogant fool. Then he rushes in, already getting desperate, but every strike hits nothing but air, again and again. He's shocked by Rakan's speed, but still thinks he's just a level 1. Then MC, with a single punch, smashes the knight's helmet, and follows up with a brutal hit that wrecks most of his armor while everyone watches in shock. Rakan yells that he's an idiot. His level is 1 because he reset, but he already pushed his stats to the limit. His real power is above level 50, so nobody should judge others by what they see at first glance. Everyone is stunned because a level 1 shouldn't be this strong. Rakan likes his new power, but he still has the travel problem. Then that same generic party from before, a knight, a mage, and a healer, offers to take him. At first Rakan isn't sure, but when he checks their levels, they're 35 and 32, solid numbers, and the team is well balanced. So he accepts, warning them he's not going as a client and won't fight at all. They head into the forest carefully, and when they reach the first obstacle, they toss out a piece of meat and manage to slip past without alerting anyone. Rakan is impressed. He thought they were amateurs, but they clearly knew what they were doing. Still, the entrance they plan to use has a guard on it, so they decide to use their silencer plan, pulling it off in just a few seconds, taking him out without making a sound. That gets him inside the orc camp. The knight warns him to be careful, but he casually pays them. The woman can't understand it. Is he really going in alone? That camp is way too dangerous. When he says yes, they finally leave, and as they go, the healer wonders why they abandoned the kid. The mage can only guess he has a death wish, maybe because he's too weak to keep playing. But the knight isn't convinced that Rakan wants to die. Just by looking at him, he can tell there's a plan. He just doesn't know what it is. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches the center of the orcs' plaza with a secret he learned from the future, then shouts that he demands a duel with the strongest one, calling on the orcs' pride. His goal isn't to level up, but to earn titles tied to legendary figures. The orcs are shocked that a human knows about their honor. That gives Rakan the edge, because now he can fight them one at a time. But all his courage disappears when the first one to step forward is the actual orc chief. Rakan knows the chief is far beyond his power. He has no chance of beating him. Luckily, other orcs interrupt, saying they need to test whether the human is even worthy before the chief fights. They convince the chief, so his opponent becomes Kalo, a rank 4 orc. That brings Rakan's spirit back, though he also feels embarrassed. How could he think like that? Was he really happy to face someone weaker? Snorting at himself, he puts his points into strength and dexterity, then tells the orc to start, and even declares to the orc chief that he will die today. That Enrig is Kalo, who charges straight in, but his axe is stopped in a clash of power, making him think he underestimated the human. So he uses his war cry, which lowers his enemy's abilities. Even so, to his surprise, Rakan still looks confident as he attacks. Kalo had taken Rakan for an arrogant human, and swings his axe, but every blow gets dodged. He can't understand it, even though his skill worked. He still can't do anything. He demands to know why the human is winning. Rakan tells him his attack patterns are easy to read, just like the rest of his kind. That only makes the orc angrier, but again, his axe gets stopped. Rakan leaps into the air and activates his axe skill, saying that thanks to Kalo, he'll be able to beat the chief. Axe of Final Judgment. With that, Rakan claims a new achievement, and his plan is going perfectly. The achievements he needed to beat the chief are ready, so now he plans to take the stat and level boost. But the system tells him there won't be any level up this time, because first he has to finish the warrior's honor quest. Since the orc gave him that challenge, he has to follow the warrior's honor path to the end, which means he now has to face the final boss with his starting strength. He figures this was all the plan of that idiot. The chief laughs. Rakan asked for a battle of honor, so now he has to face the result. MC knows the odds are against him. He even thinks that if he dies, maybe he'll still get the old rewards, but then he gets mad at himself again. Why is he even thinking about losing? He's Rakan, the king of violence. The orc laughs too, calling him a truly entertaining human, and agrees to fight him. He lets out a roar to the sky and activates his berserker skill, boosting all his stats for 10 minutes. Overflowing with power and excitement, Rakan says this is exactly why he'll never give up being a berserker. That surprises the chief, who gets annoyed that the protagonist was hiding his power. Rakan rushes in at once, but the strike is blocked by the chief. MC notices that the madness from his berserker state has eased a little, thanks to his new skills. Knowing the state only lasts 3 minutes, he uses all his speed to unleash a chain of attacks until one finally lands, shocking the orcs. Even then, the chief doesn't seem hurt. Still, Rakan's storm of blows keeps coming, but he's outmatched in strength and toughness, only managing scratches. So he decides to go for a critical hit. The moment he thinks it, the chief reacts, and with a single blow shatters Rakan's axe. He barely survives with 30% HP left, and only 80 seconds of berserker remaining. He drops to his knees, angry at himself for getting careless, while the orc looks disappointed that all that spirit led to nothing. That makes Rakan laugh nervously. He complains that the chief should have accepted his challenge from the start, instead of waiting for him to wear himself out. To the chief, those are just desperate excuses. Rakan knows he's right and feels disgusted with himself, but his desire for revenge against Ragnarok pulls him back up. He charges straight in again, not even trying to dodge, his health dropping little by little. The chief sees it as a last desperate move, but Rakan just yells at him to shut up. Certain of his win, the chief batters the protagonist and lands a hit that leaves him on the edge of game over. But with his life that low, a new sacred state awakens. Rakan laughs as the chief walks in for the finishing blow. Right then, the skill Unbreakable Resolve activates, giving him a 50% boost to all stats right before death. With that new surge of power and only 30 seconds of berserker left, Rakan launches back into his relentless assault. The orc answers with a defensive skill that covers him in steel, but it still isn't enough, because Rakan smashes apart his sword in one hit, and then with his strike skill lands a boosted blow that completely destroys the orc chief, who starts to fade away, ashamed he lost to a human. Rakan only tells him he kept his word and wiped him out. Smiling, the orc finally acknowledges MC as a worthy warrior. That leaves the other orcs in shock and admiration. They praise him so much that he starts feeling embarrassed, even while his ego swells. Then he remembers his berserker skill is almost over, so before the madness kills him, he drinks a couple potions. Now he can finally check his new titles in peace. Orc Chief defeated at level 1, which boosts his strength and powers up his critical hits. And he also gets the honorary orc title, which makes the orcs like him a lot. That helps keep them from hunting him down. But it also means he won't get any experience from killing them. Rakan hates that and asks to fight them anyway, but they remind him he's an honorary orc now. That ruins his leveling plan, though having the orcs trust him could help later. A loud, cheerful group of orcs sends him off from the village, and that's how Rakan heads back to the city, happy about gaining 20 levels in just 2 fights. Even if he's still annoyed, he couldn't wipe out more orcs. In the end, he decides to let it go and use his time to learn some side skills. First, he learns how to cut a clean piece of meat, planning to trade the meat and monster parts from the beasts he hunts for extra money. Then, through reading, he learns first aid, so he can save money on potions for small injuries. He finishes his trip with a stop at the blacksmith to repair his new orc weapon. And now the game's new main quest finally begins. This new main mission starts in the city sewers, a place that smells awful and makes everyone want to leave fast. Still, he has to kill as many rats as possible to claim the reward. It's a pretty pathetic quest, especially after his huge battles, but it matters because it's one of the 10 required missions to move forward in the main story. So instead of complaining, he decides to finish it quickly. Luckily, giant mutant rats start showing up, and for him, they're easy to kill. Even so, that doesn't make them any less gross to him. Then, an entire swarm appears, and that gets Rakan excited. He starts wiping them out one after another, until he reaches 200 kills, earning the Rat Hunter title. But that still isn't the real target. There's something worse behind all this, something infecting the rats. Right then, the area boss appears, a level 25 giant rat that spreads the plague. It lets out a rough growl, but Rakan is more bothered by how disgusting it looks, so he wants to kill it fast. Still, he gets caught off guard by the rat boss's tail and barely dodges a string of attacks until he gets tired of it, and with one clean swing cuts the tail off, making the rat shriek. Rakan moves in for its neck, but first, a cloud of poison bursts out of the rat. He takes a deep breath and uses his war cry to blow it away and lower the boss's stats. Using his axe like a fan, he avoids part of the poison and closes in on the rat, marking the center of its spin as the spot for his critical hit. Even with that heavy blow, the giant rat has strong healing, which only fires Rakan up more, and he challenges it to keep fighting. The rat rushes him with an attack he dodges easily. Then using his strike skill, he tries to end it there, but the rat is tougher than expected, which puts a grin on Rakan's face. He keeps pressing the attack, and it all ends with a proud win over the rat's head, which keeps trying to attack even without its body. Rakan chooses to crush it. He gets the message that his level went up, and as a reward he's now immune to poison. But he's still not done, so he uses his butcher skill to carve up the rat until he finds the plague jewel, which drains his health every 10 seconds until it's cured. That doesn't surprise Rakan, since he already knew about it from the future. Even so, he hurries back to the city, first taking the rat tails to collect his reward. While he's there, he tries to sell the cursed jewel, but the knight sees how infected it is and decides to send him to Sir Storin, so he can cleanse it. That annoys Rakan. Now he's dying and stuck in another forced quest. Luckily, the knight isn't a bad guy. He gives him some healing potions and suggests he take a bath. Rakan walks through the city, spreading that awful smell all the way to the tall Mage Guild tower. That bugs him, since berserkers don't get nice castles, but he drops the complaint when he remembers the plague. So he heads inside and enters, where he meets an old wizard, who also tells him to take a bath. Annoyed, Rakan shows that he came to deliver the jewel. The mage immediately asks for it, but he doesn't trust him. Even though his life is fading, he refuses to hand it over unless the old man proves he's really Sir Storin, even threatening him with his axe. Rakan is ready to attack to test whether he's really the first-rate mage he claims to be. But before the blow lands, the mage stops him and reveals it was just an illusion meant to test novice mages. He's shocked that a berserker noticed the trick, though Rakan really just followed the instructions from the tutorial guide. Truth is, he actually thought the real mage was a little bird in the corner. Still, he earns a new achievement, one that sees through lies, making him resistant to illusions, and letting him summon a little bell that works as a lie detector. Storin tells him to hand over the jewel if he wants to live, but Rakan would rather play with his new toy first. He summons the bell to confirm that this really is the mage. Once that's settled, he gives over the jewel, and Storin hands him a healing potion that restores him completely. As the mage studies the jewel, he asks Rakan where he found it. The protagonist explains that it was mutating the rats and could kill humans. From that, Storin realizes the goal was never to create mutant rats, but to infect people. Storin's sharp deduction surprises Rakan, though he knows the mage is right, because that's exactly how the first main story mission goes. A plague was spread by a mysterious group through the sewers and across the city, forcing players to clear 10 chain quests from hell to find the cure. But since he uncovered it early, Roken figures he may have skipped all that, while the mage takes the news to the guard captain. Then Storin tells the protagonist to come back in 2 days. That becomes a new quest, and when the mage leaves, MC is left wondering what to do next, since he may have just changed the game. As he walks out of the tower, a message appears in the sky saying the first part of the main story has been cleared by a player and is now cancelled for everyone else, meaning only he can access that mission now. His new plan is to keep leveling up over the next few days, so he heads to a gloomy place, a graveyard that seems empty unless you know secrets from the future. After searching around, he finds a wooden leg. It says to return it to its owner, the graveyard keeper. But if he does that, the old man just yells at him. So thanks to the guides, he knows what to really do. The leg is a key that opens a tomb and leads him into a dungeon. That earns him the Seeker title. It boosts his sight and night vision, and also marks valuable items with light, which will help him find treasure. He enters the dungeon, and his first concern is virtual ghosts, but none show up, just a giant skeleton, which he kills easily. Then many more appear, and Roken smashes them down as soon as they stand up. Even though he finds them annoying, he still prefers them over rats. To speed things up, he pushes his stats to the limit, to clear every enemy and reach level 30. So his run through the dungeon keeps going, cutting down hundreds of skeletons. They start to get boring, but that changes when the dungeon boss appears. It attacks, but Roken drops it with just a few moves, leaving it as a pile of bones and hitting level 30. Happy to be done smashing reviving skeletons, he finally checks his rewards. A lot of money, plus plenty of skeleton armor outfits that players really want, so he's set to make a great profit. And like someone who knows the future, he plans to reinvest it in the safest choices. He also wants to sell the dungeon's location to some guild. After that, he returns to the main story, and goes back to the old man, who apologizes for sending him away so quickly before. Roken asks if they really found the people responsible, but there's been no progress. Which makes sense, since finding the culprits is one of the game's main missions. Even though he could investigate, the mage first shows him a green jewel called Memories of the Earth, which they plan to study. But before that, Storin gives the protagonist another task. Roken knows he has to finish the mission, so now he needs Orc Warrior Blood and Wild Warrior Blood. That'll be hard because of his trust title with the orcs. He can't hunt them, and asking for blood is even worse. Even so, he quickly heads to the orc camp, where they recognize him right away and welcome him gladly. Roken tries to ask for it nicely, like a donation, but to the orcs that's shameful. Blood can only be spilled in battle. Roken doesn't care, so he gets angry. With no other choice, he changes his plan and just asks to borrow an orc's axe. Then he leaves with a cruel smile while the village happily sees him off. Roken complains about having to protect their honor, but his plan is already moving, so he heads to the wildling's village, where he throws the borrowed axe. A wildling dodges it in anger, but Roken kills him with ease, takes his blood, and leaves the body behind beside the orc axe. He explains that the wildlings are half-human beings with great strength, and they already have forest disputes with the orcs, so he plans to start the future war between both tribes early. The next step is going back to the orc village and throwing the wildling's sword. That scares the orcs, who take it as an attack. Roken arrives right after to stir up the coming war even more, pushing them toward a direct attack, a fight he'll gladly join. That leads the new orc chief to step forward, raise his sword, and lead the orcs into war. That puts a wicked smile on Roken's face, so the orcs march out hungry for blood through the forest. Some humans spot them from afar and panic at how enraged the orcs are, unsure whether to run or hide. Then they notice Roken in the distance, marching with the orcs. One of those humans is the knight. The protagonist taught a lesson before, so in fear, he decides to run as fast as he can. But then an orc appears behind him, and chaos breaks out. Roken notices them and sees it's the same knight he beat earlier, with his partner badly beaten on the ground. The knight begs MC to save him. Another ogre gets annoyed that he touched one of their own and smashes his nose with one punch. With a cruel grin, Roken pretends he doesn't even know who the guy is. He leaves the rest to the orcs, and the desperate knight tries to fight back, but it clearly does nothing. Then the war against the savages finally begins, and it turns into a brutal clash. The orcs push forward with one goal: wipe out every savage until none are left. Meanwhile, Roken moves through the battlefield without joining in, gathering blood from wounded orcs. He admits he really did make them furious, and even though he caused it himself, that only makes him happier as he gets ready to use the chaos. Then he lets out a war cry that affects several savages, and they're stunned by his power. They rush him right away, but Roken bursts ahead at full speed, cuts through the middle of them with his axe, and keeps shouting for the savage chief. Grinning like a maniac, he remembers this war wasn't just for orc blood. He could have gotten that by pretending to be a savage. He did all of this because what he really wanted was their chief. Getting close to him was hard, so Roken used the honorable orcs to create a chance for a one-on-one fight. He searches all across the battlefield and finally spots him in the distance. He gets ready as the leaders of both tribes are already fighting. The savage chief is clearly winning and moves in to finish the orc leader, but then a flying axe cuts in and kills the other chief instead. That only gets the savage more excited, while Roken steps in for another strike, using Striker. The chief barely manages to block it, but the hit sends him flying. Badly hurt, He crashes hard into a wall and loses an arm. Even so, Rakan is annoyed. He wanted to take both. Now the chief is surrounded by every orc left because they've already killed all of his followers. He's the only one left. Still raging, he tries to fight back, but Rakan finishes him off with the final blow. That victory earns him a new title for defeating both forest chiefs, Conqueror of the Forest, which boosts his strength and dexterity and gives him even bigger stat boosts while he's in the woods. As the orcs roar in victory, the protagonist checks another title, Black Curtain. It raises his intelligence and gives him a new skill, Identity Disguise. He's a little surprised the game also counted the orc chief as his kill, since the orcs were supposed to be his allies, so maybe the game still sees them as enemies. After that, the orcs decide to finish off the few savages still alive and head home. Rokan thinks they're having way too much fun, but he has to get back to the old man. Back at the tower, Storian is shocked that he finished the mission so fast. That earns MC the title First Apprentice of Storian, which raises his stats. Now he gets another mission from Storian, deliver the improved antidote to Materian, in a new city called Trinsic. After that, Rokan finally logs out into the real world. He complains about the time limit, only 5 hours per game session, and decides to use the break to check his social media, especially the post about selling dungeon information. The post is getting a lot of hate. Most people think it's fake, but luckily a player, also a YouTuber from a gaming magazine known for investigating hidden dungeons, named Raw, says it looks possibly real. That keeps Rokan from being branded a liar and brings in a flood of offers. But with his future knowledge, he already knows who he wants to trust. The best choice is the MP Guild, or Ways to Play, a guild that trains beginners and punishes players who like killing others, which gave them a kind reputation. So he gets in touch with their leader and sets up a meeting. Even so, Rokan gets the odd feeling that everything is going too smoothly, and wonders if he should speed things up so he'll be ready to face the trauma waiting in his future. In the end though, he chooses to keep moving calmly, and heads out in real life to buy supplies. He walks down an unusually empty street because almost everyone is busy playing the game, when he notices a couple nearby. The girl recognizes him right away, but it takes Rokan a moment to realize she's Lim So-hee, his ex who cheated on him and dumped him. He'd almost forgotten her after more than 3 years. For her though, it's only been 4 months, and he quickly notices the guy standing beside her, figuring that must be the new boyfriend, and probably a player too, since that's her type. That annoys him. His ex suggests her boyfriend could help him in the game if he just asked. Rakan steps up and asks for the guy's alias. The answer is Philip. Since the protagonist has never heard that name before, he assumes the guy must be pretty weak, so he turns to leave. Still full of himself, he says maybe he'll help them in the game someday, leaving the couple annoyed by how arrogant he sounded. Back in the game, he heads to a meeting at the cemetery, where the buyer is waiting. Rakan uses the chance to try his new identity disguise skill, which lets him change his appearance for an hour. Then the deal begins. The knight asks to see the dungeon first, but Rakan wants an advance payment, and even lets them scan him to build trust. Once they hand over the money, he shows them the dungeon's mechanism, then walks away feeling rich. He does feel a little guilty for squeezing so much out of that guild's future, even though they could have paid with real money too. Still, he puts that aside and focuses on his mission to reach Trinsic. The problem is the trip is incredibly realistic and takes forever. By the time he's close, the long walk has almost worn him out. Still, he stays careful. If he gets a game over here, he'll respawn back in the last city. And right then, 3 players appear. They're from the PK Guild, blood hunters, and their red eyes show they've killed players before. They offer him a friendly talk. Rakan is willing to hear them out, but by talk, they mean a fight. The raiders see how happy he looks and decide he's completely insane. MC makes them an offer instead. Give him 1 piece of gear, and he'll let them leave, using the same kind of deal they usually force on others, killing players to take items they can't get any other way. They yell that he's a crazy loudmouth because if he loses, he'll have to make the whole trip again. Rokan is honestly glad the deal failed, though he never planned to negotiate in the first place. The raiders attack. The biggest one charges first, but Rokan dodges him. He instantly goes all in against him, but he gets stopped by the smaller raider's shield skill. That leaves him open and off balance, barely slipping past their attacks until the archer fires a rain of arrows. Rokan tries to avoid them, but a lot of them still hit him. He pauses to read the fight. He can't win from far away or up close, the normal way because of their skills and how well they work together. So he changes tactics, throwing his other weapons, 2 flying axes. That forces the shield user back and he calls for the big guy to attack. Rakan waits for him and drives a hit straight into his stomach, then finishes him with the axe. Next he goes after the archer, who tries to react by firing again, but Rakan catches the arrows with ease and closes the gap, telling him that if he wanted to kill him, he should have done it while Rakan was still playing around with the big guy. Then he smashes the bow. The archer pulls a knife to keep fighting, and the protagonist answers by grabbing him and tearing off his arm. He even takes pride in how real the pain feels in the game. The shield raider tries to use his shield to knock Rokan down with a hard shove, but MC stops it with just one hand. He knows the only reason he struggled earlier was the reflection effect. There's no way this guy can match his strength. Rokan's attitude terrifies the shield user, who starts shaking and calls him a monster. He rejects that label. To him, they were just too weak. Then he sends the shield user to game over, while behind him the archer tries to run for his life. Rakan notices, but he doesn't feel like wasting more energy, so he saves time instead. The archer starts feeling safe because nobody is chasing him, but then a rock comes crashing down with a huge sound, which leaves Rakan thrilled by how fun player fights are. After that, he collects his reward, experience points and lots of loot. Even so, the protagonist thinks all of this could have been avoided if they had just listened and walked away. He's saying that for a hidden raider watching from behind the trees. The raider steps out, scared by the threat, and asks Rakan who he is, but MC knows the guy still won't recognize his name. He also notices the raider doesn't have the same red eyes as the others, so he decides to leave him alone, thinking he must be weak. But the guy uses scan to check Rakan's name and level. He's shocked that someone at level 35 beat his level 40 teammates, and starts thinking the protagonist must be a hacker. That annoys MC, so he takes him out with one hit and keeps moving toward the city. It turns out to be more crowded than he expected for a city meant only for level 40 players. That makes him realize just how popular the game is getting. At last, he reaches the Mage Guild and goes straight to a magic item shop, where he quickly asks for a rune book. With it, he'll be able to travel to 5 different places. It costs 5 gold coins, which is a fortune in this world, so he figures those raiders from before were carrying a lot of money, since each one had one. After that, he goes to an NPC named Materian and hands over the antidote for the plague, but Materian doesn't really trust him at first, so he gives Rakan a test. Bring back witch elixir from the forest. He can't refuse because it's part of the main story. Still, he knows Materian is a shady NPC who sends people on all kinds of jobs for side experiments, not the main one. So he decides to skip the quest by using his money to buy everything from the item auction. Then he quickly returns to Materian with a bag full of ingredients, a lot of things Materian needed but never actually asked for, like this. Rakan earns Materian's respect, gets a bonus, and then receives a harder mission. Bring him the blood and heart of a forest, Lizardman. That catches Rakan off guard since he couldn't find that item in any auction, and the only way to get it is by beating the level 80 lizard boss. He can't do that yet, so he decides to work on the city side quests instead. The first one he picks comes from a player who will be called Crazy in the future. That player found a clue hidden in the city's fountain, where a statue pointed toward the location of a dungeon. Following the clue, Rakan reaches the spot. Still, he couldn't find anything, but thanks to his seeker title, a light points out a hidden item. It's the key that opens the dungeon door, and with that, his new path begins. But it isn't like the story he heard. The route just keeps going up and down, and he starts to think the player who shared the info lied to hide the real dungeon. Before he can go any farther, his first mission begins, the level 1 trial, starting with a giant boulder right in front of him. It starts rolling straight at him. Caught off guard and with nowhere to run, Rakan has no choice but to stop it with his bare hands, pushing his stats to the limit. Even so, the boulder drags him for a long stretch before he finally stops it. He's totally worn out, loses a ton of health, and the trial still isn't over. The only way forward is up, so now he has to push the boulder uphill. The whole way he complains about this stupid test, until he finally reaches the end, and suddenly his attitude changes completely. Now he's bragging that it was easy. Next comes his second test, Wisdom. This time Rakan doesn't get careless, so he throws a stone down the hallway. It immediately gets hit by a storm of arrows. He realizes the challenge is to figure out where to step without setting off the traps, but that's not really his thing. So he turns on Berserker mode and charges through the hall. But the farther he goes, the more arrows start flying, so he uses dash. Even that doesn't seem like enough, and he keeps taking damage, forcing him to block arrows with his axe until he reaches the end and clears the test. By then, his body is full of arrows, and he's almost at game over, so he has to heal before moving on to Trial 3, the Test of Temptation. Here, the dungeon is supposed to show him his biggest desires, like gorgeous women, piles of treasure, or huge feasts. He's actually looking forward to it, but his unbreakable resolve cancels all mental effects, so he clears the level automatically. Now disappointed, he keeps going across the bridge but stops on the other side and rings his bell of truth to check if this is the right path. The surprising answer is no, confirming what he suspected. The player who found the dungeon lied about part of it, so Rakan starts searching for a hidden passage, which he finds by awkwardly falling right into it. Inside, he finds a lion helmet glowing with magic, which unlocks a new quest, the Lion King's Seal, where he must find the Lion King's armor. He already has the helmet, and it boosts his strength and defense. It also powers up Warcry, making him think the full armor set might raise him by 100 or even 150 levels at once, but he has no clue where the rest is. Luckily, the helmet can now guide him to the other pieces. With that done, Rakan gets teleported out of the dungeon, right back to the town fountain by the statue. Then the statue explodes, shocking everyone except the protagonist, who checks his next quest. It's called Love Messenger, the first of several easy quests he needs to finish. So after 2 days spent delivering love letters to clingy couples, the mission is finally over. The good part is that he gained levels and stats, and also found the Emerald Tear Necklace, which boosts healing effects and will help counter Berserker mode. Rakan also hears that more and more players are leveling up, even with PK users making things hard for them. That means he has to grow even faster too. Right then, an update appears in the sky, unlocking guild creation and housing. That catches his attention. He explains that a guild creation stone costs 50 gold, which equals 200,000 won in the real world. So he figures guilds like MP will start forming soon, but the housing update interests him even more. Now players can buy a small house or a piece of land. So he quickly heads to a cellar, making sure no one else is around. Seeing nobody cares yet, he moves fast and uses 65 gold to rent every 3-bedroom, 2-story house in the area. He's trying to take over the housing market before inflation drives prices up through supply and demand, spending almost all his money. Excited, he starts thinking about doubling or tripling the price to make his money back, since he'll profit off the guilds that need a house to protect their guild stone and their members. But for now, the next thing is hunting. He arrives at the lizard habitat, which is emptier than he remembers, probably because the lizard boss is still around. Once inside, he decides to start with Warcry, which alerts the lizards, and they rush him. 2 of them attack Rokan, but he easily tears them apart, one after another. Then another shows up, but he drives it back too, using a move he still hasn't fully mastered. He doesn't want to kill it in one hit, because first he plans to rip off its tail. To him, that's a delicacy in this world, and he can trade it to get some money back. Feeling confident, Rokan senses a lot of lizards waiting nearby, so he calls them out to fight. In the end, the only one left is Rokan, holding one enemy up by the neck. But then his focus shifts. An entire guild has been watching him fight, waiting to attack once he got tired. That leaves 5 players surrounding him. Rokan calmly turns to look at them, but when he locks eyes with their leader, his anger explodes. So intense it scares everyone else and shakes the whole guild. Their leader settles them down, saying it's only one guy and he can kill him without backup. Rokan, feeling both satisfied and furious, recognizes the leader as a future follower of Helios. He yells that he'll kill him, and promises to crush Helios and his whole group. But while watching them, he notices they carry the same mark as the raiders he beat earlier. So this is the PK Guild Blood Hunters. Looking them over, he mocks them for bringing so many people just to deal with one player. Helios answers that if you're going to do something, you make sure it's done right, especially when someone gets in the way of his business. Rokan doesn't care about their raids, but he'll crush anyone who dares threaten him. Furious at his arrogance, the guild attacks. Rokan just waits, then moves with inhuman speed and brutal force, scattering pieces of his enemies all over the battlefield. Then he goes for Helios. Caught off guard but still confident, Helios blocks Rokan's strike. Even so, he's impressed by MC's power, mocks his own teammates for being weak, and complains that MC is using a plain war axe. Then, with one move, he blasts him away in a burst of fire. The fire magic swordsman smirks, sure the fight is over, but from the smoke, Rokan steps out, almost confused. Helios barely manages to block, and shocked by the protagonist's strength, he powers up his explosion, forcing Rokan back. Even injured, MC laughs at him for being a weak swordsman with both magic and a blade. Enraged, Helios charges again, but Rokan dodges him and humiliates him, because he remembers Helios' future fighting style perfectly. That only makes Helios madder. He starts preparing an intermediate level skill, and above him forms a massive cloud of fire, ready to burn everything down. Even Rokan is surprised by that. Completely furious, Helios unleashes the attack, causing a huge explosion, sure that not even ashes will be left. It looks like it's over, but Rokan comes back wearing the lion armor mask, leaving Helios with no chance at all. One hit erases him, and the ground shakes. That's how the protagonist stands tall and levels up, while admitting he almost died if not for the lion helmet. After that close call, he's shocked by all the rewards he gets from winning. Now he understands how some players got so far ahead in his past life, they kept others from ranking up, which led many weaker players to team up and fight back. Most of them were from the MP Guild, but in this new timeline, because of Rokan, MP is in financial trouble, so they won't be able to stop the PK players before they grow even stronger. That makes him wonder if it would be smart to start hunting them down. But then a huge light flashes behind him, and more fighters appear. He doesn't hesitate for even a second. He slams one of them into the ground and asks if they're reinforcements for the last group, then invites them to fight. Even so, he quickly cuts their numbers down from 15 to 9. Cornered, all the archers fire homing shots with a 100% chance to hit. But to Rokan, it's nothing, and the players are terrified. Then he starts his counterattack using his speed. As they lay there in pain, they accuse him of hacking. Rokan just mocks how pathetic they are and goes to collect the loot. To his surprise, among all of it, he finds a strange item, the Cloak of Stealth, which lets him turn invisible. It's a rare item and too hard to get to risk in battle. Still, he's grateful for what they dropped right as more reinforcements arrive. That makes it the perfect time to test the cloak, and it works perfectly. From a distance, he sees 2 new people show up and hears them claiming the protagonist is using hacks, since he survived attacks that should have killed him. Rokan doesn't worry, even though they learned his username because they scanned him. Instead, he focuses on the symbol on their clothes, figuring that should belong to their leader. The man is angry because even if they report Rokan for hacking, if they can't beat him, the hunters will look weak. So now they have to find the Cloak of Stealth, which had been brought there for a girl. He figures she's the Blood Hunters leader's girlfriend, or maybe soon his ex, if they lose that cloak. After trying for a while, Rokan recognizes the Knights logo as the MP Guild. In the original timeline, they were supposed to be the ones who fought and defeated the Blood Hunters, so now he wonders if the whole thing was staged to make them look like heroes. He also suspects they're the ones who sell his information in the future, so now he's set on getting revenge. But first he needs better stats. So Roken goes back to fighting the lizards until he earns the title Endless Challenge, after beating 100 stronger opponents, something that took him a long time the first time around. Now he also unlocks his second class, and with the rune he teleports to the city to start it. But the second he appears in town, he's surrounded by a crowd of blood hunters. Right there, the situation turns bad fast. The man with him, the one beside the MP leader, shows up and tries to make Roken a deal. The protagonist has no interest in it. Instead of listening, he raises his voice and lets out a war cry to call the NPC guards. They quickly surround the hunters, ready to take down the PKs, who aren't welcome in that city. The lead hunter gets angry and rushes at Roken, who knocks him out with a single hit, then leaves the rest to the guards. That seals their fate. If they want their gear back, they can find it at the auction. And sure enough, all their items end up there at crazy prices. After that, Roken checks the forums and sees other city guilds already showing off guild houses to pull in new members, while his city still has barely any, mostly because he bought up so many of the houses himself. So now it's time to start selling real estate, and he posts an ad. At first people think it's a scam, and honestly it is, but since he uses the same fake profile from the dungeon sale, tons of buyers show interest. Even with MP and the hunters involved, he decides not to rush and waits a week. His next move is heading to the Berserker Guild to apply for the class again. This time the clerk is a deep thinker who tells him to really consider it first, but Roken just wants the forms. The clerk keeps going, and in a weirdly poetic way explains that while his current skills will get stronger, he'll lose the chance to learn new ones through a second class. Roken already knows that. He also knows hidden classes exist, tied to certain conditions or places, so to him, every choice comes with pros and cons anyway. He asks for the papers again, and at last they hand them over, welcoming him as a berserker. That comes with a free item, but there aren't any axes he likes, so he picks something better looking and more defensive. A male lizardman leather shoulder pad. The clerk thinks that's strange since everyone else only takes weapons, but Roken knows he needs defense. Next he wants more skills, but after spending so much he's broke, so he does the obvious thing and goes back into debt, asking for the maximum loan again. Between his face and his guild he ends up scaring the NPC teller, who still hands over the gold, and once he's back at the guild he upgrades his skills from dash to strike. He also learns new ones like shoulder charge, takedown, heavy slash, blade attack, and a jumping smash on the way down. And of course he keeps the last move he learned from the orc boss. It's not a huge set, but Roken prefers that. That's the downside of staying in one class. Only a few people really shine that way, like the mage Eris with his lightspeed casting, while others have unknown class combinations like the Creation King, Odin. Then Roken goes back to the mage guild and hands over the Amatherian lizard blood. The mage barely even looks at him and gives him another task. Tired of this, MC knows he only has 4 more left to finish the quest line, so he takes the next request, the forest monster fruit. That leads him to the swamp, then back to the lizard habitat, where more hunters show up and try to bargain for the stealth cloak, offering to leave him alone if he returns it. That just makes Roken burst out laughing because he doesn't care about that offer. He tells them it'd be way more fun if they tried to take it from him. When the hunters manage to cut him off, more reinforcements arrive. Roken pulls out his lion helmet to use its boosted war cry. The effect is amplified, weakening them all at once, and then he uses his speed to attack. The man who had been with the MP leader can only watch in shock at the destruction one person can cause, when that player is supposedly only level 35. Roken had gained 15 levels in just 2 days. Meanwhile, he keeps up the slaughter, even finishing off the ones who surrender and tearing through everything. Desperate, the leader gives a shameless order, a full magic bombardment from every mage on the battlefield even if it kills his own allies. Still, Roken dodges and fights back, throwing rocks to intercept the fireballs. Then a storm of arrows comes at him, but he uses the hunters themselves as shields. Even so, all that chaos only takes out 20 hunters out of 100, so he realizes he has to save his strength. While he rethinks his plan, squires come at him using their skills. He drops them easily, but the distraction gets him caught in magical chains, the same kind he once sold off because he thought they were useless in combat. Then he watches everyone start spamming fire attacks. Even now he stays sure he can beat them all, as the flames close in and explode in one huge blast. The hunters think they've won until from above the broken chains fall away, split by an axe, and there is Roken. He dives down and cuts one man in half, showing off his new skills. As his enemy's fear rises, the protagonist, fired up, attacks harder, levels up, and finally wipes them all out. That earns him the PPK title, a huge buff against human NPCs and players. It lets him finish enemies faster, and he gets so hyped he feels like killing 1,000 more. But for now, he marks the spot in his runes and heads back to the city. There he runs another huge gear auction and makes a profit, figuring this may have scared the blood hunters. He uses that moment to tell the community they should hunt player killers and asks for info on where they are, though he knows they'll probably keep chasing him as long as he has the cloak. So he sets aside some money to buy expensive magic stones, which let him reset up to 2 meters into a safe zone where he can't be attacked. That'll be useful when Berserker leaves him drained. Elsewhere, the MP leader is furious, yelling at his men for failing. His girlfriend plays innocent and suggests letting it go, but the item is too rare and too expensive. He wants it back no matter what. Meanwhile, Roken sees his anti-PK posts start blowing up, Some call him crazy, some wish it were true, and others start believing it when they spot hunter gear in the auction and realize someone really is hunting them. With that done, MC heads for his next mission in the swamp, where he takes down a giant tree monster. He tears it apart and pulls a strange amber stone from inside, but no fruit. So with no better option, he starts clearing the whole forest. And sure enough, he keeps smashing trees until he finally finds the forest monster fruit. With that mission done, he moves on to the next one at a lake whose water boosts mental ability. That's why so many players carry it around in bottles. But Rokan isn't after the water. He wants the plants and fish monsters there for Materian's next request, since Materian wants to know why the lake has been purified in such a strange way. Everything feels too quiet to him, and he wonders if he scared the hunters off last time. But then he hears voices, turns invisible with the cloak, and listens as the MP leader starts screaming at a subordinate for failing to kill Rokan, which is exactly why people were starting to fear them less, the very thing the protagonist wanted. But his thoughts stop cold when the subordinate says the leader's name, Pyrrha. That name stirs up old memories for Rokan. Meanwhile, Pyrrha keeps raging, asking about the hacking report they filed, but the admins denied any cheating. That only makes him madder almost enough to send his own man back to the lobby. He can't believe one person could really beat 100 players, and decides it doesn't matter whether MC is a hacker or not. They need to turn the whole community against him. But Rokan is busy putting things together, realizing that Pyrrha is the new boyfriend of his ex. And she's also the one who lost the stealth cloak. That brings back memories of how he first started playing to impress his ex, only for her to dump him and send her brothers after him again and again. To him, this feels like the perfect chance to pay them back. So he keeps following Pyrrha while hunting nearby to learn his habits, until he gets bored and goes back to the lake. He thinks things are calm until several blue wolves and a blood bear appear, all level 80. Rokan has to deal with them even though the quest could be finished just by killing a rabbit. But he wants a real fight, so he pulls out his axe and leaves all of them in pieces almost instantly. Everything settles down again, but then a strange floating knight appears. It's the lake's guardian, a warrior who swore to protect it after death and became a level 100 monster. Rokan knows this is pushing it too far, because level 100 enemies also use combined skills. He plans to retreat, but then remembers the guardian drops an item called the essence of the lake, which might be exactly what Materian needs. It's risky, but he doesn't care, so he starts the fight against the powerful guardian. Soaked through, Rokan sees the lake guardian waste no time unleashing his power with a heavy attack, declaring that anyone who dirties the lake must apologize with their life. Rokan doesn't wait another second. With a huge grin, he activates Berserker State and tells him the only one who should apologize is him. Then their weapons clash, but Rokan's gear takes more damage, and he loses health with every hit. Thanks to the lion helmet, he manages to hold on, but not for long. So when the Guardian attacks again, Rokan dodges and charges in with a shoulder tackle, but the Guardian creates an energy barrier that drains health on contact. Rokan stops short and jumps, coming down with a massive axe strike, but it only hits the water. His opponent had shifted from liquid back to solid again. Rokan realizes this enemy is strong even for a level 100, but next time he won't let him slip away. They start trading blows again, and he can feel how dangerous it is. Even with his Berserker buff, he could die at any moment. On top of that, if this keeps up, his weapon will break, so he decides he needs to end it in one strike. When he turns off his skills, the Guardian doesn't understand, was he ready to die? As Rokan closes in, the Guardian prepares to finish the battle with Water Slash. Seeing Rokan about to use a beginner skill, the Guardian is disappointed and raises his barrier. But the protagonist had other plans, switching skills at the last second, and creating an opening in the barrier before striking it with his shoulder charge. It got through, but it had no power left. Rokan laughed and turned his skills back on, combining the skill of dash, strike, and armor into one critical hit. Rokan is shocked it actually worked, then realizes his titles boosted the power of his critical attacks. His armor is completely wrecked, but he has no time to think about that. He has to finish off the Guardian, level up, and claim the titles Battle Hero and First Hunter. Before he can even check his rewards, MC turns off Berserker mode and sets up a safe zone, then collapses from exhaustion while the system tells him his new titles combine into a legendary one, breaking the limits, which gives him a huge buff when he faces stronger enemies. That alone makes him happy enough that he no longer cares if Materian rewards him. But he gets interrupted again by the hunters, who throw fireballs at him. When they see he takes no damage, they decide to make a video and once again call him a hacker. But Rokan ignores them and picks up the lake essence. After that, the hero heads back to town, repairs his axe, puts all the loot he got up for auction, and goes to the Mage Guild, where he gets a new enchanted item, a very simple yellow little ball he'll use to get the last ingredient before meeting Materian, a lake fish. So he goes back there and uses that tiny yellow ball, even though it's expensive, tossing it into the lake. From it comes a powerful lightning blast. This is his way of skipping the slow, annoying job of fishing, and with a second lightning strike, a bunch of fried fish float up. Then he takes all the fish and other items to Materian, who thanks him but says there's still one more mission. Still, he thinks Rokan is too inexperienced for it, so he tells him to come back later. Annoyed that he still hasn't gotten his title and wanting to punch him, he calms down and decides to hand over one more item, the lake essence. That leaves Materian stunned, and he asks where Rokan got it. The hero calmly says he beat the Lake Knight. Materian realizes he's much stronger than he looks, so the mage finally gives him the last mission, the search for death, or rather an item that holds the power of death. Haken, a member of the research team, might know something. The reward is gold, the title research team, and a researcher's ring, which can keep boosting efficiency again and again, letting him level up faster. Confident, Rakan says he'll handle it, and Materian agrees. So his first step is finding out more about Haken, starting with his diary at the auction house, because looking for him the normal way is a huge pain, and only works if he gathers the first 15 pages of Haken's diary scattered around the town. In his first future, getting them was really hard, but at this point nobody knew the diary was important, so by buying pages he manages to get 11 out of 15. Then he wonders if he should buy the rest or do something else first, like checking his real estate or wiping out the rest of the blood hunters. While looking through the listings, he notices the blood hunters have been active nearby, close to the goblin camp, so he uses the cloak of stealth and heads there at full speed, slipping through town like a ghost. In the forest, a group of hunters is threatening some players, who beg them to stop because they can't even play. The PK say they should get stronger if they don't want to be killed. For now, they demand their items, while Rakan watches from a distance. Even after he's killed so many of them, they still have no teamwork or care, so he decides to jump straight into the fight and smash the first one in a single hit, leaving everyone stunned. Right away, the others try to run, but Rakan holds them in place with his war cry, and the fight begins. Watching from afar, the normal players are shocked. The hunter warning was real, so now the hero clearly knows more than before, even if he only seems focused on killing more hunters and taking their loot. After the first fight, the hunter who had been threatening the players surrenders and says there's no reason to wipe them out. Rakan asks if he even needs a reason. Then he throws the hunter's own cruel words back at him. You should have gotten stronger, so this wouldn't happen. Right after that, he sends him back to the lobby. The players watch in awe, and a shy little girl walks up to tell him hunters are attacking her friend in the southern valley. Rakan, fired up, thanks her and heads off, saying he'll wipe them out in 5 minutes. That attitude completely charms the girl, and he keeps hunting hunters until, a few days later, the PK reports stop, which annoys him because his fun little hobby of exterminating hunters is over, at least for now. So he checks the game's blog to find out why, and learns that a lot of players have started using Rakan's name to scare hunters off, while others stopped fearing them, and even formed hunting groups, all because of the protagonist wiping out big groups of hunters by himself. He doesn't enjoy the achievement much though, because now those PK cowards seem to be hiding, which means his fun is basically over, so he'll need something else to do. Luckily, the property auction event is about to start, and he might be able to use it to draw the hunters back out. The next day, the square where the auction will be held fills up with guild leaders. Pyrrha is there too, looking determined to rank high as a lord. That ranking will likely be based on wealth and honor in both the real world and the game, so he has to win the auction no matter what. He's still annoyed at his girlfriend for losing the cloak that could have made him richer. Then, right in the middle of the square, an excited old man with a mustache appears, amazed that so many people came to hand him money. That old man is really Rakan in disguise. His camouflage only lasts an hour, so he starts the auction right away. Pyrrha, still suspicious, suggests scanning him to see if he's Krypton, the disguise MC used before when he sold the dungeon. But Rakan tells him that if he doesn't trust it, he shouldn't bid, and the auction begins. It starts at 12 gold and quickly rises to 20. When Pyrrha tries to raise it to 22, the hero shuts him down, because he isn't even participating, and the winner of the auction is a knight from the Steel Squadron Guild, who happily signs the contract right away. That makes everyone else trust that this is not a scam. Then comes the next auction, where MP gets blocked out again, which leaves Pyrrha furious and already thinking about getting revenge on the old man, while Rakan smiles, ready to sink the MP guild. Then they move on to more auctions, and Pyrrha keeps losing. Luckily for him, all the big guilds already bought their houses, so now he should be able to buy one for less. But Rakan notices that, and with a nasty grin pulls one last trick by shouting that the next auction will be the last. Pyrrha sees no other choice, and when the auction starts at 15 gold, the MP leader instantly offers 40 gold, about 8 million won in real money, a ridiculous amount that shocks everyone in the worst way. Happy with the price, Rakan gives them the win and signs the contract, reminding them not to fall behind on rent. Pyrrha is thrilled to win the last auction, but his smile vanishes when Rakan announces a break before auctioning the biggest house. Pyrrha explodes, accusing him of saying that was the last one, and he calmly says it was the last two-room house, leaving Pyrrha speechless as he walks away. Rakan grins to himself, knowing his guild won't be happy with that overpriced buy. As Pyrrha walks through a dark alley, a hand shoots out from the shadows and grabs him by the neck. It belongs to a skull-masked man, who questions him for using guild money on the auction and reminds him they're only allies for profit, and he could kill him anytime. Pyrrha decides to hand over the house contract so he can leave in peace, but the masked man asks if they didn't need a house. The MP leader says that before anything else, they need to deal with Rakan and expose his defeat to everyone with a video. The skull-masked man admits that they also plan to kill him. Meanwhile, in the real world, the hero checks his earnings, more than 300 gold, making him the richest man in the game. So he decides to push inflation and sell gold for double the usual price. Since the guilds are broke after the auction, many of them will fall. He also raises item prices in the auction house to keep the advantage that money gives him, then goes back to his original plan, hunting more hunters, who will probably come out to steal gold. And right then, at a boss area, a group of hunters is fighting monsters, while watching from the side are Tung Bogi, the giant hammerman and execution enforcer of the Blood Hunters Guild, and Charman, vice master of the new hunt. Then the skull-masked man interrupts them to say their target has appeared, and he heads out with all the executives to crush Rokan, while one desperate hunter runs from the hero, who easily dodges his attacks, jumping around and toying with his victim, terrifying the hunter's allies. But then someone yells at them not to panic. It's a Hunter Guild executive who says their damage dealer should keep attacking to hold Rokan in place. The hero keeps moving forward, dodging everything, and realizes they're just trying to stall him. Right then a portal opens behind him. The hunters cheer, and from the portal comes a spear that Rokan barely blocks. That shocks Charman and also excites Tung Bagi, who sees Rokan as a worthy opponent. Then from behind them, Cabal speaks and warns the protagonist that his fun ends today. That only makes the hero burst out laughing, mocking the hunters for running away until those three showed up. Still laughing, he tells them to come at him, and the hunter's leader orders a full attack. Rokan charges in at once using everything he has, but a giant hammer swings at him, and he barely gets out of the way. Rokan is surprised by the sheer power behind it, but he doesn't get time to think because a spear appears next. The hero realizes these guys are clearly the hunter's main force. He quickly realizes these are the Blood Hunters' strongest fighters, and the masked one stands out the most. It's obvious he's the leader. Even so, Rokan knows he has to deal with the other two first. One option crossing his mind is Berserker, but he doesn't want to rush into it and get caught off guard. So he makes his move and charges straight at the hammer user, who confidently gets ready to crush him. Then, at the last second, Rokan jumps and sets up a blade strike. The giant suddenly realizes he isn't the real target. Sharp is. Sharp stays calm. To him, hitting someone in mid-air is even easier, so he throws his spear and it looks like Rokan gets hit. But that isn't what happened at all. He slips past it, dodging the spear with a quick twist of his hips, then grabs it, even if it gave him a scare. Sharp can only stare, stunned, because his trajectory-fixing skill somehow failed. Rokan doesn't give him a second to think. He hurls the spear right back at full speed. Sharp doesn't even flinch because he has a powerful survival trick, a mage ring that lets him teleport 3 meters backward once a day. Dodging the strike, Rokan just grins and whips his axe after it. Now Sharp has nowhere to run. He already used the ring, so there's only one choice left. Take the axe head on, while his teammate shouts in panic. Certain he's won that exchange, Rokan turns to the big guy next. The giant comes at him in a rage, but MC already knows the problem with that kind of power. He's slow, so dodging him is easy. Rokan slips around and attacks from behind. The giant blocks it, but all he sees is someone relying too much on brute strength. Furious, the giant roars that he's the strongest in the guild and swings with everything he has, while in the distance, Cabal seems to be getting ready, drawing in the power of the shadows. Back with Rokan, he's got the giant by the throat now, and the guy is terrified. With a grin, the protagonist finishes him off and levels up as Cabal watches from afar. That annoys Rokan, who calls him a terrible leader for just standing there and watching his men die. Now he goes after the masked man, but stops when Cabal finishes his spell and unleashes the full power of the shadows. The masked fighter says he held back the entire fight so he could face Rokan at full power. While MC was busy killing everyone, Cabal was gathering every shadow nearby and taking over the field. That surprises him. This guy is a shadow mage, a hidden class in the game that's insanely hard to unlock. The requirements are so brutal that even in his first life he barely knew of anyone who got it. But he pushes that thought aside. If he wants to tear Cabal apart, he first has to find the real body. He attacks at once. Shadow swords jump in to protect him, but Rokan breaks through them, slashes and cuts the masked man in half. Yet there's no victory. It was only a fake made of shadow. Cabal appears behind him and says reading Rokan was easy, then lands a brutal hit that leaves a deep wound and cuts his health in half, while also inflicting Sacred Paralysis poison, a status effect that drains 30% of his life every 10 seconds. With that, the masked man gets cocky, looking down on Rokan and calling him a disappointment. Just a hacker with no real answer. But the protagonist moves with a grin, shattering every shadow tentacle around him and says the real show starts now. His resistance skill has already wiped out the poison. Thinking clearly again, Rokan starts to recognize the hunter as someone he knew in the future. He calls him Nidhogg, the 8th ranked member of Ragnarok, and that pulls up memories of their leader Odin. They were all crazy, but MC hates how true it is. They were also the best players around. Still, the group was always suspicious. It appeared out of nowhere, built from top players who left their guilds, changed their aliases, which cost a lot, and joined Ragnarok. All of them followed Odin without question, and Rokan remembers one especially dangerous warrior who used both shadows and poison. That was Nidhogg. The name comes from Norse myth, a dragon that gnaws at the world tree with its fangs, so he figures this has to be him. The odds of two people having the exact same skills are almost zero. Still, Cabal seems confused when Rokan mentions Ragnarok, which makes the protagonist think he may not know Odin yet. Either way, he starts breaking down his enemy. He guesses Cabal's first class was Killer and his second is Shadow Mage, with a high level and even more agility than his own. So he decides not to hold back, plants his feet, and activates Berserker. Cabal immediately says he hates that Berserker skill, but he isn't worried. He doesn't rely on just one move, so he forms his Shadow Blades. Rockhan only gives him a cocky smile, then without hesitation rushes him. Their clash tears through the battlefield as they fight inside the shadows, and they move so fast that Cabal loses sight of him. Rockhan spots an opening and attacks, but it's only another shadow substitute. The masked man warns him that he still doesn't get it. The whole area is under his control. By absorbing all the shadows, he can sense every move Rockhan makes on the ground and react first. That annoys MC, who thinks he sounds like some cartoon villain explaining his evil plan. But Cabal talks like that because he's sure he's already won. Even if he doesn't kill Rockhan himself, the Berserker penalty will do it. He doesn't take that well and charges again, only to be met by countless shadows he can barely fight through. It reminds him of their battle in his first future. Both of them were stronger then, but the thought gets cut off by a line of blades he barely dodges, taking heavy damage to his helmet. Almost out of strength, Rockhan sees a giant shadow dragon coming straight at him, and for a moment he thinks this is the end. After the hit, he's badly hurt, can't get back up, and only has 20 seconds of Berserker left. All he can do is watch Cabal walk closer, annoyed that the only thing keeping Rockhan alive is the Berserker buff. Once that runs out, it's over, but Cabal doesn't want to wait. He wants the protagonist to be the warning for anyone who dares challenge the Blood Hunters, and plans to show his execution in a video. With just 10 seconds left, Rockhan turns to an old friend, the little yellow orb with lightning magic. It uses its last charge and shocks Cabal, leaving him confused and wide open. MC hates having to rely on something this desperate, but there's no time to waste. With only 5 seconds left, he throws a strike with so much fury that he splits Cabal in half just as Berserker ends and levels up from the kill. As Cabal fades, he can only complain that he lost to him, and he, exhausted and fed up, tells him to go to hell and come back for another beating anytime. Cabal disappears before finishing his last words and the protagonist drops to the ground. He was inches from death, but he quickly grabs a healing potion. Thinking about how close that was, that bastard was the strongest enemy he'd faced so far, and the whole fight left him shocked by what he learned, like the fact that the Blood Hunters would join Ragnarok in the future. Even after winning, he doesn't feel fully at ease. He knows he only survived because of his Break Limits title and the buff it gives him against stronger opponents. Still, he pushes that aside and focuses on the loot. He got the Coward's Ring, which will be really useful during Berserker. Then he stops to wonder if meeting those two now changed something in the future, though he still doesn't even know how Ragnarok was formed or where Odin is at this point. The more he thinks about the future, the more frustrated he gets, so he decides to focus on Pyrrha instead. It looks like Pyrrha planned that whole attack and Rokan takes it as a challenge. He's set on facing him, so first he gears up with a new loadout: hawk armor, yellow gloves, tight lizardman leather pants, a death belt, and blasting iron boots. They all boost defense, but more importantly, together, they add 20% critical hit chance. With his current skill, that gives him a total of 40% crit chance. After upgrading his axe, he checks his current money and finally gets what it feels like to be rich. He barely spent any gold. He also checks whether he can continue the main quest, but he's still missing one diary page. So his next stop is to test his new gear, though he quickly notices someone is following him. Once he reaches the mountain, he calmly hunts a level 70 boar in one hit. But when he goes after the next one, arrows cut in and steal his kill, which annoys him. Still, when the archer apologizes, Rocken lets it slide. Then it happens again, the same kill steal, and this time it's a small mage. Now irritated, he starts thinking of a response, but then spots a member of the MP guild. That makes it clear they've surrounded him and plan to keep ruining his hunts, so he warns them, if they keep stealing his kills, he'll treat it as an attack. After he leaves, the MP archer stays calm. Unlike the Blood Hunters, the MP guild is known for being polite, so he thinks Rokan won't touch them. The archer then remembers how Pyrrha ordered them to interfere with MC's hunting. He was nervous about his reaction since nobody sees him as exactly stable, but that's what Pyrrha wanted, even the smallest violent response, so they could twist it and use public opinion to bury him if force wouldn't work. Pyrrha also reassured his subordinate that Rokan wouldn't dare attack members of a refined guild, and that's enough to convince him. So he lines up another shot at a boar being chased by the protagonist. The protagonist walks right up to the archer, who pretends to play dumb again, but this time MC rips his head off, saying the talking part is over. The others are horrified, he just killed an ordinary player. He reminds them he already warned them. The mage from before, terrified, tries to cast a spell, fails, and gets wiped out by a critical hit. Another player tries to save himself by warning Rokan. This will look bad if he keeps going, but the protagonist doesn't care anymore and cuts him in half. Unfortunately, the game now marks him as a killer player. That means if he gets a game over, he'll lose a lot of experience and items. The game also says he can remove the penalty by killing other killers. But if his murders keep piling up, the penalty will grow too. Rokan expected all of this anyway. He already knows how to get rid of the problem by heading to bandit territory, a place that's dangerous for most players but not for him. Even so, he'd rather keep hunting. A little later, back in the real world, Rokan makes a deal over the phone and orders more modern game capsules. Even while resting, one question keeps bothering him: why nothing has happened yet. He figures Pyrrha might actually be scared of him. Then a YouTube alert pops up. Pyrrha is dragging his name through the mud. He says the man everyone treated like a hero for going after PKs was really just someone chasing free experience and loot from other players without taking penalties. That alone isn't the worst part, but then he adds an anonymous report claiming Rakan is a hacker with a program that lets him play without limits. He even shows edited clips of MC stopping arrows and ignoring magic damage. Worst of all, he says the MP members who tried to question him about hacking were killed before they could speak, so Pyrrha calls for everyone to publicly condemn him as a cheater. For a second, the protagonist looks shaken. Not from fear, he's trying not to laugh. He mocks Pyrrha for hiding this long just to come up with that, and between laughs calls him a clown. He still can't understand how his ex ended up with a guy like that. Still, he turns serious when he thinks ahead. This could become a problem later, even if Pyrrha knows he can't beat him head on. But Rakan has dealt with this kind of thing before, so he already knows how to handle lies like these. This time he'll go right at them, because people will always trust a so-called hero before a strong man they fear. So he heads to the bandits' guard post, and the bandits charge him in anger for daring to challenge them all by himself. Rakan acts like he has no idea who they are. Then he tells them they're nothing but worthless points with no experience. That sends the bandits rushing straight at him. Though Rakan had thought they looked like a bunch of cartoon thugs, still they were all above level 90. One of them swears he'll turn MC into dog food, while the protagonist thinks about how these bandits got so strong by robbing and killing adventurers, gaining powerful martial arts and gear until they became monsters in everything but name. They all jump in to finish him, but Rakan stays calm and activates Berserker, already thinking about the event he's preparing for Pyrrha. After wiping out the bandits, Pyrrha's video spreads across social media, with some people doubting it, others condemning Rakan as a hacker, some unsure whether it's even possible, a few believing him, and plenty more backing the public attack on Rakan. Pyrrha is thrilled. He's proud that he turned public opinion against a lone enemy, and thinks he should have started with this from the beginning. His plan is to crush him, then join up with the Blood Hunters. But the whole thing gets interrupted by a call saying the protagonist has appeared in Cotton. That makes Pyrrha happy, and he sends the vultures to stir up a mob against him. But there seems to be one problem with that plan. As Rakan walks through the city, a pair of players notice him. The girl glares at him and goes after him, even though her partner tries to stop her. She says she'll only confront him and call the NPC guards to deal with him. She follows him and steps in his way, but when Rakan looks at her, his eyes are clear. She can't believe it, because no one should be able to lower their murder count that fast. MC knows that status usually fades after weeks, or by killing other PKs. What people don't know yet is that it can also drop by killing high-level monsters, or by racking up enough kills. Taking down strong creatures and bandits, let him clear it easily. That will become common knowledge later, but for now, it's enough to get him out of trouble. The pair backs off. Rakan is about to leave when a reporter from a website stops him and asks for an exclusive interview. He agrees, but only if they do it in a public cafe. The reporter accepts, because otherwise the protagonist would just walk away. So the interview begins. The reporter gets straight to it and asks if he's a hacker and a player killer. Rakan denies being a hacker and says he only attacks those players when they provoke him, and he has proof. That shocks everyone nearby. When asked how he'll prove it, Rakan asks if he's ever heard of a hacker getting reported just once. The interviewer hasn't. The protagonist goes on, saying the only thing against him is one video recorded days ago, and it was surely already reported. The reporter puts it together. If a report was filed and Rakan knows it, then the admins already decided he wasn't hacking. So he's playing fair, just using skill, not a program. And if anyone still doubts him, he even gives permission to report him again. The reporter does it on the spot to check. Then he asks how MC can catch arrows or ignore attacks. Rakan answers that in a game where a thief can vanish into a building, catching arrows is just one unusual skill, and the other trick comes from a magic item sold in shops. The reporter starts seeing him as honest, so he asks why MC made the video. He says he's worried they want him gone. When the reporter asks why they target him, the protagonist says he has a video explaining that and will upload it tonight. That leads to the last question. Did he kill the MP members? Rakan says yes. Without hesitation, they provoked him. And he makes one thing clear. Anyone who threatens him can expect the same. That night, the video he promised goes viral. It shows several clashes MC had with the Hunters and MP. In one clip, Pyrrha admits he's working with the Hunters. It also shows MP harassing him while he was hunting. He stays calm, watching everything turn in his favor, because he's dealt with this before in the future, people trying to make up rumors about him. That's why he learned to record everything, even if it costs him a hard drive every month. And now he'd love to see Pyrrha's face after this. At that exact moment, Pyrrha is at home, furious, while Odin tries and fails to calm him down. Pyrrha can't understand how the protagonist found out about his connection to the Blood Hunters. Then his girlfriend says he might be Rakan, her ex-boyfriend, the one they saw last time. The username and appearance were clearly the same. Pyrrha smiles, then asks for the address. Soon they arrive at an apartment building, where the couple and a masked gang are waiting, planning to take Rakan out. So they make Odin bring him out by using her sweet innocent act. Then someone opens the door and they start beating him again and again until Odin stops them and shows that this obviously isn't Rakan. Once they stop, the guy thinks they're robbers and warns them they'll regret this. He's the son of the police chief. They can't believe it and start cursing MC, who is actually relaxing on a nice terrace. Because of all this, within just a few days, the MP guild falls apart. Pyra stops logging in because he's in jail, and his followers are so humiliated and rejected that they quit logging in too. Just like that, one of the Lord's biggest guilds collapses. Rokan finds it kind of boring, though he also thinks Pyra is probably having a great time being miserable in his cell. As far as he is concerned, everything worked out well. After the interview, he starts getting tons of fan messages. They even make a fan cafe for him. He thinks it's a little silly, but he doesn't care, because now he can enjoy all the gold he earned. As the game gets more popular, inflation hits and prices go up. So he sells half his gold and buys a nice apartment, since he needs more space for his new top-tier capsule. After that, he goes back into the game to reach level 100. First arriving at a dark swamp. There, a one-handed bandit threatens him, saying his boss will come and wipe him out. Rokan's only response is to kill him in one hit, while complaining that humanoid monsters talk too much. Still, that means the waiting is finally over. Right then, a loud roar echoes from inside a cave. It's Gertu 10, the level 100 bandit leader, the enemy Rokan was waiting for. But when he sees him, he's disappointed and openly looks down on him, which only makes the monster furious. It charges straight in, and Rokan answers with a powerful war cry that lowers the boss's stats. It also reveals a hidden enemy, the bandit's vice leader, exactly as the protagonist planned. He remembers the past when fighting the bandits could unlock a battle against the King of Wrath, a fight that rewards an excellent fury axe for a berserker. Back in the present fight, he has to finish this first. He tells the vice leader it's nice to meet him, then cuts him in half. Gertoden is stunned and rushes in. The protagonist steps back, completely confident. A red flash bursts out, terrifying the boss as berserker mode fully kicks in. In that state, he lunges forward and sends the boss flying. Gertoden tries to use combined techniques to harden his body and boost his strength, but Rokan, raging, smashes through his reinforced guard again. Then he tests the bandit's toughness, and with no way out, the boss takes the final blow. The fight ends there, and Rokan levels up. Afterward, he finds 2 items, a personal letter from the God of Wrath, and the last page of Jarkan's diary. Now he can finally combine the rest and obtain Jarkan's logbook. It's basically a map that reveals the location once all the clues are gathered. Elsewhere, a giant undead waits on a throne inside a cave. Rokan heads for a barren wasteland, grumbling about how well hidden the place is, until he reaches a cave. Inside, he finds Jarkan's bones, and checks them only to take a ring, then search for what seems to be an entrance. He places the ring there, unlocking the Cave of Death. He got there earlier than expected, and Jarkan's ghost tries to block the quest, saying it's no place for someone at such a low level. But Rokan walks in anyway, entering the Cave of Death even at level 90. Almost at once, a huge swarm of undead appears and attacks. Rokan charges straight in, cutting them down with chain skills, but they're too strong, so he has to fall back and come up with a plan to face the giant horde of undead monsters. He actually jumps with excitement, at least he doesn't have to waste time looking for them. Then he starts smashing skeletons one after another, taking down as many as he can. With total confidence and raw power, he ends up blasting hundreds of bone fragments into the air. He's proud of how strong his berserker state feels, but right then, a sound catches his attention and surprises him. From deeper inside, a huge flash of light appears, followed by chains, announcing the arrival of the giant skeleton, who declares that at last the seal has been broken. Its name was the Forgotten Skeleton General, the boss of that dungeon. It wanted to make an example out of Rokan and show off its power, but MC moved right away, leaping in to cut it down. The skeleton boss stopped him by throwing undead in the way. To it, he was just a disrespectful fool. But Rokan saw his strike get blocked, and remembered the beast could flood the fight with summoned dead. Worse, it could buff them with death aura, so stopping those summons was a must. Even so, the skeleton charged in and their weapons slammed together. The protagonist gave ground. He stayed patient, waiting for the right moment to use his coward's ring. When the skeleton unleashed a huge sweeping attack, it assumed Rokan had been wiped out. Then it tried to raise him as undead but failed, because he wasn't there. That only made it angrier. It rose up into the air to cast death aura. Right then, behind it, dropping his stealth, Rokan appeared and smashed into it with everything he had. The hero kept pressing the attack, not giving it a second to breathe. But the skeleton boss tried gathering spirit energy to trigger spiritual transformation. That would start a second phase, and Rokan wanted to stop it before that happened. So the general used its necromancer class skill to summon undead, then mixed it with its knight abilities. It called a mount, combining both powers. From the jaws of the earth rose a huge skeletal horse named Ghost Coursel. That massive mount and the boss towered overhead while Rokan watched. The boss shouted at him to kneel before the Empire's power. Then it rushed forward, and the two clashed swords again. Rokan tried to hold on, but the sheer force overwhelmed him and sent him flying. He landed on his feet, barely standing, and badly hurt. It felt like getting hit by a truck, so he stopped to think while downing healing potions. He had more raw power, but the boss was so fast that its momentum made this a rough fight. That meant he needed a new plan. Still, Berserker wasn't the answer. He might crush the boss, but the penalty after would be too risky. So he'd have to win without Berserker, and his close-range bombardment plan clearly wasn't working. Instead, he decided to remove the enemy's biggest advantage first, its mobility. Pulling out his axes, he knew he could die, but went for it anyway. He hurled both axes. The general treated the attack like it was nothing, which was exactly what Rokan expected. That opened the way for his next move, a direct charge. The boss was caught off guard, thinking MC was coming for it, but instead he struck the horse and knocked the rider down. The general was furious. Now with Roken right in front of it, he braced for the finish. He was aiming to kill it, attacking again and again with brutal force until he finally managed to stop the spiritual transformation. At that point, Roken was set on ending everything here. He split it in two, showing off incredible power as the general crumbled away. What it left behind was a gem holding the essence of death, the very thing Roken came for. It was also what Harken gave his life to seal inside that cave. The essence had the power to call death itself. But instead of sealing it right away, he chose to summon undead all around him and spread death even further. Soon, thousands of skeletons rose and came straight at him. This was exactly what he'd been hoping for. He threw himself into the fight, showing no mercy as he shattered everything around him. He wanted more and more, pushing all the way to level 99. And so Roken finally hit level 99, thrilled to reach it at last, while the undead kept regenerating. By then he'd burned through all his bandages, potions, and safe zones, and had been fighting non-stop for 4 full days. Still, he was the first to reach that level, so he claimed the essence of death and his new title for clearing the dungeon. The title boosted his attack power, dark resistance, and critical damage by 50%. It also let him summon undead, but if he didn't hand over the essence of death, it would consume him, so he hurried out of the cave, finishing the mission and activating the runes to collect his reward. Later, at the Trinsic Mages Guild, Materian was stunned when Roken showed up with the essence of death. He explained he found it by following Harken's journal, but the mage cut him off, snatched the essence, and handed him a very strong regeneration potion that the hero quickly chugged, restoring a huge amount of vitality. With the mission done, he no longer had to worry about the death energy, which would rise again in the future and awaken the skeletons in the city. That problem could wait. As he turned to leave, Materian stopped him, acting like some grand noble mage, and thanked him for risking his life to prevent a disaster. With a dramatic look, he said they should meet again and help each other. Roken agreed with a fake smile. He couldn't really refuse if he wanted the story to keep moving. That was how he joined a group made up of elves, humans, gnomes, and dwarves under the title of Investigator. With them, he could take missions and, more importantly, get the Investigator's ring, which proved his rank and gave him the power to restore 3,000 GP once a day, perfect with Berserker, almost like an extra life for Roken. Once again, Materian sent him off with a smile, saying he'd support him. The protagonist was annoyed by the mage acting all inspiring, but he got over it fast and headed off in a very good mood toward his third-class change. He arrived at the Berserker Guild, where the same manager greeted him again. Roken asked for a new class quest. The man was shocked and thought he'd quit since he'd only just been there a few days ago. But MC said no, he'd already reached the level needed for his third-class change, which left the manager stunned, since he might be the first on the continent to do it. So the man gave him the final mission, to reach level 100. He had to win a one-on-one fight against someone level 100 or higher. But that only made Roken smile as his wins over the Knight of the Lake, the Bandit Boss, and the Skeleton General were confirmed. The guild manager was left speechless. Just like that, Roken was accepted amid a powerful red aura, announced as the first S-class user, a true berserker now. Amazed, the guild manager asked who he really was. He told him to get ready because he'd hear his name in the future. Then he killed the dramatic moment by asking for his reward, so the manager showed him his choices, 2 swords and an axe. As always, he picked the berserker axe, which fit perfectly in his hand. Next came the new skills, power guard, defense, assault, and spin attack. After that came the combo skills. The manager warned him there were 3, that he'd have to place them into a book, and that he could only do it once, so he needed to be careful not to waste materials. Roken didn't listen and just asked for every skill book he had. Thinking the guy had ignored him, the manager sold him all the materials and couldn't even give him a discount, even though he liked him. Still, he gave one extra gift, a single-use gem that let him use Berserker without the penalty. Roken hadn't expected to get something that good so soon, and he already had a great use for it. So he paid and left, thoroughly confusing the manager, who wondered where he got so much money and felt that this guy might one day become a master. After that, the protagonist returned to Khatoon to speak with Storian, who was happy he had trusted the right person. Roken still didn't like the manipulative old mage much though. Then Storian asked where he planned to go next, and MC answered that he was heading to Crossroad. The old man doubted he was ready, but knew he was full of surprises and warned him he'd meet other races there. He already knew. Crossroad was a city only for players level 100 and up, where not just humans lived, but elves, dwarves, gnomes, and many NPCs alongside players. As Roken prepared to leave, the old man gave him one last task, sending him to the tunnel with a letter from Malkin, captain of Crossroad's Royal Guard. The protagonist noticed the quests still weren't over. He left with a calm smile until he reached the tunnel. Then his smile vanished when he saw his ride, a cargo cart run by the gnome Lacombe. It looked about 100% unsafe. Roken seriously thought about walking instead, but he'd lose the advantage of being one of the first to reach the city, and this was the only way in. So he got on the cart, which had never been used for passengers before. It took off at full speed and nearly traumatized the hero, who later ended up in front of the city gates, guarded by an elf. She stopped him and asked for identification. Still dizzy, he didn't get it and kept walking. The elf warned that she'd shoot if he came closer, but he was still messed up from the ride, so she fired an arrow which Rakan easily caught. Then, with an intimidating aura, he stepped toward the elf. She just shut her eyes and waited for the hit, but Rakan only held up his investigator's ring to identify himself and enter the city. Still dizzy, he hoped this really was the place, or he'd come back for revenge on that gnome. And that was how he reached Crossroad, a city far bigger and more amazing than the others. This was where everything truly began. He even got rewards for being one of the first to arrive, gaining a 5% bonus to his stats, while the locals still seemed a little hostile toward a human, even though his title should have made them friendlier. Still, it was better than in his past life when humans were openly looked down on in that city. But he was completely exhausted, so he logged out. That was how Rakan finally got the rest he deserved. And while checking social media, he saw someone was right behind him. Another player had reached level 99, and it might be Odin. Then a cheerful girl with glasses named Ruby, a reporter from Gain in Ven, introduced her guest, the first player in the world to reach level 99. She called him Sir, though she couldn't reveal his face or identity because those were the terms of the interview. The player seemed very humble, saying he didn't want fame, and his answers about how he reached level 99 so fast were humble too, or maybe just evasive. He said he simply understood the game and knew the most efficient hunting spots. Rakan watched all of this as the interview went on. Ruby asked what he planned to do next, and the anonymous player said he was going to build a guild. He'd stayed alone because he didn't see anyone as a true ally unless they could make it to the third city. Surprised, she asked what his guild would be called, and with a smile he answered, Ragnarok. Rakan smiled, but there was anger behind it. He said he couldn't wait to meet that bastard. Later, the hero practiced with his axe, a little nervous at first. He figured maybe the changes he made in the past would stop Odin from showing up, but Odin still appeared, and even sooner than before. While training, he works on his spinning strike, and starts thinking his time travel must be tied to Odin and the game. So even if he wants to crush him right now, he holds back for the moment, settling for that rough little sketch and telling himself Odin needs more time, because right now that guy is still too weak. It wouldn't feel satisfying if he finished him off this early. He triggers his strength skill, letting out a heavy threatening aura, while thinking about how he'll strike once Odin gathers his followers and starts believing he's the strongest player in the game. That's when Rakan plans to crush him head-on, his own kind of revenge. He's actually looking forward to Odin getting stronger, but once the warm-up is over, he moves on to combo skills. First, he mixes strength with War Cry, and the result is exactly what he hoped for. He names it Madness Cry. When those skills combine, the effect can range from stunning enemies to lowering their stats, exactly what Rakan wanted. Then he's caught off guard right away, because it looks like he now has 4 combo skill slots, even though he always knew there were only 3. That comes from his first-class user achievement, which gives him 1 extra slot. Rakan is thrilled. To him, achievements are one of the best ways to get ahead of everyone else, so he starts the next combo. Later, at the Dwarven Guild, the attendant looks at the hero strangely, like he's begging for the chance to help them. The dwarf doesn't trust him, but still lets him try. Rakan knows the dwarves can't handle this mission themselves. He thinks they should treat him better, but keeps his anger in check because he can't move forward unless he earns the trust of every race. He's already written off the elves for being arrogant and condescending, and now he tries with the dwarves, only to find they're just as full of themselves, which annoys him. That leads him to the Oranon mine, where he has to gather strange minerals to win the dwarves over. The job is simple: collect 50 blue ores. Rakan knows a lot of players with the miner skill could do it too, but they'd waste more time by grabbing every kind of ore. That's why he came in with a better plan. But then some kobold thieves start looting the mine, and Rakan cuts in, thinking there's no point in mining if he can just take the ores from them. The raiders are stunned, and Rakan calmly tells them they're about to end up like their buddy. They charge right as the hero combines strength, dash, and spinning strike. The kobolds try to jump him by surprise, but right then he uses guard and grabs them by the throat, tearing them apart. He remembers how in the past even taking down one of these things was hard at this stage. Now he crushes them with ease and leaves them behind. After that, he starts gathering the minerals and finds plenty of them. But he knows collecting the 50 for the quest isn't enough. What the dwarves really want is their mine back from the kobolds, so he decides to save time by wiping out all of them. Deeper ahead, Kimothy, a level 115 mining officer, seems to hear something, but ignores it and keeps working. Meanwhile, Rakan uses his stealth cloak and studies the kobold leader. Even with his strength, fighting a boss and all his underlings up close would be messy, so he looks for another way. He finds it in a cart loaded with minerals, which he sends rolling loose down the tracks. The mutts are shocked and the boss sends them after the cargo. Meanwhile, the boss smokes to relax, annoyed that dwarf troops might show up. Then he calls out to the hero, demanding he come out because even if he's invisible, he can still smell him. Rakan steps out without a hint of fear, making fun of the dog's nose. Furious, it snaps out its claws and lunges with the combo skill, Crimson Burst. The hero answers with his own move, combining all his skills to unlock his mega skill, Destruction Burst. It boosts his strength by 200%, and its force can't be stopped. When they clash, Rakan wins and slams the kobolds to the ground. Then he finishes them off with a shoulder charge that sends them flying. After that, he walks up to end it, giving the kobolds a final goodbye. But even when they beg for mercy, they still end up split in two, and he levels up. Deep inside the mine, a group of dwarves is locked in a cell, cursing the mutts and yelling for food and of course for alcohol too. Suddenly, a giant dog-like brute seems ready to attack them, but it's just another victim of Rokan. He cuts it down, then tells the dwarves to step back from the bars. They're shocked to see a human, then watch as Rokan offers help while completing a guild mission of his own. Even after being saved, the dwarves still look down on him, saying escape isn't enough yet. The mine is full of kobolds and their strong leader, so they tell him to go get help from the dwarven guild. MC just smiles in victory and says if he made it this far, then across the whole mine, not a single kobold is still breathing. That leaves them speechless. Back at the guild, the receptionist apologizes to Rokan for not seeing what he could do and asks for his help with future jobs. That earns him the title Friend of the Dwarves. Now he can request work from the dwarves, including blacksmithing and the enhancement skill. Interests him a lot. There are only two ways to enhance an item, with a scroll, or by asking a smith. The first option is hard to get, since those scrolls come from quests in the third city and won't be on sale for a while. The second depends on having a good relationship with the blacksmith, and even then, there's no promise they won't overcharge, since blacksmithing in this game is known as one of the 3 nightmare skills to learn. Right now, nobody knows how to enhance weapons. That gives Rokan an idea. Make money with this skill. He heads to the Dwarven Forge and asks one of the smiths to make a longsword from material he brought himself. He picks something easy to work with on purpose, a simple sword, but one used a lot in close combat. The cost would be low, and since he can buy the materials very cheaply at auction, he can increase production. Then Rokan remembers he can engrave something on the handles. That's how he ends up making 50 batches of longswords, inspired by his new brand, the King. Now he plans to sell NPC-made gear with branding and start his million gold scam. The plan gets even better when he decides to enhance the swords too, then sell them through the city auction house. That way his product can reach players all over the world, and instead of doubling the price, he can triple it. So he lists them at auction, and they sell out in less than 5 seconds. Rokan is happily shocked and starts realizing that lots of low-level players with money are desperate for better items, especially after Odin showed up, since Odin is pushing everyone to get stronger faster, so he decides to raise the prices. After many minutes, he's thrilled by how much money he's made, a total of 458 gold coins, about 10 billion won in the real world. Even so, he knows leveling up still matters. Right now, Rokan is focused on earning gold, but Falcon, the company behind the game, notices a monopoly in enhanced gear sales and traces it back to Rokan. Sadly, the system doesn't let it last long because they cap his profit at 100 gold coins. He is furious because he only got to exploit it for 2 days, but at least no one else knows what happened. Still, he made enough that upgrading his gear didn't feel expensive, and he also forged an extra long axe, which he named Killer Axe. It gives a huge damage boost, and he can't wait to test it on his next mission. That mission takes him straight to the Half-Elf Guild, where he meets the Guildmaster. She coldly asks why he's there, and Rokan answers with his nicest smile, offering his help. The arrogant girl tells him a weak human can't solve their problems. That irritates him, and he tells her she should be more polite, slamming and breaking the desk. Yet he's still turned away. So he has to try another method, showing his research club ring and his recognition from the dwarves. Terry doesn't care about the dwarf part, but the research club does get her attention, so she finally considers him for a mission, and Rokan celebrates like a kid. The mission is to rescue a gathering team that went into the forest and never came back. The guildmaster gives him an elf token so the team will trust him. Now he has to find them and escort them back safely, the exact job the protagonist was hoping for. He grins so hard that Terry gets a little uneasy but lets him go. Before leaving, he buys a huge black horse because the new routes around the city are so long. He needs something fast to travel there and spends only 100 gold on his new 4-legged friend. Right then, a massive corrupted forest spirit attacks them, only to be cut in half by Rokan's new axe. It works beautifully though. He admits these monsters are stronger than the mine mutts. Still, one swing is enough to kill them for now. So all along the road he leaves chopped up tree monsters behind until he reaches his destination. There, he starts searching for the gathering team and finds a trail they left while supposedly running from a monster. But the half-elves seem too light to leave tracks like that, so it could be bait leading him into a trap. He's surprised he still hasn't found them, and starts thinking he was fooled, right when an arrow flies straight at his head. He catches it with ease and smiles, glad he finally found his target. That only scares the group of half-elves. One of them rushes in to attack, until Rokan tells them he was sent by Terry. They don't believe him at first, but once he shows the guild seal, they agree to go with him. He then starts leading them through the forest. They're terrified of these monsters they've never seen before, but Rokan isn't worried. He already killed plenty while searching for them, which they still don't believe, since even together they couldn't beat a single one. Then a horde launches its attack, and Rokan tells them to keep their eyes open, because things are about to get wild. The monsters strike, but MC dodges and leaps, then cuts them down brutally. He smiles with complete confidence as he gets ready to go after the rest, leaving the half-elf girls staring at him in awe. The half-elves stare at him in awe. Rokan keeps crushing every last monster until none are left. Then he asks if they finally believe him, telling them not to worry about that corrupted firewood. That leaves the elves looking completely down as they drop to their knees, and Rokan just stares, confused. They apologize and beg him to help with something else. The group came here to figure out how to stop the corruption spreading through the Tekalon forest. For their people, this is the most important mission of all, so they plead for his help. Roken smiles when a new quest window pops up. The task is to escort the elves to the heart of the forest, exactly what he wanted. So he tells them that from now on they follow his orders without arguing. That turns out to be a good way to keep them in line, as they start moving together. From there, he stays careful, hiding from monsters instead of fighting them, since that would only waste time. But before they go farther, one of the elves stops him. It looks like they finally found what they came for, a tiny glowing sprout that could become the World Tree, the symbol of the half-elf guild, and something sacred to their people. That was the reason they entered the forest in the first place. The elves ask him to stand guard while they gather it, but Roken tries to remember how the tree is grown, and when something clicks, he stops them and pours a healing potion onto the sprout. The elves panic and try to stop him, even rushing at him, but one of their companions holds them back when the sprout starts growing. That happens because it absorbs pure vitality, something the elves never would have tried. To them, it was too sacred to pour anything on. But here the tree can also draw life from the forest itself, since this spot is free of corruption, so Roken gives it another healing potion. It works even more, though the protagonist can already feel his money disappearing, so instead he uses some water from Lake Kimjing despite the girls complaining. In the end, that turns the sprout into a young sapling. That makes Roken happy. With a greedy grin, he starts waiting for the hidden reward. But the moment is ruined when one of the girls suddenly screams that this is bad. Osi is confused at first because the tree had grown, and it had also pulled in energy from the whole forest, which ended up waking the great corrupted forest guardian. The thing is enormous, big enough to leave even Roken speechless. Then he decides to go all out and pulls out his helmet from the Lion King seal. Luckily for him, it releases the seal and its power. That gives the helmet a huge buff and boosts its roar-type skill. The upgrade catches Roken off guard. If this is already his best defensive item, then he can only imagine how strong the full armor set must be. With all of it, he thinks he could become far stronger than he was in his past life. An elf yells, asking what he plans to do now. But Roken calmly says he'll handle it, as he summons his killer axe and berserker axe, then starts walking forward. Still, the elf leader sees no chance against the guardian. To her, it's basically the whole forest made stronger by corruption, something no one person could beat. She says they need to retreat, but those words only annoy Roken. To him, saying he can't win is the kind of thinking that comes from giving up too easily, so he charges in to prove she's wrong. In his head, he figures that thing was level 135, and the corruption had made it even stronger. So logically, the best he should hope for is to distract it while the elves collect the tree and escape. That alone would be enough to clear the mission. But right now, his instincts are telling him to test himself. The monster attacks but misses badly by a ridiculous distance. Roken actually laughs at that, but his smile vanishes when he sees the giant hand of the guardian rip up the ground, sending a rain of boulders down like meteors. The elves barely block it with a shield, while Roken rushes straight ahead as the monster strikes again. He dodges and uses his skills to slice off one of its legs. Even so, he can't avoid a massive hand that slams down on him. But with sharp exact cuts, he shreds the hand and climbs higher, spinning his strikes until another joint drops apart. Then Roken jumps back. Confidently, he looks at the limbless guardian, but then countless cords of energy burst out, tearing up the ground and coming straight for Roken. To his surprise, those cords are actually vines, and they quickly rebuild the guardian's joints. That frustrates him. To him, it feels like the thing is showing off regeneration should have a limit. Before he can rush in again, an elf stops him and says he has to destroy the core. When Roken pauses, he sees she's annoyed, guessing he planned to keep chopping until the healing stopped, which was exactly his idea, since brute force comes more naturally to him than strategy. She tells him that won't work anyway because the guardian is feeding on the forest's energy. The only way it would stop healing is if the whole forest ran dry. After sitting through that lecture, the protagonist asks where the core is. Luckily, it's a giant purple spot in the center of the monster, though to Roken, it still doesn't look that big. He doesn't get much time to think because a huge hand smashes him into the rocks. The brief silence breaks when red flashes burst through the air, unleashing Berserker's new beast state as he rises from the shadows with a fierce red aura ready to cut it down. Covered in blood and rage, Roken growls a threat at the giant tree. He charges again, and once more the monster attacks, but he slips past it, using his destruction burst skills together, then heads straight for the core. He forces the monster back and keeps attacking at full speed, determined to find the limit of his own power. From a distance, the elf leader watches in shock at how reckless he is, because she knows that even if the damage can heal, the guardian is still tracking him with its gaze while Roken keeps hammering away at it. Hurt but still fighting. The monster tries to use a war cry, though it barely works against someone stronger. That only makes Roken angrier. He mixes his strength with war cry and unleashes a furious roar that shakes the area, stuns the giant and lowers its defense. Then, wrapped in a red aura high in the air, Roken prepares to strike from the sky, forcing several skills together with huge effort. Strength, jump strike, and slash, all driven through his axe. From below, the guardian can only watch as, out of that combined skill effect, an enraged Roken bursts forth with a massive axe, ready to land the finishing blow. The hit lands on the guardian as a critical strike, splitting the monster in half. All it can do is accept its failure as the system announces the guardian's end. It collapses into pieces with a huge explosion, while the elves stare in disbelief at Roken standing before the remains of the Guardian, smiling because he knows his reward is coming. After that, he returns to the guild, where Terrell gets excited at the sight of the sapling and asks how he got it. Acting fake humble, Roken says he won't bother telling the full story and claims the other elves found it. The guild master thanks him deeply, since now their people have hope again. This new attitude from the elf surprises MC, because she's nothing like her first arrogant self. Still, he doesn't care much, he just wants the reward. So the elf grants him the title Friend of the Elves and also First Friend of the Elves, along with the Blessing of the Spirits, which boosts defense and energy recovery. That'll be especially useful in a future war, mostly for using Berserker. Then to his surprise, the elf gives him something extra, a bag with 150 gold. Roken almost looks disappointed, but he figures that for someone so arrogant she already paid him more than he expected, so he leaves. He walks away like the elf's hero, saying goodbye with a cheerful grin. Even so, he knows that if they ever decide he's a threat to the tree, they won't hesitate to kill him. Putting that aside, he moves on to his next mission at the Gnome Guild. They don't seem very friendly, mostly because they dislike smart people. So for his test, he has to clean and repair a musket. Pretty boring for Roken because it seems easy. Later he puts it back together without trouble, but it's so old and rusty that cleaning it takes careful exact work, and he starts feeling like they're messing with him. Still, he remembers an easier method after asking the dwarves. Back at the Gnome Guild, Roken wears a big confident smile, but the gnome doubts the repair is really that good. He suspects he used some kind of trick, so he asks for a detail about the repair. Roken points out a tiny mark inside the musket near the trigger, and that's enough to prove he didn't cheat. He only knew that from a mission in his past life, and now he gains the title Friend of the Gnomes, a 50% discount on transport, and the side job Engineer. It's a solid reward since travel now costs less. He also learns engineering so he can build mechanisms like people did in his past life. Some became famous, like Krat the Mad Engineer, who used dark magic and this class to create battlefield tricks. With his wild and flashy personality, he basically became a rock star. That's why Roken wants to use technology to cover the weak points left by his berserker state. So he starts right away, practicing with blueprints and materials during his free time. When he leaves the guild, all three races recognize him, and that completes his main mission. He earns the title Honorary Resident of Crossroad, improving his ties with the locals and getting protection from the guards. With that, his search is finally done. Then he heads for another mission, the delivery of Storian's letter. He takes it to the captain of the guard and arrives at the castle, taking in the place until a man steps through a door huge, imposing, and named Malkin, the head of security. Roken is surprised by how tall he is for a half-elf. They shake hands, and Malkin turns out to be cheerful, even praising the protagonist's build. That throws him off, since he remembers this elf as someone very serious. But after thinking about what Terrell said and the debt he owes his people, Roken understands why he acts this way. Honestly, it makes things much easier. This man is the strongest in the city at level 200. He asks if Storian sent him, and whether he's still a bit twisted. MC looks at him and hands over the letter. Malkin reads it right away. It says he is part of the research team, which makes Malkin happy since he is too, though the protagonist already knew that, and with that, Malkin keeps watching him closely. Malkin now sees him as someone worth respecting, recognized by every race and part of the research team. What really throws him off is that even with intangible magic on him meant to make him suffer, Roken feels nothing. Catching that reaction, he walks up with total confidence and asks if he passed. Malkin is stunned and goes quiet. Then Roken steps closer, looking much more serious, and suggests they make it a game. In his head though, he knows that even a miracle wouldn't let him beat Malkin. Still, he acts proud and hostile, which wins over the elf. Malkin likes people with that same rough attitude. Seeing how serious MC gets, Malkin finally laughs and apologizes for the test. Roken accepts, but asks for a reward instead. Malkin offers money, weapons, or anything else reasonable, yet he wants only one thing, to be made a city guard part-time, of course, since he's still an adventurer. The elf agrees and says he'll send his information to Hir. After that, Roken walks on through the castle, thinking about the level 100 adventurers who would soon be here, and as a solo player he can't hold all of them back unless they turn criminal or fight dirty like Pyrrha. That's when he comes up with a fair plan. Just as a guard arrives with his badge. With it, everyone will recognize him as a guard, and what Roken wants most is power. Now that he has the job, he recalls the daily duties: patrol for an hour, kill 20 nearby monsters, and join the city forces if trouble breaks out. Annoying but easy. The real upside is gaining strong trust with NPCs, and their bonuses are also really useful. But the main reason he joined is simple. As a guard, he can take down players if they cause trouble. If a user disturbs the peace, they get penalized, and because he's acting by the law, he may even get a bonus. So this gives him a way to use real authority. Then a new thought cuts in. There should already be more users in the city, though he doesn't expect to run into Odin, so he checks the latest news. The biggest story claims an orc named Yu is supposedly the first player to hit level 100. Roken watches with clear disappointment, then logs in to see more and finds an interview. The orc acts casual and kind of humble, but the protagonist thinks he's an idiot. That's why he doubts Yu can ever surpass Odin. Roken is sure his real target, just like him, has already reached level 100, and is only staying hidden to study the competition. Meanwhile, the orc keeps talking, saying that once he finds the next city, he'll upload a video so everyone can get there too. That annoys Rakan, so he revives the channel he made to push back against the top players, which still makes him great money even with only a few uploads. Then he puts his editing skills to work, uploading videos about the third city and his battles. They spark thousands of comments, many of them support Rakan, while others call him a liar and mock a bald guy who's furious after Rakan humiliated him. That guy is the game's orc. MC checks the strong profits his videos made and decides not to let his fans down, so he'll give them something that can actually meet their expectations. With that in mind, he heads to a creepy castle where a butler with strange eyes greets him. Rakan introduces himself as a city guard and asks for Baron Trull, who needed help. The Baron looks almost like a vampire and gladly receives him in his hall. Rakan smiles with calm confidence and claims General Malkin himself sent him. It's a lie. He just moved early because he already knew the quest, so he had to sound convincing. That works, and the Baron accepts him, then gives him a mission: collect blood from the trolls living in the cursed cave. He says he'll use it to heal his sick little daughter. Rakan agrees and promises to bring back the blood, while also planning to use the trip to finish a related quest. So he heads to the cursed cave, which he plans to use for a video on the third city's first public dungeon. As he records and walks through the dungeon, he explains the basics, like how monsters get stronger at night, and that this is the first time trolls have shown up in the game, though trolls won't be the only enemies in here. Right then one appears, a stone monkey, a small but muscular creature that's quick and agile. It's actually the easiest enemy in the dungeon, though it can still be dangerous. The angry monkey leaps to attack, but Rakan smashes it so hard it bounces off the walls before crashing down. It hits the floor and immediately comes back in a rage, only to be stopped again by Rakan, who keeps up his tutorial and says they're easy to beat with speed. Then he goes back on the attack while the frightened monkey can't do a thing as he slams it hard into the ground. Looking straight at the camera, he confidently says it's really easy, adding that these monkeys may move in packs but are still just prey for trolls. He says that just as a group appears behind him ready to attack, but Rakan greets them with his madness shout, dropping them all unconscious. Then he notices a giant bat flying away. It isn't very strong, so he lets it go and keeps moving toward the trolls. As he walks, he calmly says there are at least 12 trolls in the cave, but they stay in separate areas, so they won't attack as a group. While he's moving, a monster stalks him from behind, and Rakan just smiles. He also explains that trolls are a playable race, since no one had ever caught a wild troll on camera before. Right then, the troll behind him gets ready to strike. The protagonist shoots it an annoyed look and hurls his axe at full speed, leaving it fatally wounded. He keeps talking through the tutorial, explaining that trolls are a little faster and more agile than humans, but their most important trait is regeneration. Even while the troll is pinned by the axe, it rips free and charges again. Rakan does the same, rushing straight at it and saying there's no need to fear their healing, they'll go down eventually. Then he looks at the camera and says again that it's very easy while he tears the troll apart. Soon after, he seems to face another one head-on, sending it flying and finishing it in midair while explaining that unlike boss trolls or legendary ones, cursed trolls aren't that hard. He walks past the nearly vanished bodies of the trolls in the dungeon, and that's where the video ends because he can't show what comes next. After collecting the troll's blood, he goes looking for something else, and thanks to his explorer title, a bright light points him to the spot. In a crater, he pulls a bull's skull from a pile of bones. It's called the Beast's Curse, and it's the source of the curse affecting the trolls and the other cave creatures. He knows it didn't end up there by accident. It was planted. Rakan figures the ones behind it are probably the same people who spread the rat plague and polluted the forest. They're closely tied to the game's main enemies, but even with future knowledge, no one in that time ever figured out exactly who they were. Leaving the cave with that on his mind, he starts to wonder if maybe the reason Odin attacked him from the very start was to sabotage his progress in the main quest. Later, he brings the curse to Malkin, who is shocked to see it because he had studied the mutated monsters but never thought the cause was this. The elf has no answers, so he gives Rakan the task of investigating the bones, opening a new quest where he must find the 3 monsters that fed on the cursed beast before they mutate. Rakan walks through the city, truly confused, trying to understand why Ragnarok's attacks began. Back then, he thought it was because he was ranked number 1 and they wanted to humiliate him. Now he thinks they may have been trying to stop him from advancing the main quest, though he still can't see why Ragnarok would ally with evil NPCs. Then he decides none of that really matters because he's already made up his mind. He'll ask them after he tears them apart. The story shifts back to the Baron and Rakan hands over the troll blood. The man thanks him and gives him another mission: warm sheep blood. This time he needs to hunt a devil sheep. MC leaves the castle laughing at Troll's words about saving his poor daughter, since for now he plans to pretend he doesn't know the truth. He walks out smiling, and in the middle of the night 3 devil sheep wander nearby when Rakan spots them. Happy to start his herding job, he leaps into the air and comes down slashing one of them. The other sheep freeze in fear, and Rakan guesses that as herbivores they lock up when a predator is near. With that in mind, he attacks using his lion helmet, landing a solid hit. But then he's shocked to see the blow get absorbed by the sheep's wool. The sheep hits back and sends him flying. He lands on his feet and prepares a combo skill, charge and headbutt, striking at near light speed. The sheep still manages to meet him, but Rakan moves fast enough to slip behind it. Then he says they're about to find out who's stronger, and throws a blow so huge it doesn't just destroy the sheep, it wrecks a huge part of the area too. The last sheep is terrified and tries to run, but a slightly tired Rokan tells it he only wants two things if it wants to live, its blood and its skin. That only terrifies the poor thing even more. Later, Rokan returns to the city, complaining about the night hunt, when he hears that new players arrived sooner than expected and were already fighting with the townsfolk who looked down on them because they had low trust with those races. So the angry players start making a mess, even hanging a dwarf. The victim's pleas are cut off by Rokan's arrival. He was testing his guard armor and his disguise skill. The newly arrived adventurers try to explain themselves, but Rokan doesn't wait and uses his authority to throw them out of the city. The dwarf thanks him, while Rokan thinks those players really lost control by turning violent against an NPC, especially a merchant. Still, he gets it. He knows how frustrating it must be to buy nothing in the city, be ignored and get looked down on by every race. Just remembering the humiliation he went through makes him mad. As he keeps walking, an idea hits him. A way to make a lot of money from that information. So the first thing he does is buy an entire building in a busy part of the city. Remembering his old business days, he remembers his old real estate days and knows exactly how this works. In Crossroad, property prices are only going up. Buying everything is impossible though, so he picks the best spot he can get. Once he steps inside, he realizes the place is even bigger than he expected. That gives him an idea. He'll turn it into a shopping center, built for all the new players who still can't use the city's stores. If no one else can sell to them, he'll take that whole market for himself. So he starts setting up the building. The first floor is for basics like scrolls and potions, and he marks them up because players will be desperate. The second floor is for premium gear, with higher prices to match. The third floor is for top brand items, and to finish it off, he adds an auction hall. With everything ready, he leaves an NPC clerk in charge. As he heads out though, he starts thinking. The first two floors won't stay useful forever. Once players earn trust with the races, those shops lose their edge, so he starts looking for a way to squeeze out more profit. Without wasting time, he heads to the guard supply department. There, he goes straight to the printing office and submits a special quest. It will make new players hunt the monsters Rokan chooses, giving them rewards and helping them earn the city's trust. He issues it under the name the Malkin. It's a pretty sneaky setup because the players who come in looking to level up will end up farming the monsters Rokan needs for materials, since he'll be the only buyer he can get them cheap and keep his store profitable much longer. Still, he remembers he has to visit Troll. The man is shocked he finished the quest and sends him to the shaman Trinica to get the ingredients prepared. Rokan agrees, but then he hears a strange noise. The Baron brushes it off, which only makes Rokan laugh. He already knows something is going on, and he leaves smiling, remembering the obvious clues from the start. The truth is clear. True is a vampire, and the girl he's keeping isn't his daughter. She's actually a high elf, the race with the best blood for vampires. High elves are a rare branch of the elves, seen as noble bloodlines, and there's a legend about them. If a vampire drinks one of their blood, they gain huge power right away, but only a very strong vampire can survive it. An ordinary one would just melt. That's exactly what would happen to Trul, so he turned to witchcraft, boosting himself with magic items in hopes of drinking that blood without dying. With that in mind, Rokan moves through the night in Mist Valley, looking for Trinica so he can deliver the materials. Finding the shaman is a pain. The forest is huge, and the darkness makes it worse. Most people would have given up by now. Then a pack of level 115 mist hyenas appears. Rokan spots them, but instead of stopping, he speeds up. He wants to finish the quest first. That annoys the hyenas, so they chase after him. Since they seem slow, he relaxes and moves even faster, until his foot finds no ground at all. Pale and embarrassed, he drops into the void below, blaming the fog for the mess. When he gets back up, he sees he's surrounded by hundreds of hungry hyenas. Rokan looks around, plants his axe in the ground, smiles and wonders how many monsters he can kill at once. He's about to find out, then he charges in. As he fights, he remembers a berserker's biggest weakness, dealing with lots of enemies. They usually don't have moves that can wipe out a crowd, so he has to handle them one at a time. That gets tiring fast, so to make up for it, he uses his mega burst of destruction, tearing through the pack and crushing 80 of them. That proves the combo skills he created can partly cover his lack of area attacks. Even so, he knows those moves would only work against normal players. If he fought Ragnarok again, he'd still be at a disadvantage. The reason is simple. Burst of Destruction works best on targets lined up, not on groups spread all over the place. So he needs a real area attack if he wants to face them. Thinking that over, he swears to Odin that he'll create a technique strong enough to wipe them out. Then he remembers the mission comes first, and keeps moving. Near dawn, someone warns him not to come any closer, and to leave the ingredients on the ground. This is the shaman Tirika. Rokan tosses them over in a box and the shaman's whole mood changes. Using the ingredients and a pile of spell leaves, he starts chanting a powerful spell. The magic sends hundreds of objects flying all around them. Rokan watches, curious, and asks what kind of magic that is. When it's done, the shaman hands him a blood imprint, one that boosts vampiric strength. Rokan remembers he's supposed to deliver it, even though the Baron only wants it to reach elf blood. At that moment, it becomes clear that he never cared about the quest reward. He wanted the blood imprint itself. The shaman warns him not to do it, but the protagonist takes it anyway and gets marked. he receives the best imprint for close combat, life absorption. Rakan studies the change in his body, thinking that while he has plenty of power, he still lacks toughness. That's why he chose the strongest close-range imprint, one that lets him drain 3% of an enemy's energy based on the force of his hit. Later on, this gets nerfed, but anyone who gets it before then keeps the full effect. Right after that, Rakan takes a heavy blast of energy to the face and it barely bothers him. The shaman curses him for stealing it, so MC decides this is the perfect chance to test the imprint. He moves in a flash and tears the shaman's head off with ridiculous ease. He gets the energy bonus too, along with the goblin's head. Rokan wants to keep testing the skill, and his grin says he already knows where to do that first. He starts by heading to the Berserker Guild, where he buys a set of skills to combine. The key ones are Strength, Charge, Spinning Attack, and Solid Body. After practicing the motion, he finishes the setup and creates a new move, Wind Wheel. It lets him spin non-stop, shredding enemies as long as he has mana. Excited to finally have his first area skill, he runs off to test it. His destination is the Cursed Cave. There, he starts searching non-stop for monsters to fight, happy when he ends up surrounded by a crowd. Perfect time to test his new technique. The cave werewolves rush him, but Rokan stays calm. He lets them land bite after bite all over his body. He actually enjoys it, waiting until his health drops to 20%. That's when he gets ready to carve through them. Moving just like he practiced, he slips through the wolves with a huge grin, and his new skill erupts. It creates a powerful tornado that throws the wolves away while slicing them apart. When it ends, everything around him is destroyed, and only Rokan is left standing. He's surrounded by torn-up wolf corpses, and his health is fully restored. Even with only 3%, he's shocked that draining all those enemies healed him that much. Thrilled with the result, he realizes this is exactly what he needed for Odin and Ragnarok. But now he also knows that after taking the scroll and killing the shaman, the questline is basically over. His next move is to wipe out the vampires and claim the High Elf reward. So he brings the goblin's head to a shaken Malkin, who asks where he found it. Rokan explains that Trul is a vampire and is keeping an elf prisoner. That makes Malkin furious, and he decides to bring the whole guard to attack the noble. Rokan calms him down, warning that striking at night would be too dangerous. He convinces Malkin to wait until dawn, but that's really part of his plan. He wants to reach Trul's manor first, rescue the High Elf, and take the reward for himself. Back at the manor, the elf girl lies asleep, racked with terrible pain, while Trul bares his fangs, ready to taste her blood. At the same time, Rokan arrives at the villa, grinning because he managed to fool Malkin, who now has the quest thanks to him. That also gives the protagonist a chance to test his new techniques on a stronger enemy. He climbs up the manor to a window, but when he gets there, Trul is gone. Annoyed, Rokan decides to find the elf first. He finds her easily, asleep in a room. He walks over and tries to wake her, but no matter what he does, she won't respond. Figuring she was drugged, he looks for another way to wake her up, and pulls out exactly what he needs, an alarm clock he made while practicing mechanical engineering. He sets it right beside her. The noise is so loud it almost blows out Rokan's ears, but the elf still doesn't wake up until she suddenly yells for him to turn it off. She clearly can't stand the sound, so Rokan smashes the clock and then introduces himself as a city guard. The elf, now finally awake, turns out to be a noble named Iraheim. MC apologizes for his method. She understands and is just about to take the polite hero's hand, but before she can, she sees something behind him. Rakan turns and finds Trul standing in the middle of the room, furious, calling him a rat. Iraheim is terrified, but he is glad he finally showed up. He had planned to get the lady to safety first and deal with Trul after, but since the vampire came to him, Rakan is more than ready to welcome him with a fight. The elf asks if he's really going to face him. He is. Trul lunges in rage, and the protagonist prepares too, suggesting they move somewhere else so they don't damage the prize both of them want. Then they launch into battle, clashing over and over until they crash out of the tower. They keep fighting in mid-air, and Rakan gains the upper hand, beating the Baron down until both of them slam into the ground. Trul drops to his knees while MC stands over him and asks how it feels for a human to hunt a vampire. Enraged, Trul unsheathes his claws and screams that he'll suck him dry. Rakan raises his axe, ready to take his life force too. That claim rattles Trul, and Rakan charges straight in. The vampire manages to block him with his nails, which surprises him because they're that tough. Trul stares at him and notices something strange. Rakan smugly shows him the blood imprint on his body. That's when the Baron connects the dots and realizes the protagonist was after that power from the moment he approached him. Humiliated and furious, the vampire throws himself at Rakan, who barely avoids the blows. Even so, he takes a deep wound to the arm and keeps narrowly dodging, feeling the pressure as he realizes his opponent is far stronger than he expected. So the rumors he heard about Trul in the future were wrong. Trul beats Rakan down to 20% health. That throws him off, but it still doesn't change his plan to kill him. Jumping back in, MC asks if he's tasted his blood yet. Then, he unleashes Windwheel and rushes in, slashing hard at the Baron. He thanks him for the blood mark. That heavy hit just restored all his health. The Baron actually laughs at that. It doesn't bother him at all. Draining life force is a basic part of being a vampire, so there is no way a human can use that against him. While Rakan tries to process that, the Baron confidently starts pouring out a huge amount of energy, then appears right in front of him, now transformed into a giant bat monster. Rakan doesn't even flinch. If anything, the form looks more like a werewolf, but that changes nothing. He only wants to test his strength, so he waits, ready to strike. As the creature comes in, the protagonist greets the Baron with a massive slash, which only makes him even angrier. The vampire fires back, darting around at top speed and tearing at him with powerful claws. That catches Rakan off guard. Not only is he taking damage, he also can't heal with his blood mark the way he expected. The Baron explains that the mark isn't enough for humans. If they take more damage than it can restore, they die. Even that doesn't shake Rakan. He figures if he wants more energy back, he just has to hit harder, and charges in without holding back. The Baron braces for the impact and lands a brutal wound on him. Even so, Rakan manages to get in a couple of hits, but he's down to just 10 health, and it keeps dropping. Still, he doesn't care and keeps attacking. The vampire has no intention of losing to a human, but Rakan tells him he's already lost. Right as he activates Berserker, then uses Windwheel, combining both skills as he starts to spin. While doing it, he says he's no ordinary human and creates a huge storm in the air, wrapping around the Baron and slicing through everything in its path. When the move ends, Rakan is left standing in a crater, his health restored completely, as he stares ahead at what's left of Truel. That lets him fully understand and master how the mark works. Now satisfied, he goes after the one thing money can't buy from the High Elf, while the system confirms his achievements. At the castle entrance, Malkin leads a group of guards, ready to wipe out the vampire. The Guardian doesn't want even dust touching the High Elf. They charge the castle, and just as they're about to break down the door, it suddenly blasts outward. The general is stunned. He can't believe a vampire could still be that strong at dawn. Then he sees someone step out with confidence, alongside a small shy elf. Malkin recognizes Rakan, who calmly apologizes for the scare. The elf says the Baron has already been defeated by him, leaving Malkin speechless, since he knows Truel was far stronger than he was. Even if the other guards still doubt it, the general tells them they don't understand. He says the greatest honor the High Elves can grant, the oath, has begun. A huge golden light fills the area. The elf gathers that light into her hands, shaping a crown, and says it can't be bought or measured with money. Rakan is thrilled as the High Elf steps closer with what he came for, the Elf Oath. Because of his bravery, the elves offer him their full support, unlocking a legendary title, Irajam's Oath, which pushes his bond with the elves to its final stage beyond simple trust. Rakan accepts it by kissing the noble elf's hand, remembering that while this title doesn't raise his stats, it has special effects money can't buy, like access to High Elf Society, a group that could help him against Odin later on. But for that to matter, he still has to rewrite the world's history. After that, the elf thanks him, and Rakan starts to leave. But she stops him to offer a date and a nice dinner. MC knows this isn't the time for dinner. With Odin nearby, he needs to level up fast. So, acting cool, he politely turns her down and uses his runes to travel to another part of the map. He arrives at the White Coast. There, he plans to find the mutated monsters from his next quest, especially the blade-armed monkey, and it appears right behind him. That makes the hero happy since he didn't even have to search for it, and he tells it to come closer. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man holding a large orb gets excited after finishing a fight. He's with Odin himself, who starts asking him a lot of questions. Annoyed, Odin tells him to just follow orders as he watches the man leave to keep searching for something. Odin thinks everything is moving according to plan, but one piece of the machine still bothers him. In the distance, his companion gets upset that he wasn't the first to earn those achievements, since Rakan had already been there. Odin calms him down, saying that whether they want it or not, those walking the same path are bound to meet someday. Back with him, he watches the blade-handed monkeys rush in as a pack, and fully ready to wipe them out, he charges in to hunt. The others get ready too, but for Rakan this is easy. He tells them to come even closer. They all leap to attack, and the protagonist is thrilled, activating Whirlwind and cutting through every one of them as he levels up again and again until he takes down the first mutated monster. When it's over, he calmly says those monkeys were easier than Truel, but now, a giant is coming straight at him. This is the second mutated monster, the field boss, Blade Demon, a huge creature with a large core in its center, which is its weak spot. Still, he needs to wait before attacking because if he's patient, the demon will merge with all the other monsters' bodies and form a complete body, the perfect time to destroy it. Once the transformation is complete, Rakan starts his attack. He waited on purpose because in this form, the creature drops an item. Even though it moves fast, MC dodges and shows his plan by striking even faster, starting with a heavy blow straight to the head. But that still isn't enough, so he keeps throwing hit after hit until the monster falls. Even then, its armor protects it, so Rakan, angry now, tries to smash it apart with more blows until at last the armor breaks. But the monster smiles from the ground and triggers its special attack, catching Rakan off guard. He has to move fast because thousands of blades are about to fire out from the monster for 25 seconds before it self-destructs. He tanks the storm of blades with his destruction burst technique, but one last blade seems headed right for his eye, only to stop at the last second when it runs out of energy. He finally thinks the fight is over, but then the demon starts to glow and pull in energy, reminding him of the final move, self-destruction. Then, through the smoke and flames, Rakan steps out smiling, saying that almost killed him, but it was completely worth it, because now he has a blade demon fragment, a rare item that boosts the power of bladed weapons. He uses it on his axe right away and gains a bleeding effect on hit, something he wants to test soon. First, he needs to find the last monster. But before that, he walks by the lake looking for an item called the Color Pearl, which might be in the clam garden. From there, he can see a huge ship sunk in the water. Roken says that's the territory of someone very strong. The story then takes us through the sunken ship to the deepest part of the lake, where a giant, terrifying piranha lives. For now, Roken's job is to open clams. At first, he only finds normal pearls. He could sell them, but he wants the Color Pearl much more, and he finds it a little later. He uses it to raise his defense, though he still wants more. But right then, the detection skill from the Lion King's helmet activates and gives him a new lead. Something with power similar to the helmet. He realizes it could be another piece, so he takes the helmet out and lets it point the way. It leads to the shipwreck, which he needed to visit anyway to finish off the mutated monster, so he'll handle both at once. With the Color Pearl found, he dives into the water and swims quickly down to the depths. Luckily, he uses the gills from a monster he fought recently to breathe underwater, making it all the way to the last part of the ship, Captain Murlock's room and the home of the mutated boss monster, which he waits to lure out. It comes out smashing through the ship and throws a punch at Roken. The first to appear is Captain Murlock, a giant fish reptile with turbines, who asks the protagonist why he's there. Roken answers that he doesn't talk to the dead, then uses whirlwind, but it's much slower underwater, which annoys him as he tries to react. The captain notices the attack cost him a finger and gets furious, ready to strike, but then the reptile realizes MC has already vanished, reappearing from above. Right then, Murlock summons his crew to block the attack. After that, he strikes from above and hits Roken, who glares in anger as the frog crew keeps tanking blows for their captain. That pushes him to his limit, so he decides to speed things up. Wrapped in a red aura and wearing the helmet, he uses his best technique, Berserker, ready to turn the captain into sashimi. He rushes in, locking the captain in place. Murlock tries to defend himself with his swords, but they're shattered. Then he tries to keep up with Roken, but can't even see him at that speed until he appears behind him, unleashing a storm of crimson-lit strikes that tears the giant frog apart into countless pieces. With that, Malkin's mission is complete. For now, Roken can barely crawl, admitting that he likes the Berserker state, but running out of energy, not so much. As he drags himself along, he finds a pirate coin. It meant nothing in his first future, but when he takes it, a giant lion head activates and inside it, there's a chest. The moment he inserts the coin, the chest opens, making the helmet shine. Inside, he sees what's there and smiles. It's a strange circular piece. He picks it up and it keeps glowing until he realizes it's the Lion King symbol, which must belong to that armor set. Roken, thrilled, stands up in victory and is even more shocked by the 100 points of intelligence and endurance it gives him. But that's not all. Inside the chest, he also finds a cloth engraved with the Lion King's story, showing him giving the upper part of his armor to the frogmen of the area. Roken gets excited, thinking it might still be there, but he finds no clue nearby, until he remembers an event from the game where those pirate frogs were robbed by the Pirate King, making him think that piece of armor should be with him. Since that enemy is level 300, the protagonist figures he should wait a bit. He's not strong enough yet, so he decides to rest. For now, he tells himself this is still a good win. Then he gets ready to hunt down the rest of the treasure. On the way back to the city, he's so tired he thinks about logging out for a while. Before that though, he spots a loud crowd fighting over something. It's his shop. Apparently all his customers are battling over the items. Roken loves the sight. At this rate, he'll be rich soon. Still, he decides to turn in his quest first. So he puts on his most proper expression, as noble, honest, and humble as he can, and reports to Malkin. Malkin is surprised, then happy to see him. Now he knows Roken really took down all 3 monsters. Bowsy asks if he knows who's corrupting the monsters, but Malkin says they're still looking into a mysterious force and don't know much yet. What matters for now is getting stronger. His next goal is reaching level 150. That's the requirement for the locked quests, so he decides to hit a dungeon. After getting ready with a defense scroll, he heads out. He starts moving southwest from the city. A moment later, he gets to work, cutting down trees until he gathers 10 logs, then moves on. But he suddenly stops. Other players are fighting nearby, and he can't believe it. No one should have found this dungeon yet. Then he sees the mess, a cocky dwarf with glasses introducing himself like he's hot stuff. He's showing off in front of 2 players whose hunt he seems to have ruined. The little guy mocks them for being weak, and that sets them off. They rush him at once, but the tiny glasses-wearing player is crazy fast. Even from a distance, Roken recognizes him. Little gnome Mitty. He's a gnome class player who made his character as small as possible, so he'd be hard to catch. His best move is dodging enemy attacks, and now he fires a beam at one of them. That only makes them madder. Then a guard shows up, or rather, Roken disguised as one, to stop the fight for attempted murder and hand down a sentence, sending them to detention. Every player who attacked Mitty gets dragged off. Mitty thanks him, but Roken tells him to get lost too, so the gnome runs off scared. That cheers him up, and he relaxes now that the fight didn't get worse. If it had, they might have uncovered the secret entrance only he knows about. He smashes a tree hard, and a huge portal-like light appears, opening the dungeon. Roken steps inside as the first player to discover it, earning a 30% bonus to experience. First, he crushes a 5-colored pearl to boost his strength. Then he starts throwing the logs far ahead, straight down the path, As they land, they trigger the hallway traps and set off huge explosions, which tells Rakan he can clear this place fast. While tossing the last log into another trap, he explains the big difference between magical dungeons and normal ones. They're packed with insane numbers of traps, enough to kill any newbie, and even players above average could end here. Even with all his memories from his past life, he chose to use logs to find the traps first. But now he's out of them, so the rest will be pure reflexes, and at least he's halfway through. He starts running, weaving past arrows, giant axes, huge rocks, and explosions. Still, he was expecting something else, and right on cue it appears a massive beam of light. Rakan is shocked because he practically summoned it just by saying it. That's how the Spectre appears, a level 120 enemy that attacks him at once. Rakan knows brute force won't work against it because it has a physical body, so he prepares something special, a fire enchantment scroll, making sure all his attacks now carry fire. With that, he strikes the ghost. The Spectre tries to defend itself, but the protagonist is sure this will be the last fight here, and he finishes it with a huge explosion. After that, he picks up his reward, a magic scroll called Fire Arrow. Rakan's disappointed. He expected something better. Still, it's useful enough, so he starts wiping out every Spectre he finds. Eventually, the Spectres keep falling while the Fire Scroll's effect runs out, and he's surprised by how easy it was, considering they were made by a powerful mage. As he keeps moving, he finds a magical chest that looks promising. He thinks about opening it carefully, but in the end, he attacks it instead, because it was only pretending. He already knew the chest was really a mimic, and after smashing it, he finally gets something good, a Coward Mage shield ring and a mana charger. That's much better, since it helps balance his build. Even so, he wants more items before he leaves with everything. He eventually pushes through a barrier by sheer force, warning the Coward Mage that he's dead. The dungeon boss looks stunned as Rakan activates his red aura and charges in with Burst of Destruction, but the attack gets stopped by a spell that makes the floor slick. Rakan can't keep his footing, so he leaps to slash, but the mage dodges that too, then appears behind him firing cannons and activating a huge seal under him. The Coward Mage, sounding confident, says that if Rakan is this dangerous, he has no choice but to kill him. MC just says those were the mage's last words and jumps at him, only to realize he was fooled by a decoy specter. That annoys him, so he yells for the mage to come out and fight himself. Then from the ground, a giant golem rises up and delays him even more. Luckily, Rakan spots a magic circle behind it, probably what's protecting the golem. Since the golem is just there to defend, he decides to go after that instead. He changes his sword with a combo called Heavy Strike. The golem braces for the hit, but it's a fake out. Then Rakan rushes right past it, straight to the magic circle, and smashes it open, revealing a portal. It looks like the one at the entrance, and it leads to Chorgi's hidden room. Rakan studies it for a moment before he's met by a huge flaming crossbow bolt flying straight at him, causing a massive explosion that seems to wipe him out. The level 140 Coward Mage smiles. Sure, his best move worked, but his face changes at once when he sees from above a massive red aura. It fades, revealing an enraged Rakan in berserker state, cursing the mage for almost killing him. Terrified, the mage desperately calls for his golem, but it's too slow. He dodges it easily and goes straight for the mage, hitting him and sending him flying. Even so, the coward barely has a scratch. Thankfully, he spent strong magic on his armor. That only makes Rakan burst out laughing, because the armor slows him down so much that to the protagonist, he's just a punching bag now, and he hopes the armor can survive the beating that's coming. Scared again, the mage relies on the golem once more, and it keeps distracting Rakan because he knows if he hits it, it'll regenerate with the nearby rocks. Even so, his plan doesn't change. He smacks the golem in the head and warns the mage that he's next. Then he activates Whirlwind, grinding every piece of the golem into nothing. Once the move ends, he goes for the mage. The boss can only think in pure fear that Rakan isn't human. MC builds up speed for one strike that shatters the mage's armor, making him scream. Then he's finished off brutally on the ground, bringing the Coward Mage to game over. With that, Rakan levels up and thinks about how he entered Berserker mode on instinct. And even though it worked out, he really thought the energy backlash would send him back to the lobby this time. Now it's time to check the loot, and he finds another Coward Mage ring, which lets him escape the dungeon once per day, along with other escape items and another ring. That makes him wonder who the mage was so desperate to run from. As he digs through his memories for a clue, a door opens, leading him to a hidden room. The place is a total mess, and while complaining about it, he notices a box with something shining inside. He grabs the item, and it excites him so much that his face almost twists when he sees it's a shield skill book, the first really good reward. Now he can learn skills outside his class and make new combos. There's one skill in particular he wants, Skill Change. It lets him swap a physical attack for a magical one, which will be really useful against enemies who don't understand magical defenses. Nearly drooling, Rakan adds the skill to his inventory. After that, he keeps searching the room and finds another glowing book, the Coward Mage's. This might explain what he was running from. So Rakan starts reading with a serious look, and learns the mage's story. It says he was forced to create something that corrupts monsters, and maybe causes even worse damage, a creation that could ruin the world. But the mage couldn't do anything. If he ran, the people watching him would erase him, so the only choice was to go along with them until he used an assembly in the city as his chance to escape. He lost magical items along the way, and now that they no longer need him, he knows too much, so they'll come after him to make him disappear. Because of that, he fled to a shelter deep underground, living with constant paranoia. Rokon decides the mage really was a weirdo, and he really was being hunted. More importantly, he notices the part about corrupting creatures, and realizes this information was unknown even in the future. Then he remembers that after the mutated monster quest comes the fallen monster quest. That leads him to one conclusion: whoever is behind this isn't some outside force. People inside the city are involved. That feels strange to him because he knows how much damage the fallen cause later in the two main camps. So now he knows this mission is way too difficult to handle alone, and he'll pass the information to the investigation team. Besides, he still has to reach level 150, which is his next mission. That won't be easy, but luckily he has an idea, so he heads back to the city. There he walks through the street carrying scrolls for his shop, and the place is packed with customers, leaving him way too excited as he imagines taking all the money in town. But right now, money isn't the main issue, so he goes to the Berserker Guild, where he plans to remove one of his combo skills, its Burst of Destruction, since it only moves in a straight line and doesn't hit that hard. After all, with the new skill book from the dungeon, he'll be able to counter it, to cover the Berserker class's weak spots by mixing skill conversion with Strength Charge and Smash. That lets him make a brand new move, and he can barely hide how excited he is. He names it Bomber. It works by throwing a hand axe and turning it into an energy bomb that explodes on impact. The only real drawback is the 5-second charge time, but it should be great for farming points and later for blowing Odin's face off. After that, he heads to the shop run by the dwarves and decides to buy every hand axe they have, leaving the young clerk rushing off to check the stock. While he waits, Rokon overhears some players shopping in that store, which carries more stuff than his own. Seeing them there tells him they cleared the Gnome Recon mission, which surprises him for a second. Then he remembers they all still have the camp confrontation event ahead, a PvP mode that got almost as popular as the main quest because it lets players fight hostile users from other camps. And honestly, that was way more fun than hunting monsters. Even he got sidetracked by it before. Soon his axes are ready, and he leaves. A cheerful dwarf sees him off. Rokon reaches the war camp called Outpost, where players can head out to fight NPCs and hostile users from the rival Black Dragon camp. He knows he still isn't high enough level to sign up as a free mercenary, but he stays calm anyway. Then he goes to the admin, who looks down on him for being so weak. Rokon has to swallow his anger and the embarrassment. A moment later, the system accepts and stamps the approval for him to become a mercenary, and with that, he walks out annoyed at the bald guy. Putting that aside, he heads for the deep canyon and uses his stealth cloak to avoid fighting on the way. He eventually reaches a river inside the canyon. This spot serves as a supply route for the Black Dragons. With his mind made up, he pulls out his tools and starts going down the cliff by rope until he reaches the middle of the canyon. There, he opens a hole and sets himself up inside, placing a rune symbol, and then he's ready to start farming with 98 axes in his inventory. As Black Dragon NPCs move through the canyon without a care, a purple flash suddenly races toward them and explodes. Rokon is thrilled to test his new skill. He remembers this was always the plan: dig a cave halfway up the cliff so the guards above couldn't bother him, and the ones below, even if they spotted him, still wouldn't be able to reach him. Then, full of confidence, he keeps launching attacks, taking down soldiers and leveling up while he waits to hit level 150 this way, with around 90 axes still in his arsenal. After a long time and with his back hurting like crazy, he finally finishes wiping out the NPCs, using every axe and reaching level 150, which means he can move on to the main quest. Back at the outpost, he turns in a report that leaves the bald admin stunned. Now he looks at Rokon with a little fear and respect, but he hasn't forgotten being called low level. This time they gladly accept him into the camp and give him the rank of soldier. He can rise higher by earning enough contribution points, and right now he has more than 300. So now he needs even more to rank up and unlock more war missions. The harder they are, the better the rewards. He's also interested in those contribution points because they let him access items in the merit shop, so he plans to raise them fast. Then he heads back to the city. The moment he returns, the first thing that hits him is nostalgia. The second is hearing other players complain that some jerks have been stopping them from doing their quests, and he quickly realizes it's because of users from the Dragon Camp. That leads into an explanation from an ogre about why the factions start fighting once players reach the third city. A lot of people would say it's for items or experience, but the truth is they do it for the fun of crushing other players, just like the ogre proves by stomping some poor kid. That brings us back to Rokon, who knows that player instinct better than anyone. So he walks over and asks where the enemy camp players are. They tell him the area they're in, but warn him not to go because it's dangerous. That catches him off guard. They made it awfully close to the city. It also annoys him since he feels like they're looking down on him. Ready to move, he calls his trusty mount and then rides toward the area, leaving the other players stunned that he's going alone. Before long, he reaches the wasteland where a group led by an elf is badly beaten, begging for mercy after already handing over their items. The cruel player monster gang, a skeleton, an orc, and a bull-headed fighter just says no. They're going to crush them anyway. They laugh it up, and the skeleton swings at the elf, only for a teammate to jump in and take the hit with his body. But the blow never lands because Rokon arrives with a grin and sends out a bright golden flash that kills the skeleton. The others notice at once and rush to attack while Rokon charges in at full speed. He looks unstoppable on horseback, The enemy group says they should surround him without fear, but the protagonist has already decided to wipe out several of them right away. Then he jumps from his horse, leaving it behind so he can strike from higher up, combining strength and power with skill conversion as he throws his axe, turning it into a blast of energy that kills the orc. Now Rokan lands on his feet, smiling as he invites them to play. The monsters get mad and charge him, yelling that they'll crush him. Rokan just grins back and cuts down one of them while shouting that he's the one who'll crush them. He launches himself forward and attacks with spinning strikes so strong they terrify the monsters. They barely have time to react before he wipes them out, earning 1 point for each enemy he kills. That isn't much though, so he'll have to keep hunting. For now, he decides to rest and return to the city. He goes straight to a temple and, feeling generous, donates 3 gold, earning a priest blessing. Just like in real life, the nice thing here is that it slightly boosts all his stats. The effect depends on how much you donate, and only lasts a few hours. Next, he sets up his gear into lethal strike, defense, and endurance sets, then moves on to gathering all his prey in one place. He starts by using an online post to ask for info on enemies from the other camp. That immediately sparks a hostile fight between players backing Rokan after he took down those PKs and the rival camp users who swear they'll kill him. MC likes that, so he decides to start a live hunt, now with way more support and way more viewers. At the battle camp, he spots a small group from the rival camp attacking a band of adventurers, but Rokan steps in and proceeds to cut them down, slashing straight through each of his opponents. When he sees how scared the rest are, he gets annoyed and even tells them how they should line up to attack. The slaughter starts there and ends fast. He gains a lot of experience and levels up. Then another black dragon group comes at him. Rokan waits for them so he can use his combined skill Whirlwind and shred his enemies to pieces. They get trapped inside a giant tornado until he finally decides to stop it. Once he wins, he starts feeling bored again. So he turns to his front camera and throws out a challenge to the enemy camp, saying that if anyone can beat him, he'll give them a solid knight-class sword. The chat goes wild. After reading all the fan comments, he figures that stirred things up nicely. But he still has to be careful because his own camp might come after him for the prize too. Though if they do, he'll wipe them out. Then he calls his horse and heads for the northern plateau. It's a long ride, so he picks up speed. Meanwhile, the chat keeps arguing about Rokan and his hunting quests, with even whole guilds fighting over who gets to hunt him first. He sees all this and stays calm, barely scratched. He just hopes they aren't all talk, because ending things too fast would be boring. Soon he's sitting there calmly among a pile of enemy bodies fading away. Now level 157 with over 500 merit points, in what used to be the Black Dragon's northern plateau, now marked as wiped out. An orc watches the scene in fear, then nervously looks for an answer from his brother. The leader tells him to relax. The ones Rokan killed on the plateau were weak. Their group came much better prepared. That calms the younger orc a little, as he looks back at the army behind them and starts believing they can win. Meanwhile, the bored Rokan hears them coming and quickly sees it's a big determined force of around 40 high-level warriors. This is exactly what he wanted. Now he starts his plan by switching gear, this time to more defensive equipment that weighs him down but lets him run in without fearing damage. Then he taunts them to come closer. The group advances carefully, trying to spread out around him, but their plan gets cut off when a huge spinning purple blast drops from the sky and blows away the entire third line, while the front line stays untouched. Rokan moves in, forcing them back. At that point, one orc realizes he's trying to bunch them together in the center. The protagonist jumps into the attack, proving him right as he cuts through enemy after enemy on his way to the middle of the battlefield, where he finally arrives. The enemies think that with all of them together he'll be easy prey, so they rush him. Rokan takes a deep breath and gathers momentum to unleash Madness Roar. The attack leaves the orcs frozen and stunned, making them think it's some kind of trap. Annoyed, Rokan tells them they haven't seen anything yet as he prepares his finisher. It catches all of them inside his tornado of slashes and destruction, and then someone calls his name from above, catching him off guard. He looks up and sees a warrior diving straight at him. Rokan manages to block, but he's left off balance, shocked by how powerful his opponent is. The newcomer introduces himself as the Black Dragon's Ranker, the Swordmaster, whom Rokan recognizes as Tides, the orc who bragged about being the first to hit level 100. Remembering that, MC mocks him and asks if he's ready for another humiliation. Furious, Tides snaps back that he only wanted the sword and could have let him live, but now he'll fix his attitude with the power of a ranker. Then, in a flash, Rokan attacks first, moving behind the orc. Tides can only stare, while the protagonist proudly shouts that this is what a real ranker looks like. MC starts celebrating, calling him a slow pig, or maybe not, because he instantly freezes in confusion when he sees the orc vanish at incredible speed. He looks everywhere for him and even wonders if he logged out of the game, which only makes him more annoyed. In the end, he throws a tantrum and yells for him to come out while the cowardly orc hides behind his followers, choking down potions. Then he comes back, acting confident and telling Rokan they should keep fighting. He just stares at him confused, which makes Tides even madder, until someone points out that his beard is covered in potion stains, the same potions he needed just to stay alive. Childishly, the orc insists they belong to Rokan, only looks at him with second-hand embarrassment and keeps humiliating him, reminding him this is live in front of around 30,000 people, and they're all cringing just as hard at the orc. Ashamed, he decides to come back with a combo attack called Dancing Blades. Rokan sees it coming and drops his weapons, planning to take it with only his hands. To the orc, that looks like surrender. His confidence turns into confusion when the protagonist lifts slightly off the ground, grabs him by the face and slams him into the ground, earning a single merit point from that pathetic win. Even so, Rakan finds it funny. He thinks about how ridiculous Tides looked calling himself a ranker, and remembers a real ranker from the future, someone he hates so much that even thinking about him makes him feel dirty. Luckily, to cheer himself up, he happily turns toward the rest of the orc army, who beg him for mercy. Later in Crossroad, Rakan remembers he showed none, while delayed notifications finally come in about the army merit points he earned. In a great mood, he walks down the street when a boy claiming to be his fan greets him and warns that more than 200 black dragons are now coming after him. Rakan wants to know where they're coming from, since to him that just sounds like home-delivered merit points. But first he needs to get ready, so he heads to the merit point shop and spends 500 to buy a mark of honor. It raises the honor of whoever wears it, but the real benefit is that it doubles the merit points he gains while using it. Before moving on, he has to end the stream, and says goodbye to his fans. His next move is going to the Crossroad Guard, where Malkin congratulates him on getting so strong and unlocks a new quest, along with giving him some of his trust as part of it. The elf talks about the monster investigation, explaining that some monsters completed their mutation, became far stronger and were named fallen monsters. They've captured some for research because creatures like that shouldn't exist in this world. So his next mission is to kill one and bring back its eyes, which he'll recognize by the green glow all fallen have, unlocking the new hunting quest against fallen monsters. If he also brings the remains to the research group, he'll get an extra reward. That makes Rakan think about money again and of course better gear too. Still, the main quest reward is just more information from Malkin, which annoys him. He looks at the elf with distrust, realizing that even at level 150, the captain of the guard still doesn't fully trust him. So without wasting time, he decides to go bring back a fallen, while Malkin cheerfully sees him off. But before leaving, Rakan comes back because he has something to tell the elf, whispering into his ear and making him furious. Outside the outer fortress, a group of black dragon orcs comes looking for MC, but instead they run into an enraged Malkin, backed by an army. The moment he sees them there, he orders them to kill every last one. Meanwhile, Rakan starts his stream again. Now he's at the Black Dragon's third city, which he says has a beautiful view, so he's going to take his viewers along while he raids it. Then he jumps off the cliff, landing right in front of two guards. The second he sees them, he knows they're the weakest ones, since all the stronger fighters probably left to face him in the city. He doesn't enjoy taking out weak enemies, but he has a mission, so he cuts them down easily, with a quick little apology. That's how he keeps hunting black dragons. But the place is empty, so he calmly decides to hunt the camp's fallen monsters instead, since they're easier than the ones back at his own camp, where Malkin is still dealing with the invaders. As for Rakan, he remembers turning off his stream when he got there so he could hunt without any worries, right as he runs into a level 140 gray-fanged wolf, a normal monster he doesn't want to waste time on. That's not why he came here, and he's definitely not here to get killed. But before the fight can even start, both of them freeze in surprise when a giant reptile appears nearby and announces itself with a huge roar. It's Tealer, Jarrus's pet dragon dinosaur, level 181, exactly what Rakan was looking for. He isn't even surprised that the pet turned out to be a fallen. He does feel a little worried, knowing that once he beats it, he'll have to deal with Jarrus, the area's security chief, basically the Black Dragon's version of Malkin. The little wolf immediately runs for its life, and Rakan laughs, though he admits no sane person would fight that thing except him. Set on fighting, he takes his stance and calls out to the reptile. The dragon answers right away with a tail strike. He jumps in surprise, caught off guard, left hanging in the air as he watches the Rex turn instantly and try to eat him. Biting into his leg, Rakan can't do anything except get shaken around and then thrown far away. But he comes back right away, covered in the Berserker's red aura with Bloodmark activated, determined to finish the lizard by rushing in with a blade slash straight for its head. But that threat turns into nothing when the dinosaur avoids it with its tail. So he switches plans, moving into a defensive setup, dropping his weapons and charging the dinosaur, grabbing it by the tail and starting to spin it around. The reptile ends up on its back, and with those short arms it has no choice but to take the hit from the furious Rakan, who moves at top speed. The blow is brutal, but the reptile knocks him off with its tail, and now, wrapped in a green aura, Rakan realizes this is only the beginning. Then the dinosaur starts changing form and begins growing out of control, completing its mutation and entering phase 2, leaving even Rakan genuinely shocked as the short-armed dinosaur turns into a massive dragon. The protagonist hears its roar and remembers that every fallen monster has a special skill. Telera's is Gigantism. The dragon wastes no time and attacks with its giant tail. Rakan dodges it, but the tail keeps tracking him, smashes into him, and slams him into a wall. Nearly knocked out, Rakan remembers he's not just fighting a giant dino anymore, it's also way stronger and faster now. He complains about getting turned into a human donut from just one rebound hit, even if he hates admitting it, while staring at the huge dragon and realizing it's the strongest enemy he's faced since coming back. Taler's eye shines brightly as it roars. Rakan, still caught in the reptile's green aura, watches it start dragging the ground with its tail. But among the rubble, MC doesn't appear until a huge red aura rises against the dragon's green one. Now wearing the Lion King's helmet, Rakan realizes his opponent is level 200 and decides to use this chance to test how much power he has now, charging back into battle. No longer holding back because of the reptile, he takes the fight seriously and looks for a weak spot to hit. Luckily, he notices the wound he gave Tilar before it mutated, so he throws his bomber skill to distract it. The dinosaur dodges but loses sight of Rakan, who slips to the side and fires a blade slash, landing a hit on the dragon's chest. Then he moves into attack from above. Tyler tries to defend itself but fails, while Rakan runs across its body, tearing it apart with his axe. Tyler roars in rage, but he jumps out of its reach and gets to see what he's done. A dragon with no eyes and half its skull gone. Even then, it keeps its ferocity and attacks again. Rakan was waiting for that, ready to end the fight by combining his skills, forming a giant axe with a handle shaped like a black rose, then leaping and striking straight into the reptile's brain, finally killing it, leveling up and completing his mission. He also gets a new title, The One Who Defeated Corruption, which lets him reduce damage from corrupted beings, along with other effects that still haven't been revealed. Sitting down, he thinks about how hard that fight was even at his level, and wonders why the rest of his new title's effects still haven't been shown. His expression changes when he gets the alert that Jaros already knows his dragon is dead and is heading straight for him, maybe with an army. So Rakan picks the oldest strategy there is, runs straight to his next destination. Now in the Grave Forest, the hero searches for something in the home hunting grounds, which hide a secret. He throws 2 axes at a pair of trees, triggering a bright light, and from it rises a huge rock with a seal on it. Rakan smiles. This is exactly what he was looking for. He uses Bomber to destroy the rock and reveal a passage. According to legend, this is where the hunter's story began. As he walks down the stairs, he remembers how hard it used to be to find this dungeon, especially with all the quests and skills it once required. But now that he already knows them, getting here is much easier. His first stop is a familiar chamber with a symbol. He remembers this trial is different from the Lion King's because the one who made it is still alive, a living legend, Kiaris the Troll Hunter. As he summons a hand axe, Rakan thinks of that brave warrior who crushed his enemies from the ranks of the Black Dragons, and probably never imagined the first person to find this place would be a human berserker. Still, even if it shouldn't be his, the protagonist plans to take it. That starts the first trial. Suddenly everything goes dark, and his first and only clue is that he must find the light in the darkness. It sounds way too simple, which annoys him. Meanwhile, a creature with glowing muscles appears behind him and tries to attack, but it misses and gets split in 2 by a counterblow. Rakan stays alert, surrounded by enemies that may be many, but are actually very weak and easy to kill. Right when he stops his final strike, he realizes that finding the light in the darkness means spotting a small harmless goblin with such a pure smile that it shows him which way to go. Rakan follows the hallway, staying close to the wall as he looks for another hidden path, and finds it by pressing a button. But that opens a trap under his feet, sending him falling deep down until he lands face first with a brutal pain in his back. As he recovers, he hears Phase 2 begin, telling him he has to destroy something. The problem is, he has no idea what it is, until a golem rises out of the ground and nearly gives him a heart attack. Once Rakan calms down, he realizes this thing is like any other golem. It will keep healing until he breaks its core, and that won't be easy. MC charges in with a loud roar, half crazed, then swings a slash trying to crush it, but the blow bounces off. That makes sense. It was made by Kiaris, the Troll King. The golem gets ready to strike, and when it opens its mouth, Rakan spots the core inside its head. He knows he'll need raw destructive power, so he hurls a bombarder with everything he has. The explosion is huge and blows the golem apart. Just like that, Rakan clears the hunter's second trial. He does note this would be easier if he were good with a bow. Still, nothing is stopping him, so he asks for the next challenge and starts the third phase. Since everything is moving so fast, he waits eagerly until he sees a small troll walking straight toward him. Right away, he remembers this is the final stage. He watches as the little troll starts getting corrupted by dark energy. Rakan doesn't hesitate and rushes to attack, but he's stopped by that same dark power. Then it turns on him, trying to kill him. He backs away as best he can until he's far enough away to see the little green troll enter a massive sphere of dark energy. This is Kiaris's killer release technique, a kind of cocoon, and from it the transformed troll slowly begins to emerge, revealing its full form with a dark crescent floating above its head. So the last phase is defeating Kiaris, who smiles at Rakan. He quickly charges again, but the troll doesn't even flinch, and from a distance summons a giant wolf from the darkness, Pantans, leader of the Frost Wolves, and sends it straight at the hero. Rakan barely blocks it, and now the wolf has its jaws locked on his axe, refusing to let go. Annoyed and confused, the protagonist decides to improvise. Since he can't get the wolf off him, he lifts his axe with the wolf still hanging from it and swings at the troll, who dodges. Rakan calls Kiaris a coward for not taking the hit with his partner. Kiaris tells him to shut up and says he'll pay for his sins, then fires the arrows of judgment which rain down all across the battlefield. Rakan barely slips past them and gets ready to strike back. His attacks keep getting dodged, and he thinks that if he had one more trick, this fight would already be over. But there's no time to dwell on that, so he keeps attacking. The troll waits, convinced Rakan still hasn't learned from his mistakes. Using Bind, it holds the hero in place. Kiaris starts gloating, but then he's shocked when he notices Rakan's arm is badly injured, glowing red like blood pressure building under the skin. That's exactly what MC wanted. With Bind still on him, he throws himself at the troll and splits him in half, leveling up as he says he finally got rid of that slippery rat. His reward is a vessel for monster hearts above level 170. Now he eagerly pulls out Tyler's heart, the dragon heart from his inventory, remembering how annoyed he was when he first got it because it looked useless. But now, once he places it in the vessel, its real value becomes clear. The container activates and grants him one of Kiris's skills, soul piercing, with room to grow stronger over time. It appears as a tattoo on Rokan's body, letting him use a power that raises deadly strike by 10%, boosts critical strike by 50%, and lets him absorb corruption power. The protagonist looks over everything he gained, thinking about how that critical damage boost is huge for archers, but the best part is absorbing corrupted power, since that will help him build up even more of it. With that, he plans to get much stronger before facing Odin. Then back in Crossroad, Malkin is shocked by how fast Rokan returned, and gives him the information he promised. Someone is creating the fallen monsters, and they've spread not just through this city, but into the center too. MC explains that the center is the area of the fourth city, and he's surprised by how quickly the story is moving. Malkin goes on, saying these monsters are dangerous and aggressive, both toward their own kind and toward humans. Since they still haven't found anything important, he asks Rokan to help investigate, and gives him a sign of support, a ticket for a special quest that lets him take a fallen monster mission without searching for one himself, saving him time. Now he knows exactly where he's headed next, the human guild in the city, but when he walks in, he immediately loses hope. The place feels like a haunted mansion. He figures that's because all the other guilds ignore them, and the only one who comes to greet him is a strange old man who complains that he came in making a racket. Rokan is surprised because even though the man looks like an ordinary elder, he's wearing a badge that marks him as part of the council, an important group for human prosperity in the central city. With that in mind, he decides to be extra polite, offering to help humanity thrive. The old man thinks he's a bit odd but also useful. Drooling all the while, he gives Rokan Jarvan's mission, clear out the fishing area by killing a bunch of turtles and bringing them back. Rokan leaves wearing a tired look, realizing the old man just wants to add exotic meat to his diet. Even if the man is annoying and the job is easy, the protagonist knows this is still the path to his goal, which is crucial in the game, completing the race quests. So he heads for the beach on a nameless deserted island and quickly wipes out the turtles. Since he's already there, he decides to look for something else to get ahead. While digging through the ground, he finds turtle eggs. With that, everything is ready. He starts a turtle barbecue to lure the island's only intelligent being. Kind of weird but not scary, and sure enough, it gets drawn in easily by the smell. It's a giant bird with a huge red aura. The eagle stops to stare at the turtle meat. Rokan is grilling and praises his cooking. A little uncomfortable, MC recognizes the bird as Taemin from the Join clan, already drooling over the food, just like he planned. In this quest, he has to tempt the bird to earn a favor, and that can be done with words, or, like now, with a perfectly cooked piece of meat. The bird can't take it anymore, and asks if Rokan wants something, but the protagonist ignores him on purpose. The eagle quickly gets worked up and starts pressing him, but MC still doesn't give in, which only makes the bird more curious. He keeps playing hard to get to improve his odds until Taemin finally gives in and offers any favor Rokan wants, even a ride back to the continent. His grin says he's gotten exactly what he wanted. He turns and asks for a pass to the sky, which shocks the bird and makes him feel tricked. Rokan keeps acting casual and throws on more firewood, making the hungry bird worry about the meat cooking too much. Then he raises the stakes by adding a turtle egg. It pairs perfectly with the meat, turning the offer into something impossible to resist. The eagle tries to hold out, but in the end, he gives Rokan a pass to the sky by handing over one of his feathers. After getting his food, he flies off in a grumpy mood with the meat and eggs, hinting that they'll meet again. Rokan cheerfully says goodbye, happy that he finally got his pass to the sky, a place at the very top of the world. But before going there, he has to return to the human guild and hand over the turtles to the old man, who can barely contain himself at the thought of cooking them, even while pretending to stay serious. After that, he gives Rokan a flower-gathering quest to collect 5 soft flowers for regeneration research. The protagonist is surprised by how simple it is, but he understands this is still the start of the race quest line. He explains that each race has a larger goal built around a special object, like the half-elves trying to revive the world tree. The dwarves seek to restore their strongest weapon, and the gnomes want to rebuild ancient cities. Every sub-quest supports that bigger mission. But humans want something else, to revive their old emperor and his army, so they can reclaim their former glory. Basically, it's just another way to make undead. Rokan can't help feeling a little condescending about humanity, and its goal in this world. Still, he has to accept if he wants to move forward in the game one step at a time. First, he needs to get into the land of regeneration, which is far away and belongs to the half-elves. It's a herb garden where they grow plants, and luckily he has an idea. Go to guild leader Terrell, who gets chills just from being in MC's thoughts, while MC only thinks about how useful she is. Determined and confident, sure that everything will work out, he heads to the land of regeneration and finally arrives at the half-elf village, where the guards stop him right away. They're hostile until Rokan proudly uses the elf friend effect. Just by introducing himself properly, he gets the half-elves on his side. Because of his generous offer to help, they decide to give him work right in the greenhouse, killing pests and feeding plants with supplements. This is exactly what Rokan wanted, and he silently thanks Terrell, who seems to be starting to feel the hero's strange vibe. He's then taken to the greenhouse, where he takes in the strange place that shelters all kinds of plants, all tied to their main goal, bringing back the Tree of Life. That's why everything there has grown enormous, even the insects. Rokon feels like he's been shrunk down, but his thoughts are cut off when he senses something without knowing where it's coming from. He goes on alert, not noticing that behind him, a giant praying mantis appears and aims for his head. In the next scene, the protagonist is covered in blood and furious, hating bugs more than ever. He raises his weapon to finish off the insect while complaining about how filthy he's gotten. Right after that, the system tells him the mission is complete. Rokon thinks it ended way too fast, so he assumes that bug was the quest boss. Now he has two choices: report the mission done or stay and keep hunting, which could earn him extra rewards. Ready for more fighting, Rokon decides to kill 100 insects, something most people would say should be impossible to find, but in reality he finds plenty of them almost immediately. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an archer is firing arrows at a bug while a squire holds it back. They both seem to be players, and it looks like they were struggling, all under the eyes of their friend Yeren, who tries to support them in an overly cute way, and somehow it works, boosting the love-struck stats of the two fighters who jump back into the battle. Using their skills, the two of them compete to impress the girl, but their attacks do nothing to the bug. The beetle starts charging up its aura, then rises into the air and uses its combo skill, King's Charge, blasting both players away. After that, it turns toward the girl, and she yells for her two admirers, even though she clearly knows they can't save her. Right then, a blade slams down and Rokon shows up, crushing the beetle. That instantly catches Yeren's attention, and her face shifts when she realizes she just found someone incredibly strong. As Rokon keeps going, his bug count reaches 70. The two players frantically search for their girl, then find her furious, wrapped around his arm while he hasn't even noticed her. Yeren tries to act extra cute around him, but Rokon only looks uneasy, like something sticky latched onto him. Meanwhile, the two guys keep begging her to come with them, and she ignores both of them. The protagonist just thinks these three are wasting his time. They annoy him so much he even considers PK for a second. As for the two followers, they finally seem to get the message when she turns them down, and that makes Rokon realize his little parasite is really a queen bee type, someone who squeezes benefits out of players desperate for female attention. That's pretty common in this game since players can change how they look, and Yeren's cleric class plus her sweet appearance make the act work really well. Even knowing all that, MC still doesn't know what to do with the clingy girl on his arm, and PK isn't worth the penalty. So he switches plans at once and completely changes his attitude, turning into a smooth gentleman who seems worried about the poor girl. He introduces himself and invites her to join his party. Yeren says yes right away and walks off with Rokon, leaving the two guys looking totally crushed. At the same time, the girl's manipulative side comes out, pleased that she got rid of the useless ones and found someone better, not knowing Rokon plans to toy with her instead. Later, Yeren mostly watches as he fights through more insects, taking them out at crazy speed and leaving her stunned. She realizes she'll need to put in some effort to keep her new ride happy, so she starts acting sweet and gentle, offering to help him. Rokon answers with a fake smile, while thinking about how annoying she is. Now that she's fully committed to playing helper, the protagonist decides it's time to use his plan, asking for her help with the next boss. He lies and tells her it's a job only a cute little cleric like her can do. That scares her a bit, but she can't let a strong servant like him slip away, so she pretends to agree. Exactly what Rokon wanted. He decides to disguise Yeren so she can lure out the greenhouse's final boss, a giant bird, by using her as bait in a flower costume, while she holds a huge apple and waits for the bird to come so MC can kill it. She's furious about being humiliated like this and starts thinking her usual charm doesn't work on him. That only pushes her harder to try to seduce him and turn him into her loyal servant. Meanwhile, the bird spots the food and flies straight at her. Tired and irritated, Yeren wonders when the stupid bird will finally show up, and then it lands right behind her. She turns around and sees the massive bird, then runs off crying, remembering that Rokon said the bird would chase the fruit, not her. Even so, she keeps trying to lead it around, waiting for the protagonist to step in, but the bird keeps chasing her and Rokon is nowhere to be seen. In panic, she starts screaming for MC, who from high up in a tree with snacks in hand is enjoying the whole thing and mocking how fast the self-proclaimed queen bee can run. Yeren keeps sprinting in terror until she falls to the ground and the bird stops behind her, looking ready to kill her. But that isn't actually true, because the whole time the bird only wanted the fruit, and now it finally gets to eat it in peace. From the tree, Rokon bursts out laughing, making fun of the queen bee's face and calling her a rookie, who's clearly never hunted before. While the giant bird eats the fruit, he decides that's enough bullying and figures he'll help now, hoping she learned her lesson and won't be so selfish anymore. Yeren meanwhile is angry and humiliated, thinking about how she got used as bait by a so-called savior who never came. So in a burst of rage, she throws a stone at the bird. Rokon sees it happen and knows the bird will strike back if she attacks. The bird barely feels the hit, but it still gets angry and turns violent. From above, Rokon watches as the girl gets brutally attacked. He can't believe it. He never thought she'd do something that stupid. Still unsure, the protagonist knows that if he does nothing, Yeren probably won't make it. Now she's lying on the ground, barely alive, calling out to Rokon with her last strength. That finally makes him move, and he wonders when he started going soft. The bird, full of killing intent, dives at the unconscious flower girl, without noticing that Rokon is dropping from the sky. He slams a heavy hit into the bird's back. The bird doesn't fall and neither does MC. He clings to its back to keep from being thrown off. As the bird tries to shake him off, it thrashes wildly from side to side. Rokan gets filthy and furious, and he refuses to let go until he realizes they're heading straight for a tree. He quickly releases his aura, activates his bloodmark transformation, and chooses not to crash into it, jumping away and using Bombardier, which triggers a huge explosion that wakes Yurin up. The bird starts falling, badly hurt, and its eyes nearly pop out when it sees that from above, an enraged Rokan is coming down with his giant axe, ready to use deadly strike. The bird fires off an attack and he meets it with a grin, eager to test his power. His strength blows through every bit of the bird's defense, splitting it in half. Yurin watches in awe, her heart pounding as a new desire wakes up. She wants to become as strong as Rokan. The protagonist is still fired up after the fight and heads off, ready to claim his reward, a giant bird egg he has to keep safe until it hatches, so he can tame it and get his first flying mount, along with a path into the sky. But first, he has to find the flower girl. He looks everywhere, hoping she didn't die. Instead, he only finds a letter. It says that from now on, she'll fight her own battles. Rokan thinks she's either crazy or smarter than he gave her credit for. Either way, the Queen Bee rehab is over, and now he can get back to his hunting mission. So MC returns to Crossroad to gear up before the next quest. He goes to the Dwarf Forge first, where the blacksmith gives him a new chestplate. It may not be top tier, but for Rokan, it's still excellent. Solid stats, useful effects, and on top of that, he gets gloves with amazing defense plus boosts to agility and stamina, along with an effect that increases attacks and defense with each consecutive kill. Now his gear works great against large groups, which is perfect for his next target. The old man gives him a quest called Reflection on the Bones. This time, Rokan has to study not just the herbs that restore flesh, but also bones, and for that he needs special materials. His next stop is the grim and towering city of the undead, where he must find Leech, an odd mage who beat death, and can revive no matter how many times he's killed. He's known for hiding in the Cradle of Death inside the city, a place feared even by level 190 players because getting in is so hard. So Rokan decides to scout the area first, knowing it won't be easy. He'll have to deal with at least 50 undead guards between levels 150 and 190, and they can resurrect too. Even with his gear, fighting them head-on would be a problem, so he comes up with another plan. From camp, Rokan starts a live stream, and it quickly grabs the player's attention, including some of the same orcs he beat before. Standing before the city gate, Rokan throws out a challenge. He'll give away his upgraded sword to anyone who can pull it from the rock where he planted it. A lot of people doubt him, but most still fall for the bait and rush over in waves to try to win the prize. A huge army of orcs also comes, planning to take not just the sword but him too. He only smiles when he sees how easily they took the bait. Once enough people gather, he throws a bombardier, wanting to test the new power boost from his armor. He enjoys the chaos, while the orcs refuse to back down and prepare to keep attacking him, which makes Rokan even happier as he starts his assault. First, he lets out a massive roar, then he tears through them at full speed, cutting down everything in his path. At the same time, a small goblin slips away from the fight to sneak behind him. Sure, he managed to fool everyone until Rokan comes back from above like lightning and wipes out the little green attacker. After the slaughter, his attack and armor stats reach 200%, so he moves to phase 2. One orc curses while barely getting back up. Then Rokan launches a bombardier, but not at the orc, at the city. That activates a magic seal and releases the city's defenders, the Undead Legion. The orc gets cocky when he sees them and thinks the protagonist is finished, but the protagonist waits until they're close enough, then raises his hands and calls down a huge electric force. It crashes down as a giant lightning strike that sweeps through the undead. The orc can only stare in shock as Rokan tells his audience the fight is only just getting started. Then the undead rise again and rush at Rokan, but he's ready for them, already reading their moves. That part is easy because he knows the AI well. At last, he lands a powerful strike that drops one of them and begins his counterattack. He promises the weak undead he'll wipe them out for good, then runs across the battlefield, cutting down each one with clean strikes until only he remains before the massive city. The orc is still there too, the one who survived, and he summons more guards to stop him. Rokan knows it's pointless. He jumps and drops like lightning, smashing everything in his way until only he and the terrified orc are left. Rokan walks toward him while the orc keeps calling for guards, but MC already killed 50 of them, so it will take time before they revive. Now there's only one loose end left. The orc has nowhere to run and can only beg, scream. Later, Rokan walks alone down the empty road to get back his sword, the one nobody could pull from the rock. He knows no one has done it yet, or maybe one person could, the great Odin. Rokan hopes to find him soon and finish him off. After that, he heads through a field of red flowers, the only living place left in the village. That's also the entrance to the Lich's lab, and now that it's unguarded, getting in should be easy. Before going inside, he cuts his arm a little and lets blood fall onto one of the roses. That triggers a mechanism and opens a huge door in the ground, and then he steps into a strange, brightly lit passage. He figures the lanterns are special somehow, but ignores that for now. Right now, he only cares about finding the materials for the mission. He reaches a locked door that seems to be the Lich's lab. Right then, the Lich appears, rambling like a madman, while Rokan gets warned that if he came here, he'll end up as a human sacrifice. The protagonist answers with a bombardier. It looks like that finished him, and then Raukon rushes in to end it. But when he goes for the final blow, an energy barrier stops him. Stunned, Raukon gets thrown straight to the ground with full force, leaving him badly hurt and bleeding. The skeleton is thrilled, saying MC is trapped inside a magical engineering field. Meanwhile, the Lich revives some servants to finish off an exhausted Raukon, who can't even stand and realizes he badly underestimated his enemy. He thought he'd just kick him around and erase him, but now as the army closes in, the air fills with a red aura, and the hero's eyes turn white, ready for a furious counterattack. Raukon keeps moving, smashing several glowing orbs that light up the dungeon. That scares the Lich, who thinks Raukon is trying to run away like a coward. But he keeps breaking the orbs because he knows one of them is really the skeleton mage's life vessel. If he breaks it, the Lich dies for good, so he keeps destroying more orbs, but still can't find the right one. With no better option, he pushes on, ready to wipe them all out until he finds the real one. The mage, shaking more and more, tries to pull Raukon's attention by lifting a huge stone shield that starts giving off powerful purple flashes. As the protagonist runs, he notices out of the corner of his eye that the Lich is getting ready to strike, making giant stone spears all over the cave, and they move like tentacles. Raukon switches to two hand axes, dodging again and again as the tentacles try to skewer him. He watches their attack patterns and keeps avoiding them until he finally finds a brief opening. Locking onto his target, he throws the axes and uses Bombardier, destroying 3 orbs at the same time. The mage's tentacles can't stop the attack, so they try to trap Raukon instead, but he jumps between them to reach another orb. When he hits it with all his strength, the blow bounces off, and its hardness shocks him. That makes him think he's finally found the Lich's vessel. Set on breaking it, he gets ready to fire another Bombardier, but one of the Lich's tentacles barely intercepts it. Enraged, the Lich swears he won't let Raukon leave this place alive. Using his tentacles, he grabs the vessel and places it in the center of his dead body, restoring all his energy and reviving as a level 180 Solonian mage. The new enemy looks proud and completely sure of himself, until Raukon, with one quick move, appears right behind him. MC crushes his confidence, saying he never even wanted to fight his Lich form because it was boring and a waste of time. Furious, the mage charges at him with Dark Destruction Strike. Raukon, though, doesn't even flinch, and with just one move, he pierces through him, then shatters the orb, ending him for good. He repeats that it was really boring. After the explosion, after leveling up, and with no chance of the enemy coming back, it's time to enjoy the rewards. Raukon gets the research material, Contemplation of Bones, finishing the mission. But now he turns his attention to some extra rewards, and finds a few skill books. Excited, he starts searching, but most of it is junk, so he tosses it aside. At last, he finds something useful, a skill book called Third Hand. It gives the power to create a new hand made of mana, or as many as he wants, as long as he has enough mana and focus. It could be really useful, but since he doesn't know how to use it yet, he decides to save it. Meanwhile, a new enemy sneaks closer to attack him, but at the last second, Raukon stops it. He's actually happy, because he'd been waiting for it. Then he crushes the skeleton's skull while mocking him, but suddenly a massive horde of undead shows up. That only entertains Raukon, who jokes they must be looking for their undead friend, but now they should call him fully dead. The whole army attacks him, and he pushes forward, eager to test his strength, dropping skeleton after skeleton until he jumps and takes out several of them in one strike. Still, the skeletons keep coming because of the leftover death essence from the orb that held the Lich's power. For beginners, that would be a clear sign to run. For Raukon, though, it's an amazing experience farm, and he keeps leveling up, raising his stats with every enemy he drops. Fired up, he enjoys the hunt, until in the end, he's the only one left standing. With enough points earned, he decides it's time to leave the dungeon and move to the next target, the undead village. There, a scared little orc sees the city in ruins, figures Raukon did it, and sees the live broadcast, grateful he wasn't there. As he walks through the area, he runs into the orc everyone thought the protagonist had already killed. That orc explains that once MC ran out of opponents, he ended the stream and left, for no clear reason. Then the smaller orc checks online and finds a notice saying Raukon is live again under a new stream title, The Invasion of the Land of the Undead. The whole city goes on alert, ready to kill him. The skeleton guards who arrive are met by Raukon's fast cuts, and when the orcs get there, they can only watch as he easily tears through the skeletons. One of them calls him a hacker. That annoys him and hurts his mood, reminding him of the trouble in the last city. Still, it also pushes him to tell everyone that, believe it or not, he can wipe out the whole city by himself. Then Raukon explains capture mode. According to him, that's when you drive out all hostiles or defeat every enemy in a camp and take control of it. That means a large-scale battle where players can keep respawning, bringing 50 guards for each invading player. This only works with groups or a clan, and the orcs know that, but Raukon has no interest in forming a clan because he wants all the rewards for himself. He tears apart one orc, then ends up surrounded by more enemies, and they all rush in. While fighting, Raukon thinks that the huge power gap against a whole camp is only a problem in theory, as he destroys all his rivals with a massive spinning attack. A small troll watches this from an alley, terrified that even their strongest warriors have been beaten. Only half the players are left, and the guards won't return for hours, meaning a single player has conquered them. Raukon appears right in front of the troll, grinning as he offers a gift for figuring out the situation. So the city's streets, wells, and corners become witnesses to the hero's brutal massacre. leaving the place in ruins as daylight starts to break. The capture of the city is confirmed, stopping players from that camp from respawning there for at least 3 hours. Since he conquered the camp alone, Rakan gets a notice that he's earned the title Tyrant, which boosts his stats by up to 15% in hostile areas or against hostile NPCs. On top of that, his power rises by 50% against large groups of enemies. With that, and the huge reaction from viewers to what he just did, the protagonist knows he can make a lot of money from his YouTube channel. But for now, he wants to rest before going after the main mission. Just then, a viewer warns him to watch the front. Rakan doesn't get it until a powerful figure rushes in at full speed and smashes him straight in the stomach with a huge stone hammer, sending him flying across the city and crashing into a wall. MC spits blood and looks confused. There shouldn't be any enemies left. Then he sees a figure walking toward him saying he's waited for this day to kill him for Tyler, who must be crying in heaven. That's how the level 200 guard Captain Jarrus makes his entrance. Rakan didn't expect him to show up here. He thinks about running, but his pride won't let him do that in the middle of the stream. Besides, this is a fight where he has nothing to gain and everything to lose, especially after just one hit left him this badly hurt. He knows the monster in front of him is stronger than he is. Even so, thinking about Odin, he realizes he needs an even higher level to become the Predator. He stands up, serious now, facing Jarrus, who sees him as nothing but a loud fool. Rakan doesn't hold back and asks if killing him would make him the strongest in the area. That irritates the boss, who thinks he's being mocked. Even so, Jarrus answers that yes, if Rakan kills him, he'll be the strongest around all the way to the next continent. He gives his word as commander. That instantly fires up the hero, and he tells him to stay on guard. Rising to his feet, he says there's no point in fighting useless battles, and bravery isn't the same as stupidity. He understands that perfectly, but still chooses to move. Ready to fight, he switches to his critical damage gear because his enemy uses a massive hammer that looks light in his hands, so average defense won't cut it. Activating his box, he gets ready for the battle. Both fighters plant their feet, lock eyes, and their sheer presence kicks up clouds of dust. The fierce clash stuns everyone watching the stream. They don't think Rakan has much of a chance, no matter how strong he is. The sun shines down on a determined him and a confident Jarrus. Both release their power and get ready to strike, then charge at each other. Halfway there, the hero activates Berserker, ready for the collision. Then both weapons slam together, leaving them face to face with huge grins. The two warriors keep trading blows at close range, tearing up the city around them. Jarrus points out that Rakan is covered in blood. Still sure of himself, the protagonist grins and says he can paint Jarrus red too. Their clash keeps getting more intense. After so many heavy blows in one of them, both of them lose their weapons, so they switch to bare-knuckle fighting. Rakan tries to dodge the commander's crushing punches, but he still gets sent flying by a hit that cracks his helmet and barely leaves him standing. Then he sees Jarrus come in with a brutal kick that Rakan can barely block, and the impact wrecks everything around them. MC fires bands out from his hands, and Jarrus uses that opening to smash him right in the jaw. At that exact moment, Rakan uses the bands to snap back, riding the force of the blow, and drives in with a hard headbutt, followed by a kick that sends the commander flying straight into a building. Not giving him a second to recover, Rakan rushes in and activates his axe to finish it with one last strike, a massive slash that tears through Jarrus' shoulder and ends in an explosion. But from the rubble, Jarrus steps out still alive, seeing that his arm is almost broken. That's when Rakan realizes he can beat him. Right then, the city guards step in, rushing to help their commander. Rakan knows that's a real problem, because if the others join in, he won't be able to do much. But Jarrus, with his face glowing with a faint purple light, excitedly tells them not to interfere. He stands back up and asks Rakan if he knew Malkin. That's because Jarrus is feeling the same thing he felt when he fought that elf. Malkin was the only man he had called strong before, and now he gives him that same respect as he transforms and reveals his true form. Then, through huge flashes that tear up the ground, he appears as Gillian Jarrus, commander of the Ashton Guard, now turned into a terrifying demon. He asks the Proto to tell him his name. Rakan smiles when he hears that and introduces himself as the one true Berserker. The commander promises he'll remember him. The protagonist is about to mock him, but in the next second, Jarrus vanishes from sight. Rakan tries to find him, but Jarrus appears again, lifting an entire house and throwing it at him. MC has no way to dodge, so he strains with everything he has, catching it and holding it up, while Jarrus comes down from above with a kick, smashing it apart until it blows up right on top of Rakan. Through the debris, Jarrus moves at top speed, charging straight at him, who can barely avoid him because his vision is turning blurry. He's barely staying on his feet and has no idea what's happening. Rakan starts remembering how Dean looked down on him for being so weak that he wasn't even worth killing himself. He had to live through that humiliation in front of all of Ragnarok, and it fills him with rage, so much that he activates his madness shout. At once, he throws himself at the commander, who blocks the attack. Planting his feet, Jarrus smiles and calls Rakan a true berserker. But the protagonist, driven by fury, keeps attacking with everything he has. Jarrus quickly takes control and destroys his weapon in a single move. Then, full of confidence, he charges in with a combo attack called Mount, crushing the Proto before starting to pound him hard in the face. As the beating continues, Rakan begins unlocking memories from his past life. The beating keeps coming, and powerless, He lies on the ground gasping for air while taking another hard blow to the face. Everything gets blurrier, and his memories of all the humiliation he suffered in Ragnarok come rushing back. With rain falling, those memories twist together while Jaros hits him even harder. He boasts about the gap in their power, while Rakan lies on the ground completely beaten. Sad and desperate, he lifts his arm, wishing he could reach Odin and close the gap with Jaros, but he never begs for mercy. Without giving up, he pulls out a hand axe right in front of Jaros' face and activates Bomber, setting off a blinding flash and an explosion. Jaros gets blasted away, his arms hurt from blocking the blast, and he thinks Rakan has gone crazy trying to blow himself up. Then he sees MC coming after him with everything he has, chasing him down with pure fury in his eyes and only one goal to kill him. That makes the commander happy, and he calls him the best. Digging his feet into the ground, Jaros says he'll answer with a strike worthy of him, gathering power in his hand and forming a huge seal full of fists called Destroyer Fist. Rakan doesn't hold back either, activating his giant axe for one last move, Mortal Blow. Both of them yell as they brace for the impact. Jaros' fists slam into the massive axe of Rakan, and a huge shockwave explodes out. The struggle lasts until it finally ends. With the battlefield ruined, he and Jaros are left standing back to back. The commander congratulates the protagonist for that perfect strike right before his body gives out and falls in two. With that, the stream cuts off. A group that had been watching can't believe what just happened. Odin is there, and he asks his assistant Zeus what that berserker's name was. Drinking potions just to stay upright, Rakan thinks about how close he came to dying because of Jaros' power. The good news is that the fight gave him amazing footage, and between the stream payout, ads, and videos, he's going to make great money. So once the berserker penalty ends, he can get back up and move on to the next mission. He returns to the old man, who says he always believed Rakan would pull it off. Then he hands over the scroll and says they've made progress on the mission, so now he gives him another one called Blood and Magic, where he has to collect the blood of 44 monsters. The rewards aren't that exciting, but what matters is that this is finally the last species quest available in that city. It sounds simple, but there's a catch. He needs blood from 44 level 160 monsters, all from different species. Sounds easy, but each hunting ground only has 20 species, so he'd still be short by 4. Those could be players from the Black Dragons, but very few of them are level 160. Desperate, he even thinks about taking over the city and fighting the guards, wondering if those would count, while the old man just wants to go to sleep. Then Rakan gets an idea, and that's how, northwest of Crossroad, MC slaughters monsters until he finally gets rock-type blood. That cheers him up since he's exhausted after hunting all day and only getting one kind of blood, but it's the only way to move forward even if it's slow and tiring. With no time to complain, he jumps right back in and keeps going. Time passes between his hunts, his search for level 160 players, tips for finding good hunting spots, and skipping certain races while he keeps sharpening his skills. At last he gets out of the capsule, complaining about how packed his schedule is, then cheering up because he finally has no more work left. After capturing a mob called Steel Rhinoceros, Rakan can finally celebrate with chicken and beer. And while looking for something to watch, he finds a video talking about him. It says a group of level 160 black dragons is coming after him. That makes all his effort worth it, since he taught them how to level up. But now he has to lure them in, because ever since Delaros, every player has been avoiding him, so just waiting out in the hunting field won't work. Then he sees a video about how to make a scarecrow and gets an idea to keep them from knowing he's there. So when he reaches the hunting ground, he summons an NPC vendor and starts dressing it up to look threatening, so it can draw the black dragons in to deal with it. Now he just needs to bring the players over, so he uses the blog where he helped the black dragons reach level 160, convincing them there's a secret shop outside the city in the Red Moon Forest. Because they trust him, they head there, while Rakan waits eagerly. Soon, a pair of orcs arrives at the spot with a bad feeling. They hide when they spot what looks like Rakan standing in front of the creepy disguised NPC, then watch him disappear in a flash, leaving the orcs confused. They carefully approach the NPC and get a shop window. Surprised, they see the weapons and assume that's where Rakan gets his gear. But the prices are high and there are buying limits, so they go back for their whole clan, falling right into his trap as he watches his plan work exactly the way he wanted. Later, the orcs come back with the whole guild rushing to buy everything. Excited, they focus on the items and start shopping without noticing that Rokan has appeared right behind them. While the leaders keep checking the goods, they finally turn around and see all their allies already down on the ground, with Rokan behind the vendor telling them they fell for a hunter and bait trick. After the screams of pain, the protagonist appears with a victorious smile and blood from troll, orc, undead, and goblin, getting all 4 at once. Then he calmly dismisses the NPC vendor and wonders if he should go back to the old man now. In the end, he does. He goes straight to the human guild, where the old man happily thanks him because Rokan's work earned him a promotion. The mission ends there, and he hands over a letter of thanks. MC takes the letter, happy on the outside, though inside he thinks it's just a piece of paper that won't raise his stats. Even so, he already knows how to use it later. He casually says goodbye, and the old man asks him to keep helping the human union. Now he gets ready for his next mission, the Central City, the 4th city he can enter without a level cap. But that doesn't make it easy, because to get there he has to cross the ocean, and it's full of dangerous creatures trying to sink him. Still, nothing he can't handle if he prepares well. So first he heads to a certain place, reaching the southwest side of Crossroad, where the ruins sit. They've already been looted clean, but no one knows the last secret there is still hidden. People say that around the ruins, the gnomes Gookie and Miyuki keep watch. They're the little NPC mercenaries Roken hired for a high price, but he'd rather rely on them than other players. He goes into the ruins and reaches a crossroads, where Roken sends the gnomes down different paths to find a room with floor tiles arranged in a pattern. Before long, the little ones find it and activate the tiles, which reveals the secret of the ruins by unleashing a swarm of stone guardians that Roken has to defeat to recover the key, a battle he will obviously enjoy. He charges in, cutting down every enemy in his way until he reaches the end of the room. He feels incredibly light on his feet thanks to all the training he got without even meaning to, now that he's level 190. He feels stronger than ever and gets ready to smash every golem into pieces, setting off a huge blast. After a while, the gnomes come back calmly from the room, saying there was nothing dangerous, only to freeze in shock when they spot the remains of all the golems. Roken has them help open the door since he's carrying all the keys. He sets them in place and opens the real entrance to the ruins. With that, the three head down. Roken figures the place is around level 170 because of all the traps and monsters, but he stays calm knowing his gnomes are level 180, so they should make it. They soon reach a hallway packed with monsters and traps, and Roken wants to see the gnomes in action, so Miyuki takes navigation while Yuki handles combat. Miyuki uses her skills to map out a safe route through all the traps, checking each one with her senses and leading them along the secure path. Then, after crossing a long maze, they finally reach the exit. The little gnome tries to open the door with magic. It's a strong spell that should break in about 10 minutes, which Roken thinks is no time at all. He tells her to focus while he and Yuki deal with a massive wave of ancient monsters. While Roken tears through the slimes, Yuki uses a freezing skill to chill a bunch of enemies. Right as Miyuki finally opens the door, they reach another part of the ruins, and the little ones stop when a green aura forms, and from deep below a dark stairway, a being says he was going to come find them, but they arrive first. Now that they're in his domain, he'll show them the power of corruption. Roken wastes no time and pulls out his axe to face him, recognizing him as the ruined boss and the second fallen he's met after Tillar. The mage, still a little sane, praises him for making it this far. Then he channels power into his skull staff, declaring their end as a huge cloud full of green lightning covers the whole area. A giant flash drops down, and the mad mage calls forth his disciples. Roken sees a massive eyes moving in from a cage, and realizes the fallen monster power this mage has is mind control. That lets him turn other monsters into servants, and right away he releases a horde of sharks and bulls, all charging at once. Roken quickly lines the gnomes up, ready to face the threat. As the wave rushes in, Yuki moves first, while he meets them head-on. With a single move, he knocks monsters out with his bare hands, but another group leaps at him. Still, he activates his combo technique, Turboline, turning the sharks into sushi. Feeling completely in control, he mocks the mage who, scared and furious, calls Roken insolent. The protagonist wants to finish him now, but a shield of corrupt power around the mage blocks every strike. To beat him, he'll have to force the mage to burn through all his power, so he gets ready for every coming wave. He asks the gnomes if they're tired, and both agree the fight is actually easy. Even so, Roken warns them there are still 4 more waves. Time passes, and after dealing with hungry tigers and wolves plus endless corrupted monsters piling in behind them, they push past the 3rd wave. MC stays calm, noticing that thanks to Blood Imprint, he doesn't lose health or tire out no matter how long he fights. With only 2 waves left, he asks the ugly, crazy mage if he's getting scared. The mage pretends to stay confident and says Roken won't be talking much longer. Then he fires his power into the sky to summon beings even stronger, his so-called masterpieces. From the darkness of the ruins emerge a half-elf and an orc twisted by corruption. Roken can tell the mage is truly angry if he's sending those two out together. Wanting to speed things up, he sends the gnomes after the half-elf while he takes the orc. That starts the 4th and 5th waves. The orc gets wiped out fast by Roken, who even complains that something that big was way too weak. Meanwhile, the gnomes, even with some trouble, manage to use their combo skills, clearing the corrupted half-elf from the area. With that, the mage's shield fades, leaving him open and helpless before Roken, who rushes in at once. But the mage reacts with his technique, Light of Extinction. Roken stops cold when he sees a giant wave of green power coming at him, knowing one touch means instant death. With no way out, it almost feels like everything is over. Then he's shocked to see a tiny shield. It was Yuki. The little gnome jumped in, leaving Roken stunned. He can't believe Yuki actually blocked that hit. But Yuki is already at his limit and can't hold the attack much longer. Luckily, Miyuki appears behind the mage and lands a hit that knocks his weapon away. Still, it's a short-lived win because Miyuki gets blasted away by a counterattack. The mage grabs his staff again and follows up with a crushing hammer strike, but when it hits Miyuki, she turns intangible. That's because Roken sends both gnomes back to the guild so they won't get hurt anymore. He thanks them for helping him get this far, and the injured gnomes agree, wishing him luck. With them gone, the mad mage gets cocky and thinks he can crush Roken, so he attacks him directly. He blocks it with ease, and the mage's face turns to fear. For the first time, he sees the human before him as the stronger one, and Roken's aura rises. He tells the mage, Galvito, that he wants something from him, but for that he needs him completely enraged. The line works perfectly. Calling himself the chosen one of corrupt power, the mage swears the protagonist will suffer and throws a heavy blow. Then he pulls back and launches a huge energy sphere, but Rokan just summons his battle axe. As the attack seems about to hit in a massive explosion, the mage, still furious, says IMC's pride won't save him, but in that exact moment, Rokan appears behind him. The mage has no time to react, and he sends him flying with one hit, saying that strike was payback for his friends. Then he steps in and lands a blow so strong it cracks the ground. Still, this isn't his real goal yet. Rokan lunges again, grabs the mage by the throat, and slams him hard into the floor, but he doesn't stop there, piling on one humiliating hit after another, until the mage is in terrible shape. Out of options, the furious mage, angry at Rokan's insolence, decides to take him down with him as green light starts pouring from his mouth and eyes. That only makes the protagonist smile. Then a huge explosion tears through the area, and from the rubble MC steps out calmly, a little burned but happy he survived by using Berserker State, and even happier that his plan worked as he starts looking for the item that only appears when the mage destroys himself. And there it is, a new green sphere called the Corrupt Orb. This item can only be obtained that way because if Rokan had killed the mage outright, it would have been destroyed. With his goal now in hand, he heads back to the city for his reward, arriving at the guard post, where Malkin is stunned the moment he sees the object. Rokan says he got it from a fallen monster, and the elf rushes off to investigate, promising a huge reward once he's done examining it. Satisfied, the protagonist decides to catch up with the others while he waits. But his focus breaks when he sees news that a clan called Seishin has launched the first expedition to the fourth city, leaving Rokan furious that someone beat him to it. He figures they must have learned how valuable first clear titles are because otherwise a guild full of players around level 170 or lower would never be reckless enough to try this. At that level, he knows their odds are maybe 2%, low but not zero. And now that the announcement is public, he's almost sure they won't be the only team setting sail, which makes him even madder since he might lose the precious title. Still, after thinking it through, he realizes he can never catch them once they're already at sea, much less pass them. He has only one choice: take a shortcut through a place so difficult that only very advanced players in the central city ever found it. Seeing that both options have terrible odds, Rokan picks the only answer that makes sense to him: go crazy. Luckily, Malkin comes back and pulls him out of that mood. The elf says the item MC brought is extremely important and full of corrupt power worth studying, so he'll receive a major reward. Because he's the first to earn this achievement, his title upgrades from one who surpasses the fallen to Hunter of the Fallen. This cuts damage he takes from corrupted enemies by 20% and lets him sense corrupt power. There also seems to be a third, unknown effect. That makes Rokan happy, though he also notices his arm and the rest of his body now show a large tattoo, a sign of the power to pierce souls, which raises his critical hit chance by 11%, boosts his range by 60%, and now lets him absorb corrupt power too. That excites him even more, since he can tell this power is still growing little by little and will probably keep evolving. Malkin thanks him again and gives him another reward, a large golden book suited for Rokan. To his shock, it's a skill book with an amazing ability called Two Hearts. It creates a second energy heart, raising all his stats. It's a skill even he had never heard of. Malkin smiles at his reaction, knowing it'll help a lot on the road ahead to the next city. That catches Rokan off guard, and Malkin laughs, saying that's obviously the next stop for a warrior who might already be stronger than he is, judging by everything the protagonist has done, including what happened in the Cradle of the Dead. And this book is also a courtesy for defeating his rival, Jaros. Cheerful, Malkin holds out his hand and says it was an honor working together, wishing him blessings on the journey ahead. Rokan answers with a big smile and shakes the elf's hand. Later, in a private training ground, he decides to learn his new skill. The moment he activates it, a giant arrow with a heart-shaped tip flies straight into Rokan's body and pierces his chest, causing overwhelming pain until it fully sinks into him. It leaves a huge scar on his chest, and the pain is worse than anything he's ever felt. Then he realizes something else. He can feel 2 heartbeats. A moment later, his new stats appear. His strength doubles and his stamina jumps by 300. His power and intelligence also rise, and once a day he can boost his blood flow. That last upgrade catches him off guard, and he starts thinking maybe it'll let him handle that place. Not wasting time, he quickly heads to the coastal village. As he walks, he thinks about the trip ahead. There are only 2 ways to reach the center: by ship or through that hidden route. That shortcut gets him there twice as fast, even if barely anyone knew about it back then. The few who did only found it much later. It took a lot of clues to uncover, but not for Rokan. He already went through all that before, so he reaches the tunnel entrance and jumps in, finally arriving at that place, the underwater tunnel. And right away, an annoying guy greets him. He's an NPC, and Rokan politely asks to use the tunnel. Shocked to see a human, the NPC says he needs to take a test first, then introduces himself as the tunnel's manager. Rokan doesn't seem too worried, and as he moves forward, he finds a city beneath the sea. That discovery earns him the Explorer title, which makes him pretty happy. It looks like the title gives him an edge when dealing with other explorers. On top of that, with his Nothing is Impossible title, he has no trouble convincing the manager, who warns him the tunnel is still far ahead. As MC keeps going through the underwater city, everyone stares at him. They treat him like something strange, but he enjoys it like he's some kind of celebrity. That mood ends when the manager asks why he's going to the central continent. Rokon knows this is the second test, so he quickly claims he's part of the research team. He says he's heading to the central city to deliver information, then shows his ring as proof. Sure, it'll work. After all, the villagers helped build the tunnel, and it used to be the main way across the sea until ships made it useless and nearly forgotten. The same thing happened to the people living here, so Rokon puts on a full act. He tells them he and the research team never forgot them, and apologizes for how they were treated, saying he understands their pain. The villagers are moved, and Rokon can tell his plan is working. Now that he has their sympathy, he starts the next part by opening his inventory and filling the city with all kinds of supplies. The villagers are touched, especially when they see potions that could have helped them long ago, and the whole place starts buzzing. But the manager stops them to speak with him. He thanks him for everything, but says that still won't exempt him from the qualification test. With his plan ruined and his mood sinking, Rokon has to step onto the platform. There, with only him and the manager present, the results are announced. He passes the first test easily because he's part of the research team and has what he needs to reach the continent. The second test is whether he's a bad person. Luckily, his honor score is high, and since he's part of the community, they judge him as not evil. Rokon feels a little awkward remembering all the pretty villain-like things he's done. Still, his donations help him clear the third test respect, and they thank him for the items. Everything seems to be going well, which only makes him more nervous, because there's just one test left: protection. For that, he has to prove he can defend the underwater tunnels. The final exam is hunting a trident. It's a powerful underwater fighter, a close-range specialist that's almost unbeatable in its own territory. Dragging it onto land won't work, because then the test wouldn't count, so Rokon has to fight it head-on in the water. Once he's underwater, he's given the job of luring it out. Even though it's tricky, he has a conch shell to call it, and it works perfectly. The trident rushes straight at him without hesitation. Rokon thinks the thing has terrible manners. The furious trident only spits out death threats, and the fight begins. Using its speed, the trident overwhelms him. It strikes from the front, and right at that moment, Rokon uses Madness Shout, stunning the trident. But before he can finish it, the creature slips away and starts swimming again at crazy speed. Rokon is left confused as the trident declares that no one in this dark, deep sea can defeat him, then drives his trident into the protagonist. The trident believes pain is exactly what arrogant people deserve, and since he just pierced Rokon's heart, he decides to end it with one more charge of his trident. But MC's other heart reacts and knocks the attack aside. The trident can't understand how he's still alive, and Rokon activates Berserker, saying that he's finally got him. The trident still can't figure it out. How is he alive? He just laughs because of his double heart, then summons his axe and declares the trident's death. Later, while recovering with potions, Rokon figures he ended up sacrificing one heart after all. Still, he can fix that once he reaches the central continent, since there's a temple there that can even regrow severed arms. Right then, the manager appears and congratulates him. After proving his strength, he's now qualified to use the tunnel. Rokon thinks it was way too easy. But then they mention one problem: the missions may be over. Yet since nobody uses the tunnel anymore, it's packed with monsters, so they ask him to clear it as he passes through. The protagonist lights up at the thought-free experience. He accepts the quest, moves on, and looks at the tunnel like it's heaven. The monsters are pretty scary, but on land they're incredibly weak, so he dives in to enjoy the feast, attacking again and again with a huge grin for all that experience, and keeps going until he even has time to make a plate of food. Later, he starts yelling like crazy because of the wild speed of the cart carrying him, once again cursing the gnome who built it. He gets launched out, then slams headfirst into the ground. After getting back up and finally reaching dry land again, he at last arrives at the central continent. That earns him an achievement, a boost in reputation at the camp, and plenty of other rewards for discovering an entire continent. One reward that catches his eye is advanced training. He doesn't remember what it's for, so he decides to figure it out as he goes. What matters now is the continent mission. If the first and second cities were tutorials, and the third was a beginner zone, then this is where the real system is fully active. He figures he needs to go for the job exchange, and for that he needs to collect 300 Emperor pieces. Right then, a giant ogre appears. Level 199, exactly what he was looking for, since he needs 300 enemies like that to finish the quest. Rokon knows it doesn't matter how many titles he has if he can't get past level 200. So there's only one thing to do: fight with everything he's got. He charges in and the ogre thinks it stopped him, or at least that's what the ogre thought. Then it watches a mere human land one strike that splits it in half. Rokon, pleased, collects his reward and senses another presence. Only 299 left, he thinks, officially starting his hunt. A few hours later, he decides that even though they were strong, they only relied on brute force. He leaps in, cuts them in two, and when another shows up, it isn't a match for Rokon either. At last, MC gets all 300 king tokens and rises to level 200. It felt almost too easy, and since he still had time, he could keep using it to hunt more and level up even further. But then something catches his eye. He hides and wonders why that bastard showed up. He explains that this is another berserker-type fighter like him. Its level is way higher than his, and it feels stronger in every way, so he decides a smart retreat is best. After finishing the 4th job change, he'll come back for it. Then he teleports to the Berserker Guild in the 3rd city. The NPC starts praising him over and over like he's the greatest thing ever. He's never seen anyone like him, which makes Rokan a little uncomfortable. Then he hands over the Expert Ogre class item, adding another slot to his created skills. Only experts can use this. At first it doesn't seem like much, but if he adds something like a skill into a combined skill, it can create insane power, though it burns a lot of mana. Now Rokan has 4 combination skills and 4 creation skills. Since he already learned the boost skills and the basic ones, the NPC also gives him special enhancement books: Steel Muscles, Indomitable Advance, Madness, Mana Control, Weapon Break, and Armor Break. He buys them all and levels up each of those skills. Once outside, he starts mixing his abilities to make a new combo, then heads to the battlefield to test it. He attacks with unbelievable force, destroying everything in his path. He names the new move Killer Explosion. Later, back on the central continent, Rokan finds himself surrounded by ogres. He dodges one that noticed him, then uses Indomitable Advance and Deadly Strike, killing it in an instant. That adds another skill to his set, called Counterattack. He also gets a letter from his guild fans, but he tosses it aside because it's too long. Then he throws himself back in to finish testing his skills. About 2 hours later, he comes face to face with a 2-headed level 200 ogre. He tells it to come closer. The monster roars at the sky and jumps at Rokan, but he barely dodges and thinks it's nothing special. Then an axe is already slicing toward his neck, but his counterattack skill activates and takes one head off instead. Seeing the danger, the creature enters Berserker mode and attacks with everything it has, but Rokan cleanly avoids every swing. Their weapons clash, and when he gets a small opening, he uses Disarm, a skill so strong that black spikes shatter the axe into thousands of pieces. The ogre panics and tries one last strike, but Rokan is already gone. He used evasion, mocking the creature for calling itself a berserker. To him, it's a disgrace to its race. He brings his fingers together and calls out Killer Explosion. After the blast, he admits the ogre earned some respect after that slaughter. It was still fighting. That, he feels, is what a berserker should be. Then he uses Killer Explosion of slashes. With the twin-headed ogre finally defeated, he heads for the continent using runes. When he arrives, he can't believe how much mana he burned and decides he'll need to be more careful with his new combo skills. Then, while checking the ogre's axe, he notices people around him getting excited. Rokan wonders if the saint might be here, feeling lucky that he found her right in the center of the city. She offers a prayer for a citizen and gives her blessing, then calls for the next person. Rokan steps forward and asks if she is Teamer from the central continent. He tells her he's a guard from Crossroad and is investigating the central continent, then asks if she can repair his heart so he can explain the rest later. Just like that, he's healed, making him think those titles really do help. That mattered a lot, and with the other guilds heading to the central continent too, Rokan knew he had to get ready. His first stop was registration in the city of Timor. After that, he bought property there. Next, he decided to spend the gold he got from the ogres. He asked for armor, but the smith said it couldn't be made with the materials he brought. That changed when Rokan pulled out the ogre's axe. The man lit up and got excited about both the materials and the amount the protagonist was willing to pay. MC explains he picked that place because its 5 forges each offered their own kind of custom work. It was expensive, but worth it. He wanted more critical hit power on the neck, shoulders, hands, chest, heels, and shoes. Once everything was decided, they told him to come back tomorrow. With that done, Rokan headed to the city's most important place, the Tower of Trials, where they asked for his ID. After checking his rating, they charged him 5 gold and wished him luck. Rokan says the Tower of Trials is a place of honor and challenge, where players prove their strength. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters get, and you have to kill every enemy on each floor to move up. It gives no normal rewards, but the top players each month get special items. Soon, he spots some little squirrels and figures it's time to begin on floor 1. He attacks, almost feeling bad for how weak they are, and then the tower gives him a choice: continue or repeat. He picks the second one. Normally, he'd just move on to the next floor, but this time he wanted to clear it 999 more times. And sure enough, Rokan ran that same floor 1,000 times to squeeze out the maximum experience. He also earned several titles for being the first to reach 1,000 wins and took the top spots in the rankings. After that, all he had left was to climb as fast as possible through the tower, moving to the next floor. The story jumps ahead to floor 54, with a notice that the rankings will reset again in 29 days. Even so, Rokan was starting to feel tired from keeping Berserker active for so long, so he checked his rewards. Most of them weren't anything special, but a few were worth keeping. Some of them raised his stats several times over. When he left the tower, he figured it was time to make some money. So he warped to the center of the Timor Arena. That place was home to the best gladiators on the continent, and one of them asked if he was some newbie. Rokan ignored him and signed up for the arena at soldier rank. The others laughed at how low his rank was, and the NPC handed him a token for his turn. Rokan explains the rules were simple. 2 fighters enter the center, and they battle until one dies. There aren't many penalties, and best of all, Berserker resets every match. Then his alarm went off. It was his turn. He was glad his opponent would be an NPC, because if it had been a real player, his level 190 power would crush them right away. He teleports in and meets his first opponent. It was a level 150 assassin swordsman named Machine. Machine calmly talks at him and steps close. Already sure he'd won, but in the next second his body was split in two. Rakan gained 10 arena points and the crowd erupted. Word started spreading that he'd beaten his opponent with a single strike. Pleased with that, Rakan asked for his next challenger. Then came one after another and another. As his win streak grew, so did his fame and skill rewards, and the difficulty of his opponents started rising. The protagonist realizes that once he passes a streak threshold, he can move up to the next tier. So he throws himself into it, thinking all he has to do is what he always does. Fight, and keep fighting. For hour after hour, building 3,276 reputation, with 300 straight wins. He picked up more titles and spent his points on improving his skills, locking in his first place spot in the Hall of Knights. Once inside, he asks to be promoted to Knight rank. After meeting the requirements, he signs the contract. The guard keeps talking about the benefits while Rakan only thinks about one thing. He's halfway through the promotion. To become a true knight, he still has to find a Lord Knight and take a knight's oath. That's why he still doesn't have the real title. He needs one more person. So he heads for his next destination, but before that, since he was already there, he decided to pick up the race's quest, and now that he had reached knight rank, the mission ought to be something interesting. When the NPC heard Harvin had sent him, he felt he already had plenty of good knights. But when Rakan offered a reward for the mission, the man still refused, saying he wasn't that kind of person, until he saw that the reward was jewel minerals worth about 3 times more than gold. After that, he quickly changed his mind and accepted, telling Rakan about the legend of the pyramids. People said they seemed to be home to living beings that never rotted, no matter how many years passed, so his task was to investigate them. That activated his new quest, but Rakan wasn't sure what to do next, since it was a very hard one. Thanks to the bribe and his titles, he'd been given a very high-level search mission. The level gap wasn't huge, but those monsters also had titles and special abilities. He decided to think about it later. Then he headed to the Timur Coliseum. Because he was now a knight, his class there rose too, giving him access to more recognition points and a wider shop selection. As Rakan leaves, he says that if he earns too many points, he could catch the attention of nobles, and that might become a problem, because his real priority is the main quest. He then arrives at a building where they ask him to state his affiliation. After confirming who he is, Rakan goes in and asks for information on corrupted monsters. When he hands over the map, they give him a quest. Bring back 3 corrupted beasts and he'll receive a reward. After accepting, he takes care of a few small things and activates the Timur Circle. Once he repeats his destination to the transporter twice, they finally let him go, even though the place is dangerously poor. But Rakan was set on going there. Still, that wasn't his real destination, just a point even farther out in the fields where teleporting couldn't reach. That brought him into Linai territory, near a kind of fortress, where a guard asked what he was doing there. The moment he heard Rakan had come to become a knight, he ran off to announce his arrival, and an excited lord came out. He was thrilled that someone wanted to serve as his knight. MC thought the man's state looked miserable, but that's exactly why he chose him. He says the first reason he picked this territory was its fallen nobility setup, and the second was its potential. The whole land was about to be swallowed by Remington territory, and a great treasure was hidden there, one Rakan couldn't let slip away. So he confirms he wants to become a knight of Lanai territory. The lord invites him inside, and once they're alone, he's honest. They don't have the means to pay him. He says that's fine. They can pay him with land. He isn't asking for much, just a small part of the mountain. Seeing the man's hesitation, Rakan adds that if there turns out to be a mine in that area, he'll hand it back right away. He doesn't want the minerals, just the hunting ground. After thinking it over for a long time, the lord agrees and even gives him soldiers to help subdue the monsters. With the deal made, Duke of Durkham, Bon Lanai, names him his knight. Rakan just smiles, thinking that land of gold would soon be his. Now that everything was set, he went to inspect those lands. Seeing the agreement go through, he still couldn't believe they would let a free knight join so easily. In another territory, no one would do that with a stranger. He also remembered that the monsters there should be around level 240 at most, not too high, but still very profitable. So he told a soldier to gather as many troops as possible. Once everyone was assembled, Rakan carried himself like a real general, saying they'd be back soon. His plan was to make a big impression and win everyone's trust. The soldiers' job was to guide the beasts and keep them from escaping. Before long, they found level 213 wolf beasts. Rakan shouted that it was time to hunt, declaring that those lands were under his protection. He cut down one and wiped out the rest with an explosion. The Duke couldn't believe he'd cleared out all the nearby monsters. He thought that selling the monsters' drops would help the territory. Rakan had expected that, so he agreed, but not before packing away the useful loot and experience. Then the Duke asked him to share the news with the neighboring lands. The protagonist smiled. This would be the start of getting everyone to follow him, and with more trust, he'd have more freedom. Then he headed to the battlefield, speaking proudly for the city he served, and at the end he handed a bag to the guards and told them to spread it around. It was one of Rakan's tricks to stop more monsters from spawning there, making the area perfect for mining and for the town. Everyone would focus on that place, but his real goal was elsewhere. First, though, he began the public dungeon achievement, the Cavern of Silence. He earned titles just for being among the first to enter. Rakan was thrilled to see his plan coming together, believing the most important thing was near Timur, which he knew about from a ruins book. After everything he did, they thanked him, because thanks to him, they were able to open their second mine, and now they could start thriving. In return, they gave him freedom to act. Rakan bragged a little about how honorable his work had been, and said he'd now patrol the area, eventually reaching his own land. There, he uses a blueprint he bought, and it turns into a large structure, perfectly blocking the area, so no one could see what he was doing. After walking a bit, he finds the exact spot and discovers the entrance to the secret dungeon. He breaks the seal, and a crystal appears, warning him that 2,999 entries remained. Rakan was delighted. He could still enter 2,999 more times, and of course, he planned to make full use of that fortune. Once inside, he explains that this place holds a stone found only there. These are enhancement stones, split into general upgrades and high-level stones, which can sometimes push gear as far as level 6 and even 9 in defense. Normally, all monsters can drop stones, but the chance of a high-level one is around 5 to 1. In this place, it rises to nearly 20%. That's why the entries are limited, and later on they'll be sold for insanely high prices. So for now, he was going to strengthen his own gear. The first enemies were stone spirits. They had a few weak points. Rakan used his bomber attack, hit the core, and got an item. It turned out to be his first enhancement stone. He kept hunting, taking down the fire spirits next. After that, he ran into water spirits and dealt with them just as easily. When it was all over, he wondered if that was the end. But then the rock spirit boss appeared. That thing had to be carrying an enhancement stone, no question. Rakan dodged, hacked it into hundreds of pieces, and exposed the ore inside. Cornered, the boss summoned rocks and hurled them at Rakan. But that was nothing to him. He activated Mortal Strike, then picked up the mystery core. He says the boss's drop was a top-quality stone. Rakan figures he'll get rich if he can collect 3,000 of them. Then he finishes off the boss. After that, he activates the Book of Runes, and later heads to the dwarf's workshop. There, they plan to use the enhancement materials to power up his gear. Some of them turn out to be nothing special, just basic stones, so he tosses the useless ones aside. Once luck is finally on his side, he brings the minerals to the blacksmith. The smith is stunned by how many stones Rakan brought. MC wants every item pushed to grade 7, telling him it doesn't matter if some crystals break. He has plenty. But then he decides he wants everything at level 9. The odds are terrible, and they burn through nearly all the crystals. Only a few pieces of gear actually make it to level 9. He asks for the rest too, and that lets him put on his new armor. It feels amazing, but he turns off the glowing effect so it won't draw too much attention. Now that his upgrades are done, he wants to clean things up properly. Then the starting bonus runs out, and Rakan feels dead tired after fighting non-stop for 3 days. Now he wants to check whether any useful info has been posted. That's when he sees those same bastards from the past again. The news says they're the first guild to reach the continent, the Hellhound Guild. Rakan remembers that in his past life, people called them lapdogs because they'd do anything for money. Back then, money didn't matter to him, so he mostly stayed out of their way. There was only one time they crossed paths, after he'd died several times, lost skills and titles, and they used that chance to get close and go for his throat. As far as he remembered, Ragnarok was supposed to be the first guild on the continent, but these bastards must have pulled some trick. That was fine with him. He just needed to give them a proper welcome. Back in the present, he uploads a few videos introducing the city, making it clear who really got there first. Later, at the city's hidden cove, the guild arrives, and their leader tells everyone to stay sharp. They can't rest until they reach the city. They already know the route to the city, so no matter what happens, their guild has to stay ahead. As they move forward, they enter a cliffside pass, but the fog is so thick that he orders them to clear it out. The mages cast a fire spell, but the fog comes back way too fast. He tells them to fall back and let the casters move in front, because beast sounds are coming from nearby. And sure enough, they're undead, but not the kind they know, so they need to stay alert. They use acceleration, swap out their casters, and keep attacking. But more undead show up right away. Something is obviously drawing them in. From this point on, they have to get ready for a long battle. Even after hours of fighting, the enemies keep coming. They can't believe it. It starts to feel like this is just what the continent is like. Then suddenly they hear a different sound. It's a horse charging at full speed, blazing past them like lightning. The guild members have no idea what just happened, and while they're distracted, their backs are left open. A swarm of respawning zombies attacks, and they blame that thing that just passed by for drawing them in. A few hours later, Rakan just watches. Sure, they'll weaken soon because long fights wear down the mind. Their leader yells for everyone to move. They need to retreat and reset their attack. They have to move before the zombies regenerate again. Then one of his men tells him to look at something, pushing the point, because it's important. He shows him that Rakan is streaming from the canyon where they got wiped out, and he has several videos showing where they'd gone and how they were defeated. Now they understand that the reason for all this was that damned guy. He thinks he's finally found the cause of their losses, and orders them to find that bastard. Then they start wondering why Rakan is doing this to them when they haven't even reached the city yet. They assume he wants to monopolize it too. They also ask how he got past the zombies, and decide they should do the same. Ride through on horses so the zombies can't catch them. But there's a problem. Not everyone can spend 100 gold on a horse for each person, so they decide to take only the elite. The rest of the guild hears that and feels completely betrayed. Right then someone appears above them, and Rokan asks what they're doing. The leader demands to know why he has it out for them. The protagonist doesn't bother answering, he just wants to fight. The leader orders everyone to take their positions. Rokan pulls out his weapons. The boss curses at him and tells his men to form up. MC now sees how they made it here so fast. It must be that group skill that lets them bring down strong monsters together. And seeing the leader standing at the front, Rokan can tell he's overconfident. Most bosses stay in back and only step in for the finishing blow. The moment he charges, he decides to break that confidence. He detonates his bombardier. When he spots their hesitation, he unleashes his berserker roar, freezing them in place before cutting down their soldiers and then going for their leader. The boss shouts for everyone to spread out and attack together, but Rokan won't let any of them get away. He leaps forward at insane speed and tears them apart one by one. Even barehanded, he smashes them down, snapping heads around and throwing the whole group into panic. Now they just want to run from him. One of the leader's men begs him to retreat right now, but he refuses. He still thinks they can beat Rokan if they stay calm. Then that ally is killed on the spot. The leader can't understand it. Even without using any skills, the protagonist slaughtered them all. He finally realizes he was wrong. They can't beat him. Wrapped in a terrifying aura, Rokan tells them that from now on, he'll kill any hellhound he sees, so they should leave that guild and stay in the third city until he moves to another area. The man begs for mercy, but Rokan refuses because that man never showed him any compassion. The leader shouts, hands raised, that he accepts it and the guild surrenders. Rokan cuts off his head anyway. When the others protest, he repeats himself. Any hellhound he sees will die. Then he asks who's next. Later, Proto is happy to see them after so long. Just then, someone calls for Rokan, saying the Duke urgently wants him. MC says he'll go right away, wondering if the time has finally come. The Duke called him because of a letter he wanted to ask about. Rokan already knows who sent it without even looking. The only person who would write directly to Mr. Lenai is Lord Remington. He's a baron like Mr. Lenai, but his land is far better, and he's incredibly greedy. In his past life, that man took his territory. But everything is happening faster than Rokan expected. As he reads, he can't believe Remington would openly send spies into the territory and then demand to be welcomed. The protagonist tells the Duke he'll answer in kind. He'll go to that territory himself and take a look. A few days later, in Remington's territory, Rokan feels they should have received him properly by now. He figures they'd have sent mining experts to inspect Linai's land so they could steal everything. Then a guard asks if they're from Linai's territory. If so, they should follow him. He's just a regular level 200 guard. That makes Rokan furious. They didn't even send a captain, just an ordinary guard. Still, that works in his favor. If they look down on him, they'll drop their guard. Even better, the guard seems nervous, so they make their introductions. The man acts polite and asks to talk more over dinner. Then after a long conversation, Rokan apologizes, but says he wants to look around first. The Duke agrees and signals the guard. As they walk, MC doesn't care about the village or the farms. He wants to go to the dungeon. He explains that there's a cave there where Mystery sleeps and its entries are limited too. It brings in a huge part of their income, and there's something hidden there. The guards give him permission to enter. Rokan nods, acting like he's being treated well, while sensing they want something from him. Then they head toward the nearby mountains. They explain that the honey made there is Remington's specialty. When they arrive, they tell him how the process works, shooting the hive out of the tree. It drops, and that opens the dungeon portal. Rokan is pleased to get a free pass, so he registers it in his book of runes before enjoying the gift. Once inside, he earns the proper titles, and they stop him to give a quick explanation of the plan. It's simple: kill the bee swarms, destroy the hive, and then finish the queen bee. They ask if he wants to join the hunt, but he just laughs, thinking he'd only slow them down in their eyes. Inside, though, he knows he could wipe those worms out blindfolded. But for now, he can't do anything that would raise suspicion. Then a soldier says Rokan doesn't want to cooperate, and he looks pretty nervous. 4 hours later, he tells them they were amazing, and that it was quite a show. As he leaves, they tell him their lord has invited him to dinner. At dinner, they ask how things went during the inspection. Rokan praises their methods, strategy, and technology, but the Duke cuts him off. That's not what he meant. He says he already knows Lindy has no future, and that the territory will fall soon, so he asks the protagonist to join him. He'd be given triple what he got there. Rokan laughs, thinking the man has him all wrong. He's treating him like a coward. MC makes it clear that if someone wants to talk business with him, they need to pay at least 10 times more. Then Rokan is caught off guard because that man actually agrees to offer 10 times more. Still, he just laughs, sure he already knows what the Duke is planning. Later, he checks whether his hand axes are in good shape, and since his reason for coming there has been fulfilled, and he's built a good image of weakness and arrogance, he can now go test the dungeon's special feature without worrying. He activates his runes, thinking that in the next few days he won't be able to do this, since teleporting only works if you're part of that territory. So he plans to make the most of his stay. He knocks down the hive and enters the secret dungeon, where the wave of bees shows up immediately. Rokan uses his incredible speed to wipe them out, then summons his axe to split the last one apart. When he reaches the target, he explains that if he destroys the hive, he'll go straight to the boss. So he strikes with everything he has and smashes the hive. Alerts pop up. He's caused every killer bee to rush toward him. Rokan laughs because this is the next step of his plan. He summons a water atomic bomb, flooding the whole area like a sea and leaving the bees unable to fight. Rokan grins. Everything worked perfectly. Now he can finally start collecting. Soon he's carrying loads of killer bee stingers. Normally those stingers don't drop when the bees die, but if you pull them out while the bees are still alive, the drop rate is 100%. That's why he only immobilized them, and now he just needs one more thing. He uses Bombardier, bringing out the level 239 queen bee. She attacks with her stinger, and as Rakan dodges, he knows that was dangerous. If that stinger hits him, he'll be hurt badly. That's why all he has to do is keep dodging. He rushes in, slips past the attack, gets into position, and tears the queen bee apart. Then he earns the titles for clearing the dungeon. A few days later, in Ainaa territory, Rakan brought the Duke a gift. He told him to just enjoy it and use it however he wanted. Then he excused himself, saying he was a little tired. After that, he headed to his room, wanting to check what had been posted in the community. He found news about the guild that had kicked him out, but it barely caught his interest. Then something else popped up, and he wondered who those people were and how they had made it there. They were from the Black Dragon Legion, who had teamed up with another guild. That explained how they got there. Rakan smirked. They were better than he expected. In fact, he needed them for his plan, so he decided to give them a proper welcome. Meanwhile, on the central continent in Twilight Valley, Eris walked on, feeling like it had been a long time since he was last there. This was the place the Black Dragons would pass through. It was the only road forward, and he came for one specific reason. Soon he found the entrance to the area and went into the headquarters territory of the Golden Lions camp. Once inside, someone asked if he wanted to join their squad. It was Commander Garon, level 280, who liked his confidence, even though Eris looked like he was only level 230. Of course, Eris was hiding the fact that he was really level 280. To test him, Garon ordered a soldier to measure his strength. The man couldn't see why he had to fight someone that weak, but he still followed orders. Seeing that reaction, Eris figured this would make things easier. He activated all his armor and asked why the soldier looked nervous all of a sudden. The man cursed under his breath. He couldn't believe Eris had gear that good. A moment later, everyone gathered and the rules were announced. No weapons, and the first one to fall loses. The match began. The lion soldier thought Eris was just an arrogant kid. He was sure he'd crush him, but when he struck, his attack stopped dead. He froze, then jumped back. His allies yelled, asking what he was doing, but he told them to shut up. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Eris hadn't even flinched. Still, the soldier was set on showing the gap in their strength, so he charged with everything he had. He moved right in front of Eris. Sure, he had him, but the hero vanished. Eris called him way too slow. Everyone went still, and the commander accepted the result. Eris had won. That was enough. He thanked the soldier for the match, and the commander calmed things down. Since Eris had shown what he could do, it was time for them to keep their side of the deal. So he asked about the strategy Eris had mentioned. Eris laughed, saying it wasn't that hard, and laid out his plan. Back at the port, they explained that the undead race held the key to how those players, no matter who they were, managed to reach that place. It was all thanks to the undead player of the year, Yuganada. He had always chased achievements and fame, and while looking for his chance, he found the Black Dragon's anger after Rakan drove them off the continent. That was when he stepped up as leader and promised to reach the other city without having the power for it. Of course, nobody believed him. It sounded impossible, but he never gave up. He stayed determined, strapped weights to both ankles, and sank into the ocean. Because of his race's traits, he could breathe underwater. And sure enough, he made it to the port and found a way across. That let all the undead cross the sea, and they joined up to hunt Rakan down. Back with the chief, the protagonist explained that if they ignored them, they could become a real problem for the organization. Besides, they had nothing to lose. He wanted to move right away, but the old man stopped him, saying it was too soon. Rakan just calmed him down. Everyone had gathered, so the timing was perfect. That meant it was time to welcome those rude black dragons. At the port, the undead arrived, thinking their leader had made an amazing discovery. Now they needed to study the items there so they could keep pushing forward. But then something felt wrong. Something was coming. They realized it was Rakan, the killer himself. He greeted them and even congratulated them for making it that far. Then he kicked off the operation, introducing himself as Rakan the Berserker Guardian, while surrounding all the undead. They couldn't understand why no one was attacking. Did MC seriously plan to fight all of them by himself? They thought he was underestimating them, but he saw them as clueless. When two groups stood on the same battlefield, he could trigger something. He declared an occupation war, and a mission appeared: wipe out every enemy and plant the flag. Once the occupation ended, he had to seize the dock from the Black Dragons. The undead read that and realized if they lost, their allies wouldn't be able to come there anymore. The captain wished him good luck. Fear hit the undead, and they activated all the guardians, summoning dozens of them. With a blank stare, Rakan shouted that they were free to try and stop him. He activated his titles for fighting huge groups, then rushed in to kill, cutting down one enemy after another. The others couldn't understand how someone like that could even exist. Even his allies didn't need to step in. Then Rakan leaped up, mocking them like they had already accepted their fate, and slammed their heads into the ground. He heard a spell from behind him, but blocked it with ease. That left the skeleton mage frozen, and Rakan killed it in an instant. He shouted at them, telling them to come all at once, right now. When he saw them jump in, he lowered his stance as red lightning flashed. Then he combined his skills and formed the infernal vortex. Smiling, he called them weak. That was why they had used tricks just to get there, thinking this was their moment to take over the port. But they yelled back that he wouldn't. A giant mace came crashing at him, and its wielder declared that as long as he stood there, it would never happen. This was the dock guard captain, level 240. Rakan just laughed, saying it was finally time to have some fun. Their weapons clashed, and he quickly realized that the guy was faster than expected, so he needed to find an opening. When the captain attacked, Rakan tried throwing insults to break his focus. The bony fighter came at him hard, but left a gap. Rakan dodged, got into place, and used blood flow acceleration. He roared, then sent him flying. Rakan jumped after him and summoned his mace. He declared the win with a killing blow. Laughing, he thought it had been way too easy, and took the death mist dock. Somewhere else, a vice general asked if it was really okay to leave him alone. The answer was a laugh. Hadn't he seen that look? That was the look of a born berserker. He was sure Rakan would keep his word. They just had to do their part. Soon all the guards who had been protecting the dock returned to the city, unable to believe this had happened to them. The protagonist laughed in their faces, seeing them as nothing but flies. That victory gave him more titles, including a 100-point boost the next time he fought an army. He was also given a choice: keep the dock or destroy it. If he kept it, he'd have to defend it right away. If he destroyed it, the Black Dragons wouldn't be able to use it for 7 days. Rakan figured there wasn't much to think about. At that same time, at the Karlstein forward station, someone was being calmed down as they explained. This had once been their old outpost. It wasn't far from the dock, so for now they were safe. But that monster had taken everything, which meant they couldn't use the base for 7 days. Then a mission appeared: retake the dock. It would start in 1 hour. That meant the bastard had chosen to defend the dock. Meanwhile, Rakan bought protection for it. After 50 minutes, around the dock a full guild legion marched in. They had gathered every player in the area, around 100 total. Each one could summon 5 NPCs, making it 500 against 1. Now that they were all together and had joined forces, they were ready to face him, and they believed Rakan had dug his own grave by choosing to defend it. Even with all that, they brought someone else too, a knight from the 4th city, from their own guild. So it didn't matter how strong MC was, he couldn't beat an NPC boss from the Black Knights. At the dock, a heavy mist spread everywhere. They shouted for Rakan to come out. He had to pay for hurting them. Then the huge gate opened, and they realized the whole place was covered by a massive barrier. Rakan felt that a lot of people had shown up, and he loved it. Surely the undead didn't expect him to waste 50 gold building a fortress for nothing. Still, there was something strange. If he really wanted to defend it, the smart move would have been artillery or turrets. Instead, he built just one wall and left a narrow opening where he was standing. It didn't look like a defense at all. It looked like a trap to force them to fight him head-on. Then the defense began. The time limit was 1 hour. If he won, he'd gain achievements and prestige. The signal to start was given, and the Black Dragons activated their explosive spears. But Rakan had so many titles, plus 9th level armor, that the attacks barely even tickled him. On top of that, since he was facing 500 enemies, he had the 100-point buff. He laughed. He had more power than he expected. The skeletons were stunned. Rakan was ready to begin his slaughter. He explained why playing was so addictive. Showing your strength is something everyone wants. Pushing past your own limits, no matter who stands in front of you. That was also why he built a defense with no turrets or weapons. Simple. He wanted a thrilling fight with no regrets. He activated his axe and hurled his bomber attack. The enemy quickly ordered everyone to raise their shields. They thought they had stopped it, but then the defense started cracking. The attack broke through, hit its mark, and exploded. Rakan laughed. Their precious number advantage had just been blown away. Deep down, even he hadn't known fighting that many enemies would raise his power so much. He was getting close to the strength he had in his best days before. The undead couldn't believe he had smashed through their defense in one hit. Panic set in, and they tried to return to their base, but Rakan laughed. The Golden Lion faction had taken action just in time and destroyed their forward bases. Rakan told them to understand the mess they were in. They had walked straight into hell. Under that pressure, all they wanted was to run and save themselves. But the undead NPC boss drew his katana and declared that anyone who fled the battlefield would be killed. Black Dragon warriors had to fight and die with honor. Rakan mocked them, and even thanked him for keeping his buffs active. The samurai asked for his name, saying it took nerve to face him. But his sin was trying to harm the Black Dragon, and he would pay with his life. Rakan was surprised. He wanted a one-on-one fight. Normally this guy would have given him trouble, but the surrounding enemies were still feeding him strength. As long as his title was active, they had no chance against him. Both sides took their stances. Rakan let out a breath just as a wave slammed into the dock, and the samurai sprang forward. The protagonist instantly noticed how fast he was. He barely managed to stop the strike, then let out a shout to push him back. Rakan admitted the guy was strong, stronger than expected. After landing, the samurai simply motioned for him to come again. Rakan nodded, then jumped back in. Their blades collided, the impacts echoing through the whole area. The samurai leaped up and used the Fukaya-style first-form Night Splitter. Rakan barely managed to deflect it. Then he activated his power and rushed in. He knew that attack had been good, but now it was his turn. Rakan charged in. With unstoppable advance, he rushed the samurai. The samurai froze when the clones appeared. He couldn't tell which one was real. Before he could figure it out, every hit landed on him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could a human be this strong? He tried to answer back. Third move. thrust. Rakan felt it and got pushed back, but he quickly threw one of his axes. The samurai easily split it in half, but Rakan was already above him. Once again, they tested each other by clashing weapons. The others couldn't even follow them. They were moving too fast. Still, the samurai felt something was wrong. He started thinking through it, and guessed Rakan was this fearless because he was getting buffs from them. So he yelled for everyone to run. Right then, he felt his enemy's strike hit much harder. When he looked back, he was stunned. He demanded to know where those idiots were. They were just cowardly rats. Rakan had hoped to enjoy that title a little longer, but in a true one-on-one, it was useless. Now he knew he was at a disadvantage, and wondered how he could handle that monster with only his base stats. The undead boss laughed, feeling that after all, Rakan was only human. Without tricks, he wasn't on his level. He was far too slow setting up the finishing blow. Then it showed the huge crater left by the attack. The samurai thought he had only wasted time. Whatever trick Rakan used before, he had managed to keep up for a moment, but now it was over. He also decided those cowards who fled would pay for it later, but then a light shone through the rubble. Rakan activated his berserker state to the limit, letting out a killing aura. Then he unleashed his berserker roar, leaped forward, and shouted that now it was his turn. The samurai couldn't believe Rakan was a berserker. As he was blasted backward, he called it a waste, and asked MC to join them instead. After all, the shogun needed more fighters like him. He even bragged about how they would rule the world. Rakan shut that down fast. He'd never join a bunch of ugly undead. The samurai went cold at that insult. If that was his answer, then he would kill him. Rakan moved into place in a blink. Right in front of him, the samurai tried to block, but the protagonist slipped past it. The punch connected. He tried to counter again, but it did nothing. He slammed into the wall, and with nowhere to go, he used his sixth move, Abyss. Dozens of spirits appeared and attacked with heavy piercing strikes. They hit Rakan, one arm even pierced his eye. The samurai tasted victory, but MC vanished. Then at blinding speed, he sliced off one of the samurai's arms. The undead warrior shouted, asking how that looked. But the bomber attack was already above his head. Rakan, not even waiting for him to fall, declared his win. Hellish advance. After that, Rakan was covered in wounds. He knew he had come very close to losing, and felt it was all because of those damned cowards. Still, it worked. The time limit appeared, and the winners were the Golden Lion faction. They were given the choice to keep the fort or destroy it. And since Rakan had already gotten what he wanted, he moved to the next step, destroying the fortress. The skeletons realized the dock had been destroyed, which meant they couldn't reach the Black Dragons on the continent for 7 days. And with all their bases wiped out, the only choices left were going back to the third city or surviving a whole week in the same area as that monster. That made them wonder why he had defended the dock twice. What did he gain? The only answer was merit and reputation. After destroying the dock and taking the nearby bases, they were sure he had earned a huge amount of reputation and merit. So why did he want so much? The answer came at the City Hall of Fame. Rakan showed up, and the woman welcomed him when she heard he wanted a rank up. She checked him, but after seeing he was only a rank 235 knight, she snapped, asking why he thought this was a joke. The Hall of Fame was only for the most honored, for people who had proved their achievements to even qualify. He needed to be at least level 280. She told him to leave right away. Rakan knew she was proud of her job, but told her to check his merit and reputation points. She didn't get why. He probably didn't even have 100. But when she saw 8,032 merit and 2,231 reputation, she couldn't understand how he had done it. Her attitude changed on the spot, and she handed him the rank-up contract. Rakan walked off, completely annoyed by how fast she switched up. Still, this let him move forward. With that new power, he would show them growth like they had never seen before. Then he returned to Linne territory. There, the Duke looked exhausted. The Lord of Remington had been giving him endless work, and had even sent someone to help with his mine. Rakan agreed, but knew that man really wanted to take the territory for himself. He said his goodbyes because it was time to put that plan into motion. On his way out, he felt he still had a little time left. Since he had already harvested everything there, he needed a new battlefield. That left only one place to go. Then we shift to the desert, where the heat was brutal. He came for the species quest. In his past life, tons of people tried it, but all of them failed because of how hard it was, especially because of one person who appeared behind him, begging desperately for water. That triggered a sudden quest. Rakan knew this was the mission that had frustrated so many players. It looked easy at first, but once you gave that guy water, more people started showing up, and if you couldn't help them all, it turned into a trap quest that brought hate and a drop in reputation. For Rakan, that wasn't a problem. He soaked the old man with plenty of water. The next moment, everyone rushed at him, but he had enough for all of them. He summoned 2 giant jars, and to top it off, he threw a water bomb mixed with his bomber skill, making rain fall over the area. The villagers finally felt alive again, and the quest was cleared, earning him a lot of reputation. Then they thanked him for saving them. The speaker was the village chief, Azakal, who explained their problem. They had an old well for water, but a few weeks ago it suddenly dried up. He asked for help finding out why. Rakan confidently accepted the quest. He headed to the village well, activated the shadow helmet and the sun armor, and felt relieved he had bought that gear from the shop, because it was key to this mission. Then he climbed down the well. It really was completely dry, and he spotted a tunnel. As he walked, the heat became unbearable. He entered the dungeon, furious flames, and found the reason the well had dried up. There, level 241 fire spirits appeared. Rakan jumped in, telling them to get out of his sight, but when he swung at them, his hits didn't connect. The spirits fired fireballs, and Rakan realized they were tougher than he expected. He needed to use that right away, so he pulled out an ice scroll, changing his axe's state and freezing those little fire spirits, breaking them apart into hundreds of pieces. Now Rakan was feeling confident because it worked. Then suddenly an explosion went off. The protagonist felt he needed to get out. This was a corrupted level 263 spirit. He nodded. At last, the one behind everything had appeared. The creature only screamed, and Rakan's head started to ache. He struck back with his axe. Cursing under his breath, he saw it had the destructive power he expected. Then the monster unleashed a storm of flames. Rakan fired back with unstoppable advance and rampant dance, creating clones of himself. The beast felt that should have been impossible. It flooded the area with waves of fire, burning up every Rakan, even hitting the real one. MC knew fighting it head-on would be rough, so he activated a bomb and threw it, sending out a rushing wave. But the monster laughed and said it would evaporate all that filth, releasing its power and causing a huge blast, cursing Rakan for thinking a cheap trick could beat it. Still, the whole place filled with a thick cloud of steam. The beast realized the plan, but when it found a Rakan and split him in half, it was only a clone. It attacked where it thought the real one was, but Rakan mocked how slow it was, then jumped and pierced the beast's body. He explained that his enchantment power had grown. It wasn't just for hiding himself, it could also hide his own ice attacks. The creature cursed him, saying humans always relied on tricks like that. But even so, it wouldn't be enough. Then it gathered a massive power called Purgatory and launched it, planning to finish that damned human. Rakan knew this was the strongest power he had seen so far, so it was time to use his hidden ace. The beast kept bragging about how strong it and its attack were, listing all the reasons Rakan had already lost. But he just laughed, telling it not to talk like it had already won. He brought his hands together and used Berserker expansion, shattering every attack around him. It didn't matter if it was hellfire or raw destructive force. Warnings about corrupted power appeared, telling Rakan he would die soon if he kept this up. He already knew that, but first he was going to smash that bastard's face in. The beast could only scream for him not to come closer, but Rakan attacked with everything he had, splitting half its face. Then another attack was already above him and hit him dead on. Even so, Rakan endured, deflected the strike with his axe and destroyed every last trace of its power, freezing the whole area. The monster was trapped in ice, but when Rakan got close, it broke free to attack again. The protagonist, though, already had a critical strike ready. He shouted that it was time to split it apart, cutting the beast and its crystal in half. The creature felt something strange. The pain and suffering holding it down were gone. Just like that, Rakan had erased the corrupted power. He admitted it had been a brutal fight, but he earned a major achievement, a special title for the species quest, and right then the dungeon started shaking because the curse had been lifted. The water began to return, and Rakan tried to run, but his strength was literally at zero, and he got dragged by the current. Back in the village, the people felt a small tremor under their feet and wondered what was happening. Then Rakan was blasted out of the well. They cheered for the water, knowing they could finally live properly again. Meanwhile, MC got buried under falling cacti. The chief ran over to thank him, but after seeing him up close, he asked if he was okay. Rakan could feel it. He thought he was about to die and passed out. Later, in the chief's house, the man said he thought he had died. Even he didn't know how he had survived the after effects. Still, they thanked him. They would never forget what he had done. The quest was complete and he leveled up, gaining several titles and rewards too. He even got a chest, and inside was the hero's treasure, a unique item. According to legend, it had to be given to the savior. Rakan couldn't believe it. This was the key to the next stage. But what happened there was only the tutorial for what's coming next, because the people out there are on a completely different level. And that's how his desert journey began, with Rakan suffering through the game's insanely realistic heat. He also remembered the hero's insignia wouldn't work right away. It only activates after finding the places he needs to visit. Luckily, he still had memories from his past life. Otherwise, that desert would have been game over. He keeps wandering through the desert and finds nothing. Then he spots a rock, and luckily that's exactly what he needed. After brushing off the dust, he excitedly finds a perfect slot for his badge. The moment he sets it in place, it lights up, and Rakan gets fired up. The ground starts shaking, marking the rise of a hand followed by a massive sphinx. It wakes up with an imposing presence and looks down in clear disappointment that a mere human was the one who woke it. Still, it has to do its job and see if he's worthy to pass the trial. But Rakan asks the first question. He doesn't get why there needs to be another strength test when he's the one who found this place. The Sphinx tells him it'll help him later. Then it shows him a huge red crystal, which can be gained by killing monsters in this area. It's a vessel of life that, if consumed, restores all his stamina. But the poison inside lowers all his physical abilities. That's why it's called a bloodstone. Rakan picks it up and asks what the test is supposed to be. The Sphinx says he has to break it. Even if it isn't real, it's insanely hard. So for a normal human, it should be nearly impossible, even with weapons. It sounds completely sure of itself, right up until it hears a crack. Stone fragments fall from Rakan's hands, leaving an awkward silence behind. With no choice left, the Sphinx admits he's strong enough and opens the gate to the secret dungeon, the legendary pyramid. The protagonist starts heading down. The Sphinx tells him to be careful, but he keeps going like it's no big deal, until it stops him to return the badge he used to open the place. That throws Rokan off, since he never heard about that in his past life. He figures it might be some extra reward for being this strong but doesn't think much of it and keeps descending into the dungeon. At the bottom, he's greeted by a huge glowing key of life, which asks the hero to cleanse what was once a shining pyramid, now swallowed by darkness. If he succeeds, it'll give Rokan exactly what he wants. Rewards. Its light suddenly grows much brighter, blinding him until it vanishes, and when he opens his eyes, he's somewhere completely different, looking at an ancient city and giant pyramids he recognizes as the legendary pyramids of the Kara's Empire, ruled by King Scorpion. That king built up his own world, and then dragged the empire into darkness while trying to reach the outside world. Rokan remembers it. All started with a corrupted game spirit living beneath the village, so he guesses Scorpion's corruption is also tied to the corrupt worshippers. He never did this mission before, so he doesn't know much, but they clearly need to investigate. That plan stops when they run into a woman wrapped in bandages, and Rokan mistakes her for a dried-up zombie. That annoys the definitely not zombie, who suddenly jumps at him and scares him. Later, she happily eats the food and drinks the water. MC clearly doesn't want to share, then even asks for more. Annoyed, he says she's not getting anything else without giving him a reward. She introduces herself as the great first-class sorceress who serves King Scorpion, the great mummy Rofi, and claims her presence alone is the best reward. That only confuses and irritates Rokan more, and after putting the pieces together, he realizes she's obviously a monster. Rofi shyly admits it like it's no big deal. Hearing that, he actually feels relieved. Now he has a perfect target to take out his stress on. The second she sees his punch coming, she desperately tries to calm him down and talk things out. His strike slams into the ground and kicks up a huge cloud of dust, but the mummy manages to dodge. She catches a glimpse of how close she came to ending up as a hole in the middle of the desert and keeps begging him to talk. Rokan has no interest in chatting, so he grabs her by the head and warns that the only sounds he wants from her are screams during the fight. Terrified, she looks at him like he's insane and tries to convince him there's still no reason to fight. She isn't serving the king anymore. Still confused, Rokan just grabs her by the neck and hurls her away, saving her with absolutely zero gentleness from a huge attack that lands right where she was. That attack came from Horit, a level 250 eagle man who hoped to kill two birds with one stone, especially the traitor Rofi, who was now hanging around a human. The mummy girl quickly says she didn't betray anyone. She was trying to persuade them, but to Horit, it makes no difference. She still has to die. Rofi refuses to accept that and activates her magic, but then she freezes in confusion when she sees Rokan behind Horit with his giant axe. In one blow, he smashes the eagle man and knocks the courage right out of him, basically warning him not to get cocky just because he has an eagle face. Odzi throws him off with his wings, charges power into his fist, and rushes in with a hard punch that actually manages to hurt Rokan's gums, making him admit the guy is fast. The protagonist answers with a heavy axe swing that misses. The Roots then shoots up into the sky and glares at the arrogant human, who mocks him for acting like a coward and tells him to come back down. Even though Eagleface thinks he could beat him quickly, once he notices Rofi ready to fight too, he decides not to risk it and retreats, promising he'll find her again later. That only annoys Rokan, because the guy ran off without finishing the fight. Meanwhile, the mummy is just relieved to still be alive, but Rokan's shadow falls over her almost immediately. He pretty much demands one simple and very necessary word. Seeing the bruises on her body, she blushes in embarrassment and says thank you, but Rokan tells her to say it louder. That only makes her mad, so she takes it out on his cheeks, and he fires back that all of this happened because of her, yanking her face right back and starting a fight that looks more like accidental plastic surgery. Back at the pyramid, Horit arrives and moves through the halls, where a girl mocks the bad mood written all over his face. Unhappy to see her, he recognizes her as Minute, level 251. She complains that he's always cold to her and asks if he's really going to His Majesty over something as small as that girl. He says yes. Rafi is now with a dangerous human. Minute doubts someone like that even exists, but Horit doesn't explain further. He just warns her and leaves, making her curious. Later, he arrives and kneels before His Majesty, ready to give his report. His ruler is a huge wheel with an eye sealed inside, supposedly King Scorpion, level 270. Back with Rokan, he's totally thrown off after hearing that only the eyes of King Scorpion remain. Rafi tries to explain that the king lived for so long that over time he lost his physical form and was left with only his eyeballs, though she really doesn't know exactly how many years he's been alive. Rokan thinks an old mummy should know that, which annoys her, so she makes it very clear, counting on her fingers, that she's only 18 years old. That shocks MC, not because he cares, but because this is way different from what he read in a trustworthy online guide in his past life. So he asks what that bird brain meant when he called her a traitor. That makes her nervous. Now we cut to the city of Karais, where cabbages are being sold, kids are playing, and in the middle of it all, an old woman notices the arrival of the huge Horit, who's recognized all across the area. He asks if she's seen the troublesome girl. The old woman assumes he means Rofi, whom she hasn't seen in a long time even though the girl used to visit often. So she guesses Rofi must be out exploring. Harut accepts that and leaves, warning her that if any stranger shows up, she needs to report it right away. As he flies off, the old woman can't help feeling worried, and a couple of kids come over to ask about Rofi, who they clearly miss a lot. As for Harut, he returns to the pyramid and enters through a passage that leads him to where a jackal-like figure waits. Harut asks if he's found the mummy girl. This is Hokul, level 240, who says he's reinforced the trap patrols and promises she won't interfere with their plans. But Harut makes it clear they need to capture her before the plan begins. That worries the jackal, since he doesn't think she's that dangerous. Harut says she isn't, but the human he met while searching the area definitely is, and together they could ruin the plan. Besides, the Emperor ordered her capture. Hokul agrees, though he still doesn't sound convinced. Then the Eagle Man's attention shifts to the huge machine glowing red behind him, which Hokul says is the device that will make the Emperor's dream come true. The Bloodstone Condenser, the same artifact Rofi and Rokan are discussing right then. Just like the name says, it condenses bloodstones, which the Emperor plans to use to strengthen his weak stone and recover his power. Rokan finds that hard to believe since he doubts there are enough monsters carrying those stones to make it work. But Rofi, clearly upset and feeling helpless, says that's exactly the problem. Every single person who has lived with them for a long time also has one. That means for the plan to work, they'd have to rip them out, sacrificing everyone who lives there. Hearing all that, Rokan thinks it's pure madness. He never expected to run into someone this insane, and then a voice beside him asks who the insane one is. He answers without thinking, King Scorpion. Then he remembers nobody else should be there, and when he turns around, he finds a curvy woman behind him, which scares him so badly that he goes flying, dragging Rofi with him after rescuing her once again, with zero gentleness. Minute, the half-serpent woman is surprised they escaped her attack and admits the boy isn't ordinary. Rokan can already tell how strange she is, while the singed mummy tries to warn him she's dangerous. The snake girl doesn't waste any time and attacks at once. Rokan dodges as best he can, but the mummy isn't so lucky and gets captured by Minute, who starts humiliating her, angry over her betrayal of the Emperor, who had helped her so much. She's fully ready to kill her, but with quick movement, Rokan jumps in and frees Rofi. The girl drops to the ground in pain, barely able to stand, while Rokan keeps fighting the serpent woman. Her tail is way too tough, and he ends up in the air in a bad position, giving her the opening to throw 2 fireballs at him. He somehow manages to stop them, and she's just about to drive her tail into him when Rofi uses her magic to summon a golden swarm of scarabs that drag Minute away. Furious, she breaks free, but she didn't stop. She used her power to unleash several pillars that sliced toward the snake woman's arm, but she slipped right through them and grabbed the mummy, driving a brutal stab into her stomach. Then she crushed her bones with her tail, clearly enjoying the fight. But then something warned her. Rokan was charging in again, yet he missed his target because she had already vanished, dropping Rofi unconscious. This time, Rokan tried to track the snake woman down when her voice echoed inside his head, laughing as she told him to stop. The words hit and locked his whole body in place. He figured it was some kind of debuff, but his stats should have broken it. He started getting frustrated, unable to understand what was happening, while she moved in close to his neck, admiring how handsome he was and savoring him up close. Seeing her in human form, Rokan asked why she still hadn't killed him. She admitted she wanted to devour him another way, which left him confused, so Minute explained that for centuries she had lived in that barren world, bored out of her mind. Even so, she stayed loyal to the Emperor. Still, his plan to sacrifice humans for his revival bored her too. But when she saw Harut injured and heard his warning about the human, she got excited, went looking for him, and after their fight she made up her mind. She wanted Rokan, so she offered him a contract. That caught him off guard. Rokan knew the game had a contract system, mostly used for deals between players, but there were exceptions. Contracts with monsters, where the trade wasn't items but monster powers. Still, most monsters hated humans, barely understood them, and wanted nothing to do with them. So he saw this as a rare chance, while she only noticed how long he had gone silent. Finally, he came back from his thoughts and asked what she wanted from the contract. Minute answered right away, he would become her servant, and that meant the Emperor's too. Oh, and Rokan would need to kill Rofi with his own hands. That left him completely shaken, but after a brief moment of shock, he acted like he accepted. Happy, she threw herself at him and released his paralysis too. Then he walked toward the unconscious mummy girl, seeing her helpless and trying to think of her as just a monster. He told himself she was only tied to his mission because of the blood crystal, and if this also made him stronger and helped him get revenge, then he shouldn't care at all about some monster. But even while unconscious, she was still only thinking about saving everyone. That made him hesitate, trembling as he remembered why he even played this game, wondering if it was for revenge or for the joy of fighting in this fun world. But Dean ruined that, making him forget how much fun he used to have and replacing it with revenge alone. That changed his choice completely. He tried to wake the very confused mummy, still not gently at all. She tried to remind him that he said he would save everyone, so he shouldn't get caught like an idiot. But she was the one sounding foolish, and the two started arguing, while behind them the giant snake rose again. They barely dodged, and the mummy dropped hard again, ending up wrapped up once more. She praised Rokan for breaking the hypnosis, which felt like deja vu to him. Then she explained that Minute had two forms, a human one that used hypnotic powers to keep people from attacking her, and a snake form that was far stronger. Now the terrifying woman was furious that Rofi had not only betrayed her emperor, but was also spilling secrets, so she decided to kill her, and then deal with the arrogant human, even if Rakan pretended she couldn't mean him. She asked why he rejected her contract, and his answer was simple: it was more fun. Between accepting an easy path to power or teaming up with the clueless, useless mummy, the second option sounded way better. That way he could slaughter all the servants of the mad emperor, the same one who would sacrifice his own people. He got so fired up that he even started to scare Rofi, then summoned his twin axes. As he got ready, Minute realized she had judged him wrong. These two were both crazy in their own way. Rakan relaxed, ready to enjoy the game, and told the mummy he would help with her goal. Not by persuading the emperor, but by killing him. She hesitated at first, then agreed. So the hero told her to get ready to hunt a giant snake. Now the huge monster rushed straight at them. Rakan blocked the strike and swung back, trying to cut off her tail, but she was too fast and caught his arm, then slammed him away with a huge smack. That only made him mad. He attacked with all his strength, hurting the snake badly, and in desperation she hurled him away. But almost right after that, she was hit by Rofi's pillars, which stabbed into her back. Meanwhile, Rakan was beat up and annoyed because instead of covering him, she had used him as bait. Still, when he saw her, he didn't complain. He warned her, because she was wide open with that huge tail about to crush her. She barely reacted, shielding herself with her pillars, but from a bad angle. That let Minute try to crush her again. Luckily, Rakan threw his axe, pulling her attention toward him as he charged at full speed, summoning his battle axe. Then he used Bomber on the second axe and slammed it into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of sand that left the snake disoriented. He used that opening to circle around her, aiming straight for her back. Confident, she reacted right away and stabbed at him with her tail. It pierced him, but then she realized she wasn't facing just one Rakan, but an army, as he used Frenzy, tearing into her and leaving her badly hurt. In desperation, she thrashed around to throw them off while pieces of clones flew everywhere. Then she thought she had found the real one, so she stabbed him in the back and started crushing him, dragging him closer, furious that he had rejected her offer. Rakan understood why she was angry, but he reminded her she was forgetting something, right as Rofi used her power, stabbing Minute again with her pillars, and launching her into the sky. Excited, Rakan praised her and asked to be next. Though confused, the mummy agreed and used her pillar to launch him too, while a baffled Minute looked on. Then she saw Rakan coming at her, burning with cruel delight as he revealed his massive scythe, calling himself the Reaper, before slicing her in two. Now the story shifts to some hieroglyphs explaining how, long ago, monsters spread chaos and made humans suffer, until one day a hero appeared, the Scorpion, who fought the monsters alongside a brave eagle and a swift serpent. Together they defeated the beasts and brought peace to the desert. The people praised them and followed them, forming a new kingdom far from the rest of the world, called the Carius Empire. They gave shape and power to the animals that joined them on that journey. Rafi tells all this, leaving Rakan confused, because the one who was supposed to be the land's hero had become a madman willing to sacrifice humans. The mummy girl says he was already like that when she met him, and guesses that after all those years protecting his kingdom, he lost his body, and then his mind. The same happened to Heart and Minute. They went from brave heroes protecting people to would-be genocidal monsters. But there's an even bigger problem now. She sees Rokan as an unknown, extremely powerful outsider who beat the serpent with a ridiculously strong technique. To her, he could be a spy from outside, here to take the land and swallow up the empire, and she won't allow that, which is why she literally tries to bite him herself. Desperate over how crazy she sounds, he pushes her off and reminds her he saved her, insisting he's not a spy but an adventurer trying to get stronger. Curious, she asks why, and he's about to answer honestly until he remembers she's an NPC. So he bonks her on the head to get back at her bite, then asks who she is and why. As a monster, she cares about the people the emperor wants to sacrifice. She rubs the bump on her head and doesn't want to answer, but then suddenly grabs him and throws him to the ground. That annoys him, but she did it because in the distance they spot soldiers from the empire. Rakan sees them as weaklings they can beat easily, and she knows that, but since they're sand creations of the emperor, whatever they see he sees too, which would expose their location. With nowhere safe in the desert, they have to return to the empire, where she promises to tell him everything. They quickly reach the entrance, and Rokan waits for the mummy's plan to get past the heavy guard. She has none, which makes him furious at how reckless she is. But there's no turning back, so he has to think fast and asks who usually comes through there. She says fishermen and hunters, so he comes up with a plan. Soon they approach the soldiers with Rakan pretending to be an angry mustached hunter getting mad at the sand guard for not letting him through. Rafi plays his worried wife and the two start arguing, making the guards uncomfortable enough that they'd rather have the couple fight inside. Once in, Rafi can't believe that actually worked, and Rakan pulls off the annoying fake mustache. Then he takes a moment to admire the beautiful empire, but the mummy tells him to hurry because she needs to take him to someone who might help. Meanwhile, out in the desert, Horuk gathers Minute's remains, and the guards find Rofi's bandages. They assume she was responsible, sad that he failed to warn his friend. He asks whether they found her bloodstone, but it seems that was taken too, which makes the eagle-faced warrior even angrier. He orders everyone to search for them at any cost, determined to kill them. Back in the Empire, Rakan follows Rofi with heavy suspicion. She notices he clearly has trust issues, but assures him he can relax because the person she protects is human. It's Aris, who recognizes Rofi right away for being such a glutton. That embarrasses Rofi and makes Rakan cringe, while the excited old woman hugs the mummy and the children who missed her. The protagonist keeps teasing her about being greedy. Once inside, Aris is surprised that she came back with a friend, but Rofi calls him a subordinate, which only gives MC more reason to mess with her, as he introduces himself as MC, an adventurer. The mummy says that name sounds ridiculous, so he tugs her ear and asks how someone so kind ended up knowing someone this arrogant. Aris says that attitude is exactly what the mummy loves. She remembers that 12 years ago, one day she came home and found the place in a mess. There were noises coming from the kitchen, and when she went in, she found a little mummy girl stuffing herself with food like a tiny squirrel. Back then, the old woman was clearly pregnant, and as she looked at the girl, all the child asked was whether she had any jam for her bread. Back in the present, the mummy shrinks up in embarrassment like a little kid while the old woman laughs. She fondly says Rofi has always been a good girl who helped her for years. Rofi even took care of her children after they were born. Rakan wonders if Arima really knows Rofi is a monster, but she does, because the first time she saw her, Horat showed up angry to drag her away. He scolded her for spending time with humans, and Arima thought that would be the last time she ever saw her. But the very next day, Rofi came back asking for food. After a month of escaping and getting caught over and over, Horat finally gave up. Then they suddenly remember that Eagleface has been looking for her, and for any stranger who entered the town too. When Arima asks what happened, Rofi tries to play it down, calling it a small disagreement. She asks Arima to hide them there, and Arima agrees, also taking advantage of it since her children are about to come home, which scares the mummy the second they rush in. Both of them look way too happy about what they're about to do. They jump on her and start choking her. Right then, Arima casually asks Rofi to watch them while she makes dinner. She suffers through it while Rakan laughs, until one of the kids decides he looks strong and picks him as a new toy. Meanwhile, Horat reports what happened to Minute. The Emperor says he regrets the loss, but he cares more about Rofi, who Eagleface still hasn't captured. Horat promises he'll get it done, even though the Scorpion King wants her alive and the human dead. That annoys Horat. After everything Rofi did, the Emperor still wants her alive, and he can't understand why. He questions why the Emperor cares so much about her, which finally makes the Emperor snap and throw him out. Horat leaves furious. As for Rofi, she falls asleep from exhaustion after watching the kids. Rakan is worn out too, thinking this place feels like a really weird dungeon, so he decides to rest in the real world and look for more information. But when he tries, again and again, he realizes he can't leave, and just like that, morning comes. Rofi heads out with the kids and finds a hero, who looks almost dead inside, still stuck in silent misery. That inner suffering keeps going even while he eats. He realizes the dungeon has changed, and he still can't log out of the game or use his runebook until he figures out the game might be suspicious of him. That's because he used memories from the past to grow insanely fast in a short time. He thought pretending a little more during his streams would keep anyone from noticing, but apparently that didn't work. Seeing it as a challenge from a shifting dungeon, he decides to accept it. He snaps back just as Rofi tries to steal his chicken, so he ends up using his hand to hold it up for her. Later, the two head out after saying goodbye to the old woman. Rakan doesn't want to be cruel to Arima, but he still wonders if he should tell her what the Emperor is planning. The mummy assures him that would only cause chaos. She also says no one can leave that world unless the Emperor allows it, so their only real option is to kill him. When he asks what her plan is, she already knows they need to go to the Tiger Guard, the huge pyramid that leaves Rakan impressed. Rofi explains it's the home of the Emperor and his nobles, meaning any monster that can use magic. In a place with endless resources, elemental mages are the most valued. That includes her too, and even when the protagonist reminds her she's a fugitive now, she brushes it off while opening a hidden passage, saying she knows all of them there. That earns a little respect from Rakan. They go into the passage with him teasing her and Rofi enjoying it, until she steps on a tile and triggers a trap. Both of them drop through a hole, and Rakan is disappointed he ever thought the girl might actually be useful. Then, during the fall, Horut appears and grabs Rofi right in front of the worried hero. MC watches Eagleface land on her while he crashes to the ground, already getting ready to fight, but he's too far away. Rofi lies on the ground in pain, confused that Horat knew about that entrance, and he says he knows everything about her before grabbing her by the neck in rage, wanting to kill her, but he can't, so he just knocks her out. Then he hands her over to the guards to take her to the Emperor, and after that he turns toward the hero. But Yakul tells the eagle to go to the ritual while he handles this himself. Horat warns him he won't be able to win, that this is his fate. The jackal just sees him as another arrogant fool, then starts walking toward the human, promising to kill him. Rokan barely even listens, too busy trying to find a way out, until the non-stop talking makes him turn and dismiss the chatty mutt, looking down on him. That only amuses Yakul, who opens the bars of a giant lion and orders it to kill him. But while he does his evil laugh, he doesn't notice the beast is already down at Rokan's feet. He asks what the next one will be. That enrages Yakul, who orders all the beasts to attack, and when the hero sees them coming he can't help enjoying it. Finally some action. The first enemy is a giant snake and he drops it with one hit. Then a golem tries to catch him from behind and crush him, but after several slashes, he smashes apart the monster's huge hand, breaks free, and right after that pulverizes its head. There's no break though. Now he has to deal with a giant lion. Rakan dodges it with a spinning strike, knocking it back, but the lion keeps going and counters with a blast of fire straight at him. Rakan stays calm and doesn't even flinch, waiting until the very last second before activating evasion, and in a blink, he's on the lion's back. Enjoying every second of the fight, he lands a brutal blow that finishes the creature. His next opponent is a giant lobster that catches him in its claws, but he takes it with confidence because that's nothing to him. He twists it up like a wrestling move and with one quick motion cuts it into pieces ready for soup. Without any rest, he now has to face another giant snake. Using frenzy, he moves at top speed and lands a huge number of cuts on the monster, leaving the jackal terrified. Now he understands Rakan really is as strong as Horat said. Meanwhile, Rofi wakes up in some kind of cell, confused by the huge red aura burning in the Emperor's eye. He watches her with a smile, glad that she's finally awake, and while she tries to understand what's happening, he speaks confidently about how his reign is near and how he'll show the world the glory of Kairos. But Rofi rejects that idea. She can't accept rising to power by sacrificing his own people. Annoyed, he says that whole world belongs to him because he created it and he's only taking back what he already gave them. To him, that's natural, and he sees Rofi's compassion for humans as a weakness. Still, he knows this isn't really about humans in general. It's about Arima and her children, and Rofi gets nervous when she hears he understands her true reason. She only wants to protect the people she cares about, and he releases her from her restraints, making her hit the floor hard. Then, in front of her, a blood crystal appears, one that can kill someone if you stab them with it. The Emperor makes it clear that victory is already certain, and the ritual is moving forward, so he doesn't see how she could fight back. But just to be safe, he gives the mummy girl one last chance, telling her to use that crystal to get rid of Rakan, in exchange for Arima and her children being spared. The protagonist's weapon tears through the flesh of yet another creature he's killed, and he starts getting bored when there's nothing left, so he looks for the little pup, but the guy has already run off, which annoys him even more. On top of that, he still has no clue how to get out of there, so he searches the area until from a secret tunnel an old mummy appears. The wrapped old man sees Rakan and assumes he came to the wrong place, so he tries to leave, but the hero stops him and asks why he suddenly appeared. The old man says he's a mummy, and though MC doesn't get what that means, the old man explains this is their territory, a place where they locked up an uncontrollable monster along with other beasts, so he should be careful. Rakan just shows him the bodies of the beasts he already beat, wondering if those are really the monsters everyone feared. The old man is confused when he sees them, but then grabs him by the neck and drags him to the hole. They both fall into a new area, where the old man is happy to see him, recognizing him as the troublemaker traveling with Rofi. He tells him to follow, and while they move through the tunnel, the old man rambles that there's still time, and tells the hero he isn't the only one trying to stop the Emperor. Since he's a mummy too, Rakan assumes he and Rofi are on the same side, but the old man says the girl isn't a mummy at all, leaving him confused. He explains that 4 years ago the young girl's arm was sealed, and that's why she started wearing a bandage. Over time, the wrapping spread across her whole body. When he asked why someone so young and healthy wore bandages, she answered, nervous and embarrassed, that she was a mummy, and from then on, she truly believed it. He remembers how ridiculous her look is compared to what real mummies should be. Rakan still doesn't fully buy it, since the old man looks ridiculous too, but the point is they're not alone in this fight, even if Rofi doesn't know it. That confuses the protagonist, because he thinks they should be working together. The old man says the girl is too emotional, remembering how, when Horat revealed the noble's horrible plan to revive the Emperor, she was the only one who spoke up and condemned it. Even if others also disagreed, no one supported her, and she was the only one who ended up being thrown into the desert by Eagleface himself. Because of that, the others were able to keep acting from the shadows, and Rakan gets excited, thinking he finally found a way to stop the Emperor. But the mummy lowers his expectations, because they still don't know how the bloodstones will be gathered. So without a real plan, their only goal has been finding a lower area in the Empire to evacuate as many people as possible. During that search, they found something strange. In one room, they discovered hieroglyphs that tell the story of the Emperor, just like Rofi had said. But according to the old man, there's more. He points to a symbol, the Emperor's insignia. The mark reveals there are 3 paths. They are desire, body, and conviction. The 3 parts the Emperor was split into. His body is still missing, and his conviction was destroyed. So now the only thing left is his desire, and that makes them wonder what the Emperor has really become. Right then, the ground starts shaking. Feeling it, the old man says with no doubt that it's an earthquake. It's Horat using his power to set the plan in motion, and with the ritual starting, the old mummy tells Rakan they need to hurry and evacuate the citizens. But MC says they should go kill the Emperor instead and end this now. The mummy isn't sure that's even possible. Even weakened, that being is still far beyond human understanding. Still, Rakan believes he can do it if he's strong enough, and the old man hesitates but chooses to trust him anyway. He sends him to the tomb, the underground stronghold where the nobles are, sealed off by sand guards. He believes that's the resurrection site, and it has 2 ways in, one at the top of the pyramid and one below ground, though either path is packed with guards, so he tells him not to expect a fair one-on-one fight. Still, that doesn't worry Rocken. Without saying much, the old man draws him a map with his own bandages, and the boy is caught off guard. He didn't expect the old man's body to work like that. He takes the map without a word. Then the old man says goodbye and wishes him luck with what comes next. He says his farewell too. Left alone, he looks once more at the wall with the story on it, noticing again that conviction has been shattered, and he spots 3 figures he guesses are tied to the corrupted ones. But this isn't the time to get sidetracked, so he keeps moving without stopping. While back in the city, everyone is panicking over the quake when suddenly from the ground, a giant obelisk rises. Watching the humans panic from afar is the old mummy. A panther comes up beside him and explains that even if they still don't know the full plan, it has already started, with obelisks appearing all across the city, and people stare at them in confusion until some of them try to touch one. Then one of them gets wrapped in bandages and thrown back by the old man, who shouts at the humans to stay away from the pillar. Seeing how bad things are getting, he starts placing all his hopes in Rokan. And right then, the protagonist seems to reach his destination, a huge group of guards ready to stop him. He doesn't hesitate and crushes the first one at once. Soon he's surrounded, so he summons his axes and starts tearing through everything in his path. Even so, the enemies keep coming. Completely confident, he brings out an axe much bigger than before and charges to wipe out everyone around him, enjoying the destruction until something cuts off an attack. An obelisk appears. He recognizes it right away, then freezes in confusion when he sees Rofi approaching, completely serious. Back in the city, the old man keeps helping evacuate whoever he can, until in the crowd he runs into Yakul, who is awkwardly trying not to be noticed. The mummy wastes no time, throws out his bandages and catches him, ignoring the jackal's complaints, because he knows exactly who he is. It's Yakul, the technical advisor, and the old man has plenty of questions for him. He drags him somewhere isolated where he and the panther get ready to question him. The jackal is furious, accusing them of being traitors for going against the emperor's wishes. But the mummy points out that Yakul can't fully agree either, or he wouldn't be trying to run away with the humans. The jackal says he already did his part by building the bloodstone condenser. That only confuses the mummy more. Someone that smart wanting to flee doesn't add up. But Yakul explains that he ran for his life after crossing paths with the lunatic Rofi brought there, the same guy who took care of Minute and then smashed all his monsters without effort. So even if he's technically on Team Emperor, he'd rather stay far away from Rokan. That makes the old man more confident, seeing that MC really is a threat. He even calls himself his ally, but now they need something from this terrified little coward. So he and the panther press harder to make him talk. They demand to know why so many obelisks appeared in the city, threatening to tie him to one if he doesn't speak. Out of options, he starts explaining that once bloodstone is crystallized, nothing sticks to it. None of his human experiments could change its state. The mummy is shocked, but the jackal keeps going, telling them about underground ruins and a mural about creatures they don't understand. That same mural also mentioned a way to condense many bloodstones into a single one. It uses a complex mechanism which Horat has just activated by raising the obelisks across the city. They'll rip human life away and send it underground. The mummy scolds him for those cruel experiments, but Yakul brushes it off. The mechanism is already active, and even if they save some humans, hundreds of thousands will still die. As long as Horat keeps the ritual going, there's no way to stop it. Meanwhile, at the pyramid, Rofi is holding back someone who can't hide his confusion when he sees her there. She tells him that as a good outsider, he should ignore all this and just leave. But in the blink of an eye, Rokan is already right in front of her. Annoyed, she throws a hard right punch, then starts angrily complaining, saying all of this began because of him, and now he's being told to go away too. Even so, she begs him to leave while attacking him. Rokan dodges easily, confused by her behavior, thinking she got brainwashed. She says no, but to him, the best cure for brainwashing is already right in his fists. That scares her, but she stays serious, ready to fight. Rokan, though, doesn't even take her seriously. He steps in, grabs her by the face, and smacks her, dropping her to the ground in pain. She yells at the guards, reminding them they're supposed to do something about this. The others finally seem to remember they can fight too and rush the hero, surrounding him completely, only for him to take them down with ease, one after another, and more enemies keep pouring in, but they end up the same way, torn apart and reduced to dust by Rokan's brutal blows. Under Rofi's shocked stare, she watches the protagonist stand victorious over everyone, realizing she's next. Rokan walks toward her. She can't move and he raises his fist to deliver a brutal hit. Then somehow the scene shifts. Now the mummy girl is marching forward, eyes full of fury, heading to the place where Horat is carrying out the ritual. The emperor praises her, sure she finished her task, and with a simple wave of her hand, she reveals a bed made from bandages. On it lies Rokan, with a crystal through his heart. The emperor's eye widens in shock when he sees she really did it. Desperate, she demands that he now free Arima and the children. Calmly, he says he sent them to the isolation room and tells her to go find them there. That's all she needs to hear before she runs off, leaving Rokan's body behind without even daring to look back. The emperor is still confused about how someone as strong as MC was taken down so easily, but in the end he doesn't care. Once his power returns, no one will be able to stop him. So he gets careless and doesn't notice that behind him, Rokan is getting back up, pulling the crystal from his chest and stabbing the giant eyeball, climbing onto it as it stares in confusion, unable to understand how he survived the blood curse. Roken tells him to look again. One of his two hearts was the one that got pierced. Meanwhile, Rofi runs in desperation, remembering how that blow meant for her had hit a sand guard instead. Roken had just looked at her and asked why. He already knew she could be kind of dumb, but now she was doing something stupid on top of that. She didn't want to answer, but he understood. It was for Arima and her family. He was upset because now she chose to save her family instead of everyone, like she first wanted. And that made her angry too. After all, anyone in her place would have done the same. He gets that, but he still thinks she's different, even if she doesn't see herself that way. Then he tells her that no matter what titles she has, noble, shaman, whatever, they mean nothing right now. Roken is disappointed to see that she really doesn't understand, but he'll still help her and let her do what she came for. After that, she has to escape with Arima and the children while he deals with the Emperor. Back in the present, she runs on, frustrated while Roken keeps having fun messing with the giant eye which can't really do much, until Horror drops everything to help it, dragging Roken away from there and pinning him down, while the Emperor looks victorious and says the crystal poison only works once, claiming it's now only a matter of time before Roken dies. Then moving toward the huge cross-shaped light, he settles onto it and starts being absorbed. That shocks Roken, who gets thrown to the ground by the eagle-faced man who warns him this is the end. Once the device has enough energy, there's no turning back, and the crystals begin to fuse and glow. Outside, the mummy watches as the sky turns crimson, and Rofi reaches the isolation room, hoping to find Arima and her children there, but the place is completely empty. That leaves Rofi stunned, and before she can react, a soldier knocks her out. Back in the city, the pillars activate, confusing the citizens as a small orb starts releasing a green essence that spreads through the city. It moves like tentacles until it finds its first target, a man it pierces, slowly draining his life until he's left like a skeleton. He becomes only the first of many. Seeing this, the others run in terror, but sooner or later they're caught too, and their lives begin gathering inside the pillars, as desperate screams echo across the city. Meanwhile, that essence is carried to the machine, where it starts pouring over the main crystal. Rokan sees it, and the eagle-faced man tells him. He confirms it. This is the source of life that will set everything back to how it was and restore the Emperor to his so-called glorious form. Rokan doesn't see anything glorious about becoming an even bigger eye. He rushes in to stop it and goes straight for the machine, but Herd steps in front of him. He throws a couple of punches and he slips past them until one lands clean. Rokan tries to hit back, but during the clash, another blow knocks him away, and he uses his helmet to block. He knows it's still too early to use Berserker, so he has to fight with what he's got. He charges again, smashing up the ground with a heavy hit, but Herd seems to guard against it, until moving insanely fast. Rokan gets in close and lines up a brutal slash. Still, the eagle-faced man doesn't give up. He gathers energy into his fist and attacks again, striking Roken and sending him flying. The protagonist answers by throwing an axe, and his overconfident enemy thinks it'll be easy to dodge with just a small step. But the second the axe passes him, it starts glowing brightly and explodes, engulfing him completely in a violent blast. Rokan drops down, sure of himself, and says it would have been smarter to catch it instead of dodging. But behind the huge wall of smoke, a giant crystal appears, leaving him stunned. Annoyed that Herd was hiding something like that, Rokan tries to strike the crystal, but he's cut off and grabbed. The two of them take off in a struggle, then crash and drag across the ground until MC finally kicks him off. He gets back up fast to keep the pressure on, thinking the eagle-faced man has been left wide open after that last exchange. Rokan sprints at full speed and throws a savage right hook, then follows it with a massive slash, leaving him wounded. But he knows the job still isn't done, and Haruta is barely standing, seeing everything in a blur. Rokan keeps attacking, and Haruta can hardly react. Then he watches in surprise as the Eagle Man still holds his ground. So Haruta plants himself firmly and prepares a charged strike that sends Rokan flying into the air. Once he's airborne, Haruta chases after him, catches up, and grabs him by one leg, lifting him even higher and carrying him all the way outside the pyramids. Without saying a word, he lets go and drops him. Rokan protests that he's leaving the fight half-finished, but Haruta only cares about the Emperor's resurrection. The protagonist plummets straight toward the city, hurting all over and furious at his rival's cowardly move, until a voice breaks his thoughts. It's Eris and her children. Rokan is confused to see them there, but the old woman calmly explains it makes sense, they'd be in her home, while MC glances at the odd mess he made in the roof when he crashed through. At least he smiles, hoping Pyrrha's with them. But no, Eris hasn't seen her since they left. That only confuses Rokan more, but he has no time to think because outside chaos breaks out, followed by a green glow that puts him on alert. He tells the family to hide while he handles the tentacles that tear through the wall. They're disgusting, and while dodging them he realizes something: they have the same color as corruption, and when they touch food, it starts to rot. That makes him connect them to the roots of the Tree of Origin, an elven legend that says those roots absorb the land's energy and form the seed of the World Tree. But that makes no sense to him because it was supposed to be just a legend, and he understands even less why those roots are here. Then he reaches a conclusion. They planted the tree upside down and changed its structure so it would absorb the life force of the Bloodstones, using corrupt power. He realizes it's all coming from that crystal he saw and runs outside where he finds the roots coming out of the obelisk as they twist and writhe. That sight fills him with rage. Meanwhile, an exhausted Horit returns to the pyramid, where beneath the crystal he finds a colossal body. Because of this, no one will be able to stop them, but his wounds finally catch up to him. He grows weak, unable to see the final result, drops to his knees, remembers his friend Minute, and then collapses dead. As for the Emperor's body, it finally awakens, unleashing its power. Back in the city, the obelisks stop. With Eris and the kids hidden away, they start to think it's all over. That's when Rokan arrives, telling them to stay there and not come out. He's angry at himself as he sees his arm shaking along with the rest of his body. He's crushed by the helpless feeling of failing again, and it drags him back to the memory of being humiliated under hundreds of enemy arrows. He grits his teeth, trying to hold back the frustration, when suddenly Eros pulls him out of it with a hug. Rokan freezes, confused, not sure what to do, but she only wants to thank him for saving them. He doesn't really understand the gesture, much less the strange game life seems to be making him play, but he ends up returning the hug, still surprised. In that moment, it becomes the push he needed to clear his head, and he runs back toward the fight, knowing it still isn't over. Now he's determined to stop it, heading straight for the pyramid. Meanwhile, the monstrous Emperor tries to stand, and down in the sewers, the few refugees left are being watched over by the old man Mamnya, who looks on in frustration, knowing that even after all his effort, he only managed to save around 600 people. And to make things worse, he feels a presence, a shining blood crystal, and eyes coming closer and closer until they're right above him. Desperate, old Mamnya screams for them to run just before he's crushed. The humans flee in terror while the enraged Emperor chases them, calling them wretches for hiding instead of offering up their lives. Up on the surface, Rokan looks toward the pit where he hears an ancient tongue, and right away a crowd of people starts running past him. He watches, confused, as the ground starts to shake. That's the sign. The giant Emperor is coming out, furious and determined to keep devouring humans, swearing to wipe them all out and begin a new era. Standing right in front of him, Rokan nods with a half-smile. He says this really will be a new era, as he puts on his helmet and releases his weapons, staring straight into the Emperor's eyes and telling him that in this new era, that greedy idiot is ending up with his skull split open. Then the monster rises and drives its hands into the ground, using its legs to launch itself with all its strength straight at Rokan, who dodges by leaping into the air. Determined, he grips his axe tight, reaches a house, and pushes off it with all his strength to start a savage attack. The two collide in their first impact, both holding firm before they break apart and lock eyes. This time the Emperor attacks first, trying to crush him, and Rokan barely manages to stop one hand because the other grabs him with brutal force, trying to grind him into dust against the ground. He barely escapes, then sees the monster coming for him again. Rokan dodges the devastating impact, but the creature won't stop trying to destroy him. Then the protagonist, with a little distance, lands a solid axe slash and is pushed back by the beast. He switches to his bigger axe and clashes with the creature again, trying to strike once more. He throws two hand axes, using them to build momentum for a chain of slashes that don't seem to hurt the Emperor at first glance. But Rokan doesn't give up, moving faster as he waits for the right moment, and he finds it when the monster slips. Stomping hard on the ground, he puts his full weight into an axe strike that slices into the brain, and for a second he feels like he's won. But his opponent is furious and humiliated. It starts to mutate, releasing a huge aura of power, its eyes glowing an intense purple. Rokan sees it and tries to fall back, barely escaping the savage beam it fires, which destroys a huge part of the city. Rokan looks worried by how absurdly overpowered his enemy is, and that fear is confirmed when he sees it move again with insane speed, appearing in front of him in a second, ready to strike with a brutal blow. MC dodges, then with relentless speed launches himself into the air, locking onto his target and tearing into him with savage attacks that rip him apart. Even so, the Emperor is still alive, rising with difficulty, body ruined and both arms gone. Rokan stares in shock, thinking pride is the only thing still keeping him up. To his surprise, the Emperor actually praises him, admitting he underestimated him. He says he is clearly far stronger than the mages who came to control him and whom he had to get rid of. The protagonist is different, and the Emperor can't understand why he's here. But the protagonist doesn't care about motives. He's just enjoying beating up a monster. The Emperor understands that, and now that he sees MC as a true rival, he's ready to give everything, firing a fierce flash from his eyes. He dodges it with confidence, but when he lands back on the ground, he sees in confusion that the Emperor is escaping toward the pyramid. That's when he remembers Pyrrha, who is still there, unconscious on a stone bed and dressed as a bride. As the Emperor pulls away, Rokan goes after him, but his path is blocked by the sand guards. He doesn't think much of them, but there are a lot of humans nearby and he doesn't want them getting hurt. So he grins, realizing the guards only manage to delay him and starts slaughtering them on the spot. Meanwhile, in a strange sand dungeon, some grains fall onto a little girl's face, Pyrrha. She wakes up disoriented in that place, and right then Horit appears, looking irritated at the little girl. Later, Minute also watches the unusual child. She wants to keep her as a toy, but Horit refuses, because his boss told him to keep her alive until the snake took care of that. Patient and curious, the little girl starts wandering through the pyramid halls until she finally gets outside, reaching the human city, where she sees children playing, and an apple catches her eye. That apple is picked up by Eris, and from that moment on, Pyrrha starts following her. She ends up at Eris's house, where she starts devouring the food. Eris asks about her parents and notices her pointed ears. The little girl doesn't know where they are, or even what her own name is. Worried, the old woman hugs her, surprising the child, and offers to let her stay if she has nowhere else to go. Pyrrha agrees, and with tears in her eyes from the memory, she wakes up thinking about the woman who felt like a mother to her. That warm memory vanishes fast. Rofi wakes up right under the monstrous emperor. At the same time, the protagonist rushes through the pyramid halls in a panic, desperately calling for his friend, until he reaches a door and on the other side he finds a horrifying and brutal sight. The emperor is devouring Rofi. Only her hand is left in his mouth, and then even that is swallowed right in front of Rokan. The emperor lets out a massive roar and starts unleashing his power. Outside the pyramid, the first flash bursts out, followed by a huge shockwave as the terrified citizens watch a giant cross appear above the tip of the pyramid. A horrified Jakule says it means the emperor has fully revived. Rima and her family are there among the crowd, watching in fear and worrying about Rofi. Inside, Rokan watches the emperor reach his final form after absorbing his friend. He wastes not even a second before throwing a savage punch that lands clean on Rokan. The blast it creates is so wild it sends him flying with brutal force, launching him straight toward the city and tearing through everything until he crashes into the rubble. He's left hurt, stunned, and barely able to move, beaten. Then a game window appears and mockingly asks where all his arrogance went, while reactivating the logout option so he can escape. Rokan realizes this is some kind of test, something the system would explain later. For now, it tells him to get out because against the Emperor's final form, he has no chance. But the protagonist just laughs. If he's still alive, he can still fight. The system quickly warns him that this time it isn't the same game he used to know, and if he dies here, that's forever. With Berserker mode already gone, all he can really do now is defend himself. That's why the system keeps pushing him to give up. Annoyed, Rokan forces himself back to his feet, looking at the system with contempt. It had taken away everything he wanted that very day, and now it expected him to quit. The nervous window already knew what was coming, and got smashed without mercy. With its last messages, it warns that it doesn't want him to win. But Rokan has already decided. He makes his own fate, and his fate right now is the Emperor, standing at the top of the pyramid. He starts walking, then after a moment breaks into a run, getting faster and fiercer with every step. The Emperor watches him closely, just like the woman watching through a screen, the same one speaking to him through the system, who sees him as nothing but a madman. To her, this is what being a berserker means. Burning with rage, Rokan leaps at the Emperor and activates Berserker again, filling himself with power and desperation for another attack that crashes into the Emperor's shield. The Emperor almost pities him. Rokan is weaker than before and still insists on fighting. Memsi just calls him Four Eyes and tells him to shut up, which weirdly seems to sting the Emperor's pride. Without a word, the Emperor grabs his axe and starts crushing it in his hand until it slowly begins to crack apart. Everyone watches in silence. Citizens, Jakul, the Resistance, Arima, even the girl from the system. And Rofi is still unconscious, trapped on a cross of light, where her hope shatters at the same time as Rokan's axe. As the broken pieces fly away, the protagonist is driven straight into the Emperor's knee, spitting blood from the impact, but he still won't quit. He summons two axes and goes right for the Emperor's head. The Emperor answers with a strike. Rokan dodges it, trying to make space, but his rival chases him down and uses magic to raise a wall that traps him, leaving him open for a blow so strong it smashes through what he had just created. Rokan is left half-conscious in the air, but he snaps back and forces himself to stay standing. He wipes away the blood and sees the Emperor coming. Rokan knows he can't win unless he gives it everything he has in the 5 short minutes Berserker would last, so in desperation he wastes no time and attacks again. The Emperor is waiting to swat him away with one hit, but what he hits is only air, as Rokan uses clone technique to strike from all sides. Even so, the Emperor throws them off with pillars of earth, wiping them all out, but Rokan isn't among them. He gets behind the Emperor and puts all his strength into an attack. The Emperor reacts by hurling an obelisk, but it only makes the last clone vanish, leaving him confused and not noticing that Rokan is already above him, landing a fierce slash with both axes. That opens the way for a non-stop barrage at full speed, forcing the Emperor to do nothing but defend himself. Bit by bit he grows more enraged, and every clash tears apart more of the pyramid. The destruction echoes through the whole city, while Arima walks through the rubble with tears in her eyes. Rokan keeps attacking, thinking victory is close, never slowing down, trying to strike to the very end with his worn-out weapons. Then a corrupted window shows only 9 seconds left. At that moment his body gives out, leaving him defenseless for a brutal hit that sends him flying until he crashes to the ground with no energy left. As the timer drops fast, he desperately tries to get up and fight one more time. His panic rises, but his body is spent, and he collapses in defeat. Resigned, he begs Berserker one last time, but it's already over. From what the girl on the screens can tell, that desperate move is going to cost him dearly. With a glowing cross under him, the Emperor says a final goodbye to his rival before using his pillar, which violently launches Rokan into the sky. In the distance, people stare in confusion, not understanding what just happened. Arima can only pray, and then she sees Rokan falling from the sky, slamming down hard with half his side destroyed. He lands right behind her. Arima turns around in alarm and sees, to her horror, that she was right. It's Rakan, lying in a pool of blood, missing a hand with a huge hole in his body. He groans about the total disaster he's in, and the second he notices Arima, he asks about the children. She tells him the nobles took them somewhere safe. Barely able to speak, he tells her she should be hiding too, but Arima refuses. She wants to see Rofi, even if she doesn't understand how Rofi got dragged into all this. She knows Rakan was trying to help her, and she wants to help too. But all she can do is stand there, crying because she's never been able to protect her. Rakan looks at her, and something twists in his chest. He doesn't understand it. None of this feels like a game anymore. Then the Emperor lands behind Arima. He's pleased to find Rakan and surprised he's still alive. Then he freezes when Arima, in pure desperation, tries to drag MC away. Rakan begs her to run, but she refuses to stay just a bystander anymore. The Emperor mocks the pathetic scene, ready to send both of them to the other world, but Arima's scream stops him cold. He loses control of his body because of Rofi, who had left her prison inside him and was trying to break free from her bonds. Even while the Emperor scolds her, telling her to rule as part of him and stop caring about those inferior creatures, Rofi shuts him down in fury and fights with everything she has to escape. She rejects the Emperor's terrifying plans. What she wants is simple: to live with Arima. The Emperor screams in pain as his blood crystal starts shining intensely. From there, Rofi slowly begins to emerge. She sees her friend, and though the Emperor refuses to let her go, tightening his restraints and trying to pull her back inside, Rofi desperately raises her hand, only to realize she's being trapped again. Then Arima grabs it. She calls out to Rofi in desperation, but her grip isn't strong enough. She's about to lose her when a huge hand stops it. It's Rakan. He snaps at that idiot Rofi to get out of there, then yanks both girls back with all his strength, freeing them in one pull. As they're pulled through the air, Rofi cries, feeling free, her fingers locked with Arima's. Meanwhile, Rakan crashes hard against a rock, completely spent. The Emperor, furious, tries to decide what to do, but then his chest starts glowing brightly. Rofi gently sets Arima down on the ground, grateful she made it out. Then she stands and looks at the Emperor, who keeps twisting in madness, but her focus turns to the injured Rakan, who still has enough strength to call her zombie. She's happy he's still the same idiot as always, and asks why he's trying so hard over something that wasn't even his problem. He laughs and figures he just can't help wanting to beat down the people he hates. With that ridiculous pride of his, he can't let things end halfway. In the shape he's in now, he blames Rafi's stubbornness, guessing he found someone just as stubborn as he is, and even after giving it everything, he still failed. Maybe failure is just his fate, but at least he's glad she and Arima are safe. Rafi stops him there, telling him it isn't over yet. She begins to shine and thanks him for saving her from the Scorpion King, ready to return the favor. Meanwhile, the crazed Emperor starts twisting into a horrifying Cyclops-like form. At the same time, Rofi uses her power to keep Rokan stable. She tells him her own mind was broken, and she even died, but he won't, because his mind is strong enough to handle the power she's about to give him through their contract. Confused, he asks what she could possibly give, if she has nothing left. Rofi only smiles. As the Emperor, completely out of his mind, charges in again, ready to crush them both. Rofi just keeps smiling while Rokan has no idea what's happening. Crosses of light appear in his pupils, and a massive explosion bursts out, lighting up the whole place. The Emperor stops dead, unable to believe what he's seeing. The citizens, the magical beasts, and even the woman watching him are just as stunned. The moment she sees it, she urgently calls someone and warns them that she has found the second ranker. From that intense flash emerges a powerful, overwhelming fusion of Rokan and Rofi. Arima wakes up to the sight of it, staring at their new form. The furious Emperor yells that this power was his and attacks with everything he has, but the new Rokan simply lifts a hand and stops him with an obelisk wall. Then he brings his fingers together, summoning a new version of the third hand, now filled with Rofi's power and forming 4 massive arms that grab a giant axe. He swings it through the air, then unleashes an attack so strong it starts tearing through everything ahead. It keeps going straight for the Emperor, who can only watch it come at him like a death sentence. He has no time to react as his entire torso gets completely erased, wiping him out in an instant. But his legs are still standing, and from them the Emperor's body starts growing back. A moment later, he's back in the fight, angrier than ever. He barely gets the chance to show that rage before Rokan is already on him, ready to attack again. This time the Emperor catches the light axe and tries to strike back, but the protagonist slips away with ease, then answers with a brutal burst of aura that sends the Emperor stumbling backward. Rokan doesn't let up and lands another hard hit right after that. The Emperor refuses to go down. Clenching his fists in rage, he fires a massive laser, but MC spots it and dodges just in time. Using that opening, he throws out a huge punch, then follows with a savage axe strike that blasts the Emperor away. Still, the Emperor manages to stop himself mid-air, just long enough to unleash his power and raise a massive wall of obelisks. Rokan breaks through it easily. Even so, the Emperor stays confident. Sure, he fell into his trap when he used that energy beam, which does hit its target. But once the smoke clears, Rokan reveals the trick. He threw the axe as a decoy, then came in from behind with a wild strike that sends the Emperor flying. He crashes across the ground, finally coming to a stop, helpless on the floor. Rokan heads up, gathers his power, and wraps his fist in heavy armor. Then he pulls the Emperor in with an obelisk, dragging him at full speed straight into that furious, massive punch that finishes the combo. It slams the Emperor down to the ground, where he crashes hard, leaving his whole body ruined. Even then, he still refuses to give up, desperate to land one more hit. He fires a huge beam into the sky, missing again and again, growing more desperate as he realizes he still can't stop his enemy, until one beam finally connects. But the fusion comes out of it completely unharmed, staring him down like it was nothing. Then Rofi's side takes over, ready to deliver the final blow with a smile. Aura begins building around her hands, and then she releases a giant image of herself, prepared to throw one last punch. With total confidence, she charges straight at the Cyclops, who can't even move. He can only watch as their two wills join together and slam into him at full speed, hitting him head-on and unleashing a massive shockwave. Then through the wreckage, the fusion walks toward what's left of the Emperor, now dying. All he can do is look at Rofi sadly, saying he wanted her to conquer the world with him. She makes it clear one last time she never wanted that. In the end, he accepts it. Admitting her stubbornness reminds him of his own past, as he starts to fade. Even so, he regrets that it took an outsider to remind him why he was supposed to fight. As he disappears, he leaves behind his blood crystal, now losing its corruption. Rofi takes it in her hands, and both she and Roken return to normal, holding the crystal together. She thanks him for saving her, though he reminds her she saved him too. Rofi admits that when the Emperor absorbed her, she understood the truth. She had always been part of him, and had always been his conviction. Roken says he already knew from the moment he tried to stop her before, though really he just guessed, because that's what the usual anti-Emperor type always turns out to be. She smiles without really getting the joke, then gives him one last gift, the hero token. She remembers making it back when she was still the Emperor at the height of that power, before giving it to a child. Roken tells her he found it in a village and wanted to check if it was real, but her focus shifts to the destruction caused by a part of herself, and she feels like a pathetic empress. Gripping the badge in frustration, she decides to do one more thing and tosses it back to Roken, leaving him confused. She tells him to return it to the child she gave it to, and then taking the Emperor's crystal, she rises into the sky as Roken watches in worry. His confident friend smiles and says this is the only thing left for her to do, then says goodbye. Panicking, he reminds her that she promised to stay with Aris. She hears him, but her choice is already made and she destroys the crystal in the sky. All Roken can do is look at his friend one last time as her body starts turning into pure energy, and then she shines across the sky, releasing a huge flash of light that sends sparks all over the city. Roken watches in confusion, as those sparks fall and bring back the people whose lives the Emperor had stolen. But Roken can't see anything else once his body starts fading. The last thing he sees is Aris waking up, confused, right before he gets thrown out of the game by force. Roken comes out of the capsule dazed with a pounding headache when he hears the voice of a stranger standing right in front of him. The smiling girl looks at him and says he's finally awake, calling him by his real name. He stares at her in confusion, then looks around and sees several men checking his equipment, like this is completely normal. He takes a deep breath, ready to blow up at the weird strangers in his house and throw them out right away. But the girl steps in to calm him and hands him a card. She says she's with Falcon, the company that made the game. Her name is Mary Kim, and she reminds him this isn't their first conversation. That makes Roken remember the logout problem, so he angrily says he should be the one suing them. Mary turns serious and tells him to calm down. He clearly doesn't understand what's going on. If anyone can sue, it's them. She snaps her fingers and asks for a laptop, then pulls up his activity record. Rockon starts sweating. She says his performance was shocking, finding treasure rooms, secret areas, and hidden rewards with no trouble, while also taking over the market and pulling off all kinds of moves. The point is clear. He's no fool. She even knows he bought his apartment with money from the game, and hints he could lose it. The protagonist thinks it sounds like blackmail, but she says she doesn't care about his crappy stuff. Annoyed, he demands to know what they actually want. She simply tells him he's been under evaluation, and what he's done made one thing obvious. They have more than enough reason to erase all his progress. But unlike hackers or cheaters who use the game to get rich and live in luxury, Rockon kept earning money only to pour it back into himself, chasing every item and piece of gear to get stronger. That's what made them suspect even more that there was something different about him. She steps closer while he stands there tense, and asks if all he really wants is to fight, or if this is some personal revenge. To be honest, she doesn't care about the answer. Fed up, Rockon finally asks what she wants from him. Without missing a beat, she tosses him his clothes and says he passed the test. Then she tells him to come with her, and he agrees. During the ride in a luxury SUV, he feels like he's being driven to some cartel-style execution, even if she thinks that idea is ridiculous. Still, he keeps suspecting something, especially when he notices several vehicles escorting them in formation. He assumes they're there to protect her, meaning she must be important. Mirai admits that she is, but says the guards aren't there for her. When they arrive at a building, they step out of the SUV and walk to the entrance, where she hands him an access card with his old-school photo on it. Not exactly flattering, so he wonders how she got it. As they go in, she warns him he can't tell anyone outside what he sees there, though she knows no one would believe him anyway. They move deeper inside, and the place feels bigger and stranger by the second. Mirai explains that 23 years ago, a rift opened in Antarctica, and something came out of it, something that left Rockon completely shaken. Calmly, she reminds him that he's already hunted one before, then shows him the first monster that emerged from that rift, a two-headed ogre. The two ride an elevator down in silence, and when Rakan steps out, he nervously gets a close look at the giant corpse. He can't understand how a game monster could be there, and she explains it isn't from a game at all. What they called the game was really a simulation of another world, one created to train saviors. Seeing Rakan's confusion, she goes on. 23 years ago, that ogre came through the rift while terrified explorers watched. Then something even more shocking happened. A beam instantly killed the beast, leaving everyone stunned. It came from the other thing that stepped out of the rift, Odin, the first descendant. He helped keep the rift stable for years, but they couldn't rely on him forever. So they studied it and learned the rift was a window into a world beyond understanding, where that ogre was only the beginning. They couldn't just leave it alone, or more monsters might cross through. They even feared another rift could open in a city, and since they couldn't trust the descendant to help them, they searched for a safer answer, someone who could match that kind of power. That's why they built all this, to make their own savior. But it had to stay secret, and not many people would risk their lives for something that dangerous. Then they discovered the rift could send information both ways, and used it as a database for the world-famous game. The whole program was made to create saviors. Roken, annoyed, says, "It sounds more like a hidden military draft." The girl admits that's basically true, but says they had no other choice in a crisis like this. She adds that the game itself is only a simulation, so there was no real danger. Even so, MC thinks it still makes no sense if none of it works in real life. She reminds him he already knows this isn't a normal game. It adapts to each player's body and mind, so almost everything learned there can be used in the real world. The only exception is skills based on mana, since mana doesn't exist here, though that could change completely if someone crossed into the world beyond the rift. The hero still wasn't sure any of this made sense, and Miria admitted that at first it was only a theory, until someone crazy enough tested it. He asked what kind of idiot would do that, but then he thought it through and realized that basically the idiot was him. She confirmed it with an amused smile, and that instantly made him furious. They had been messing with his life. Still laughing, she reminded him that he was the last person who should be mad. Then she moved her fingers, giving the signal for hundreds of snipers to aim at him, as she asked how he knew so much about their secret systems. Shaken and scared, Loken reminded her this wasn't supposed to be an execution. She said they wouldn't bury him, but they might put a few holes in him unless he answered honestly. Who was he really, and why did he know so much? She even suspected he might be from the Rift world, and Loken still looked uneasy, so he chose to refuse. With a wide smile, the girl gave the order, and a huge flash filled the room. Now there was a hole in the floor and Loken stood there trembling, totally pale. He complained about the shot, and so did Mireille. She turned on her shooters in anger, and they immediately started blaming each other. Ignoring that, she got serious again and demanded he reveal who he was, or there would be more warnings. Sweating nervously, he clenched his fists. He didn't want to lower himself or admit he had come back in time after a humiliating defeat, but something else mattered more to him. He asked what she meant when she said his powers could be used outside the rift, because he needed to know if Rofi and everything in Kairos had been real. She explained that was exactly why they saw him as a rift messenger. Watching him grow stronger so fast and seeing what he did along the way, they thought he might be a monster. That's why they sent him outside the rift to test both their theory and his abilities. The result was that thanks to his contract with Rofi, he unlocked a semi-divine state, and even though he barely survived, it was an incredible feat. He snapped back that it still made no sense to treat him like this, but she made one thing very clear. Now that they had seen his power, they needed to learn much more about him, or he could become a threat. After thinking it over, he asked about the photo on her badge and why she had gone into his house. He figured that after all their digging, they should already know enough. He stepped right up to her, even with lasers still on him, and yelled with total confidence that he wasn't a monster, and if she still doubted him, he'd even let himself be dissected. Shocked by how insane that sounded, she decided to ease off, ordering everyone to lower their weapons. Then she stepped back, finally letting him breathe, but now he had to keep following the mysterious woman, who led him to the main Lord server. There, she apologized for being so harsh, hoping he would understand. Then she asked him to join her. They needed him to choose the 10 best rankers to explore the rift and destroy the threat it posed to the world. That was the game's final goal, and he was the right person for it. But the hero flat out refused. She said she understood, he really wasn't forced to do it. Loken, however, was. Right after that, she showed him Kairos on the screens, the kingdom he had saved. He could see all its people, and among them, his eyes lit up when he saw Arima. Mirai reminded him that after interfering with the rift, he was no longer an ordinary player. Then she handed back the hero insignia that had brought him into the real world. Surprised, Loken took it while she asked that, since he was the only one who had managed to save those people, he should do the same for them and become a ranker. Meanwhile, somewhere else in a rainy forest, a hooded man dragged his sword as he locked onto his target, a two-headed ogre resting among human remains. Suddenly, a skull flew straight into its head, making it turn angrily toward the hooded figure. Enraged, it grabbed its weapon and charged hard, but the hooded fighter, with one fast slash, broke the weapon, then leaped and ran up its body until he reached its chest and dealt a fatal wound. The ogre dropped to its knees, and the hooded man was Loken. He remembered how he had ended up accepting the ranker role Miri wanted for him, though she still wouldn't let him enter the rift. She told him that even if he was a ranker in name, he didn't yet have a ranker's power, so he had to keep playing until he became strong enough to be a real ranker, handing back the hero insignia. Back in the present, the ogre was nearly beaten as he walked toward it, accepting its fate. Then the hero pulled back his hood, showing his new look and his resolve to become the strongest ranker. At that moment, the ogre woke up and tried to strike, but it was easily blocked. Loken planted himself and answered with a huge sword slash that dropped the monster to the ground helpless under his furious assault. He jumped straight into the next hit, but the ogre refused to give up and kept defending, which only fed Loken's bloodlust. He kept pressing until he cut off its arms, and the ogre twisted in pain, struggling to throw him off as its screams echoed everywhere. Loken didn't stop. He was set on finishing it and watched the monster grow desperate, shouting and trying to attack any way it could, even with its arms severed, until it finally managed to crush the hero under its foot, mad with pain. But then its foot started glowing and lines of energy spread all over its leg before it exploded into pieces, and the hero burst out from the blast. That attack knocked the monster down again. Then it saw him coming from above with a massive energy axe, wearing a victorious grin as he landed a huge critical hit. He stayed standing there like a beast, picked up his weapon, and looked for the next target. Later, on the central continent, Loken checked his stats, ready to continue the race quest because he needed a new weapon. He remembered what had happened to his axe during the Emperor fight, and even though he thought the bloodstones he got would make it easy to get one, he was surprised to find many more people there now. He let out a heavy breath, feeling like it was his time to shine, and ran home. From a dusty chest, he pulled out a letter he had gotten after beating some bandits. He figured that if the council formed and he met the right conditions, it would trigger the Furious King quest, and that would get him a berserker weapon. Just thinking about it got him excited, until he saw the letter had expired. That annoyed him because it felt like his old failures were coming back. Now he had to repeat the second village mission to get the item again. At first it seemed like a pain, but then he started seeing the upside. A dark grin spread across his face, and soon he was walking happily through the forest near the second city. He wondered if he was really getting stronger, remembering that in RPGs, the stronger you get, the stronger the enemies that appear. So battle still felt the same, and the only way to know if anything had really changed was to go back to a low-ranked dungeon. He was excited to test it, and the moment he entered the cave, he enjoyed running into the level 100 bandit boss who threatened him. Loken calmly waited, watching him come in. The bandit landed a sword strike, but for him, it didn't even make Loken budge. Now level 165, the hero bragged about it, staring at his enemy with a cruel smile. Then he attacked, erasing the bandit in a single blow, treating it like chopping a vegetable. He grabbed what he came for and felt pretty good about how easy it was. Though if he was honest, it was also boring. He liked fights that really got his blood pumping. So with nothing else to do, he left the place. Back at the Temir Council, one member named Carbon admired the bloodstone the hero brought. He thanked him, saying it would help the human empire, while Loken enjoyed pretending to be modest. Then, noticing the race quest had already started, he asked the old man not for a reward, but for a meeting with the emperor. The elder said that was impossible. The high officials were dealing with something serious, which a smiling Loken already knew was the Furious King. That threw Carbon off, and he watched as the confident hero offered to handle it himself. Soon he arrived at an office and slapped a paper onto the desk, grinning as he showed an urgent report. The small masked one watched as the bandit boss received a letter from the Furious King, and from that he understood the king was starting to gather his forces. He was annoyed he hadn't noticed sooner, especially when they had been focused on training, but Loken calmed him down, saying he had a plan. Even if the small one doubted one person could beat all the bandits who had probably already joined the king. Even the hero had second thoughts, but he still had an idea so he wouldn't have to do it alone. That brought them to the bandits' mountain headquarters. The mission was a preemptive strike to stop the Furious King, who had already gained great power from gathering more reinforcements and attacking nearby cities. To do it, Loken led around 300 human troops, including 4 level 250 knights, many soldiers, and over 200 mages, all under his command. That meant all the rewards would go to him, and he almost felt sorry for any player who tried to get in his way. The rewards were so huge because the mission was incredibly hard, thanks to the size of the Timur bandit group. You had to defeat hundreds of bandits, and then face the younger brother of the Furious King, Randor, the final boss, a beast who had absorbed corrupt power and gone beyond human limits. There was no other way into the Demon King's fortress either, since the system blocked every alternate route. You had to fight the whole bandit force and wipe them out to draw out the mighty Randor, who, filled with corrupt power, would crush most players with his aura before they could finish the mission. And the difficulty wasn't just the scale of the battle. Randor's goal made it even worse. He wasn't simply gathering bandits or trying to control the mountains. He wanted to conquer the entire country, change the social order, and become king of a new world. A rare ambition for a bandit or monster. That fierce desire rooted deep inside his corrupted heart was exactly what made him so dangerous. That's why the humans gave Loken all their support to destroy the threat. And even though he admitted that wiping out so many monsters while leading human troops wouldn't be easy, his goal stayed the same: kill them all. A soldier warned them in panic. The attack had already started. A pack of giant boars came charging in fast and everyone tensed up. But Rakan reminded them of the plan, and the troops quickly pulled back into formation. The mages were the first to move, calling down a firestorm while the rear line got ready to strike. Then a warrior gave the signal, and the wind mages spread the flames across the field, burning through the monsters. Rocken watched the fight, happy to see everything working perfectly. He had no plan to waste these troops on one mission. He wanted to turn this into a hunting ground and farm easy points with auto-hunting. That nasty little plan got interrupted by passing players who barged in and wrecked everything. They were annoyed that the NPC soldiers were in their way, and while one of them seemed ready to back off after seeing the warriors, the other clearly didn't care. That's when Roken walked up with a grin and told them attacking his soldiers during an official mission was a serious crime, one usually punished by execution. The player tried to argue, saying that technically he wasn't even in that world anymore. Still smiling, Roken asked if anyone else wanted to argue. Nobody did. They ran for their lives. With that out of the way, he went back to the plan and used the firestorm to clear anything blocking the path up the mountain, until he heard the screams he wanted. At last he found the bandits and soldiers. He had no intention of giving them a break. As the blazing battle raged, a giant appeared, furious that his squad had been attacked. His name was Lance, level 260. Lance's presence alone started to put pressure on the soldiers, but Rocken calmed them down and said they weren't here to deal with wild beasts. He would handle this one himself. Then he charged in. The bandits were shaken, while Lance stayed ready and confident. He blocked Roken calmly, thinking this was just some fool he could crush easily. But then he started to feel the weight of the blow, and was forced back by Roken's strength. He didn't want to waste any more time looking down on him. He slammed Lance away with a shoulder charge, leaving him unconscious on top of a rock. His allies were about to rush in, but Lance woke back up and stopped them. They had to protect his brother, who was still training alone in seclusion, so he said he'd deal with Roken himself. The protagonist only smiled, calm and sure of himself, since his fire resistance let him fight here without worry. Even so, he admitted Lance was tough. The guy was enduring all this through raw toughness alone. Knowing a direct clash wasn't smart, Roken dodged Lance's strike and pulled back, trusting his timing. He unleashed a blade slash that smashed hard into the ground. Lance just mocked him, saying that kind of power wouldn't be enough. Then he used a giant crossbow to blast Roken away and chased after him, landing a savage hit to his side. But when the attack went through, MC's body burst into shadows. The real he appeared behind him, ready to wipe them all out with everything he had, and left Lance wrecked. Lance's allies watched in terror as Roken came closer, and desperately called for reinforcements. With no better option, they tried to distract him by attacking the knights. The protagonist watched that useless move, told them to stop, and shut them down with a single bombardment that blew the bandits apart. The survivors tried to flee the blasts and started retreating, but the now fired-up knights cut them off, trapping them with the firestorm. The bandits ran wildly toward the mountains, trying to block the army's path by throwing burning trees straight at the troops. Two powerful knights leaped forward, smashed the trees to pieces, and pushed right through them. Then the knights shouted that they fought for their country and their families, urging the others that if they had something to protect, they had to keep pushing and wipe out the criminals. The whole army surged ahead, fired up, but from the ground the dying Lance forced himself back to his feet, furious that they thought they could stop his dream. He refused to give up and charged again to stop their advance. But Roken appeared behind him, and with a brutal impact that echoed through the area, Lance managed to block it, enraged that he'd been attacked from behind. Roken shot back that a bandit had no right to talk about fighting fair. Then he leaped into the sky and demanded Randor come out, getting ready to use Bombardier. But at the last second, something caught him off guard, a huge collision. After the hit, Roken steadied himself and saw Lance step out of the smoke. A strange power was changing him, shaping a spear of energy. He was furious that MC had thrown around the king's name. Lance attacked, and as Roken saw the strike coming, he realized someone other than the furious king could use corrupt power. The spear was about to hit him, and everything vanished in a huge green explosion. He crashed to the ground, relieved that he had dodged the blow. But the real problem was that Lance was wrapped in corruption. That power should have belonged only to Randor, and even so, Roken had to get ready for the fight, thinking things were starting to change too much, even if most of the timeline still seemed on track. The one big difference was Lance having corrupt power, which meant someone had probably interfered. Meanwhile, Lance roared and let that power loose, forming a massive spear of corruption. He mocked the human empire like they were dogs with no will of their own, calling this power the reward for his effort and resolve, as he drove the attack into the ground, tearing it apart while swearing he would do anything to stop the enemy until his king arrived. The corrupt force spread through the land, and as Lance kept shouting for his men not to fall back, everything around them began to rot with corruption. He was sick of always being looked down on. The knights saw the enemy coming hard, but the strongest among them still looked down on them as mere bandits. Leading their troops in the Emperor's name, they moved to wipe out that trash, and both armies finally crashed into each other. The battle turned savage. Lance and Roken clashed too, and the protagonist was surprised by how strong his enemy had become. Lance didn't care what he thought, and braced for another slash from MC, which only made him even angrier. Roken answered with a mocking laugh. That sent Lance into a rage, and he attacked with such force that dust burst across the battlefield. He told him he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, then jumped over him and dropped a bombardier. Lance, furious, was dead set on stopping Roken's advance. He demanded he surrender and die, pouring all his power into another spear attack. It looked like the hit connected, and Lance started gloating. Sure, he had beaten his arrogant enemy. Then he froze. He had only torn apart one of his own men. Rocken appeared behind him, glad to know all he had to do to move forward was kill him. Lance tried to react, but his weapon was struck, and the break threw off his spear. That left him wide open in front of Rocken, who split his armor with a single slash. Then Rocken rushed in and finished him, cutting him apart with hundreds of strikes. Lance smiled as the last of his body exploded. The system didn't just announce Lance's death, it also warned that Randor had learned what happened. Enraged, he appeared at once, showing up in terrifying fashion and unleashing a thunderous war cry. The soldiers who heard it froze in place. Under Roken's excited gaze, the powerful king let out another roar. Then he started walking toward his enemy. He seemed surprised that a berserker was the one standing against him, and Roken confidently confirmed it. Looking around, the king saw his fallen brother, and the men who had died trying to defend what he called their noble cause. He accused the protagonist of being nothing more than a nervous dog of the Empire, just some rookie berserker. Then Randor burst into wild laughter so scary it shook everyone. Even Roken was thrown off for a second and tried to attack, but Randor slammed the ground once and the shockwave forced him back. Even the strongest knights could barely endure it, making them question whether the furious king was even human. Rocken stared in shock as a huge glow of cursed power exploded outward, and an enraged Randor stepped out of it. Towering over everyone, he warned that none of them would leave alive. Backed by his bandits, he stood against the Imperial army. Randor raised his weapon, and with one swing he split several soldiers in half. Rocken and even the strongest knights could only watch in disbelief as Randor spoke to his men. Firing them up, he promised that tonight they would finally see the reward for all their effort. Seeing that the Emperor had sent his dogs to slaughter their brothers, he told them to take up their weapons so those deaths would not be meaningless. Calling himself the Lord of the Mountain, he unleashed his power and shattered the ground around him. He swore that when this battle ended, the mountain would be his, and the bandits charged with savage force, praising their brutal leader and trusting in his cause. Their momentum crushed the knights' morale. Randor, saddened by the sight of his brother's fallen spear, decided that death would be repaid. He shot into the sky to take the heads of several knights who couldn't even react, but in midair, something stopped him. To the young knight's surprise, it was Rokan. He praised Randor's speech, then reminded him face to face that he was the real opponent here. The two broke apart, and Randor looked at him like an annoying pest he wanted to crush fast. But his attack missed, and that only made Rokan push even more boldly. That angered the king, who still saw him as a rookie, and decided to test how much he could take. He started pouring on more power, roared fiercely, and launched a deadly double throw straight at Rokan. It ended in a huge explosion. Out of the blast came MC, completely unharmed, even praising the quality of Randor's axes. Then he mocked him, saying he should have found a good spear for his brother too. That made Randor even madder. Filled with rage, he started chaining together slash after slash. Hundreds of blows that Rocken kept dodging in the air, one after another, moving at incredible speed like he had prepared for this fight with the king. Still, he quickly noticed this enemy was far above Lance, and one casual move sent him flying, making it clear he couldn't get careless or he'd die. When he saw Randor charging at him in fury, Rokan escaped with a jump, but the king used that chance to fill the air with slashes, sure he was about to finish him. He realized he might have pushed him too far. With no room to dodge, he used sudden dance to deflect the attacks. He dropped to the ground, body shaking from the strain. It all felt wrong. Back in his time, the bandits were barely a threat. Randor was the only real problem before, but now the furious king's corruption had spread to his followers too. Rocken couldn't believe how far that corruption had grown as the bandits charged soldiers who were getting more scared by the second. On top of that, Randor was furious that the protagonist had ignored him in the middle of the fight. When the king attacked again, MC barely got away. Still dazed, he watched as the king bragged that Rokan could never beat him. He swore that as long as the Promised Land still existed, he would never give up. Then he rushed in again and he kept dodging, confused as he remembered Lance also talking about an L who wasn't Randor, but someone else. That made him think another person was watching the fight, and while slipping past each blow, he accepted that the mission had changed again, so his plan had to change too, leaving him shaken under the king's non-stop attacks. Then Randor rose into the air and used a spinning technique. It formed a storm of energy that shot straight at Rokan, but he was ready this time. If he wanted to learn who was really behind everything, he'd have to kill them all, and with one clean swing of his sword, he stopped Randor cold, leaving him wounded and humiliated by the hit. Full of rage, Randor began forming a giant orb of dark energy, then stepped inside it, setting off a blinding flash. From it, Rokan saw an evolved Randor emerge, falling into a complete frenzy, laughing like a madman while promising to wipe them all out for good. Then he unleashed a double strike that tore through everything in its path, forcing Rokan back. He barely escaped, darting through the rubble at full speed. But then hundreds of stakes began appearing in the sky as the king tried to crush the hero's pride by filling him with holes. Rocken barely managed to survive, blocking and dodging Randor's brutal barrage however he could. As he watched the corruption make the king stronger and stronger, he realized he could barely hold on, and started thinking about using Berserker mode. Randor only laughed harder as he saw the protagonist wearing down. MC knew it too, barely enduring the hits as he realized he'd made a bad miscalculation. The soldiers could handle the corrupted bandits, but if the maniac in front of him broke through, he'd slaughter hundreds of them. At last, unable to hold out any longer, he was thrown straight into a wall, and from there he barely managed to stand again. Ramdor proudly walked toward him and told him to surrender if he wanted a peaceful end, otherwise he'd hang Rokan's head up as a trophy. Even exhausted, he decided it was time to end this, shouting for everyone to fall back. That stunned the soldiers under his command, who had no plans to leave alive if it meant their general could escape. But Rokan told them they had it wrong. What he really wanted was for them to get away so they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. And then he unleashed Berserker mode. With his biggest axe in hand, he was ready to give it everything. Shocked that he still meant to fight to the end, Ramdor charged again with all his power, splitting a massive rock in half, but Rokan was already behind him, making the king even angrier over that trick, and that started a huge clash. Grinning like maniacs, the two pulled apart, and Ramdor used his chain strike again, filling the sky with hundreds of axes. That annoyed the hero. Ramdor was really spamming the same move again, so he countered with his clones, who grabbed as many weapons as they could while falling to the ground, before rushing at full speed toward the king. Laughing wildly, Ramdor treated them like dead men and charged straight at them. Rokan saw that. Savage as he looked, every one of the king's attacks was aimed to kill, ripping heads and hearts from the clones with ease, and that helped the hero figure out his pattern. This was a fight between berserkers. He only needed to block the strikes aimed at his head or heart, and endure the rest, as long as he could. So he waited for one opening in that massive clash to go for the king's head, while both of them sprayed blood into the air with every hit. Ramdor couldn't believe the satisfied smile on Rokan's face, as he kept waiting for the perfect moment. Shocked, the king attacked with everything he had, but the protagonist barely dodged it. By then, Ramdor's lifeless eye made it clear he was moving on pure instinct. His body was starting to give in to the corruption, and to Rokan, that meant the end had come. He activated Corruption Hunter, and at once the whole area turned red, as he summoned a massive scythe. Without hesitation, he went straight for the king's head, then tore away his weapons piece by piece, leaving the king like a broken doll. Rokan stood tall in victory, even as the king's severed head muttered its final words, unable to believe he had lost. Then MC got his rewards, the corruption trial, and a level up. Now he was being watched by terrified bandits, who couldn't believe what they had just seen. Even though Rokan only saw them as ordinary bandits, their corruption vanished the moment the king fell. He decided to use them for experience, and jumped back into battle just for fun. Later, worn out, he returned to camp, where the soldiers welcomed him with joy, glad he was safe and that he had protected them. But the hero didn't want praise. He told them to clean up while he got some rest. He still couldn't stop thinking about the mysterious person they had mentioned, so he questioned the stragglers, but none of them said anything useful. He figured it all had to be tied to the mission, though that train of thought vanished when a sound suddenly caught his attention. He went to check, thinking enemies had shown up, but only found two children hiding there. A woman came running toward them in panic, and the kids were apparently named Nick and Lily. The children ran to hug their mother as a confused crowd gathered around, seemingly looking for Rokan. Later, by a bonfire, the village chief thanked the hero for defeating the bandits who had invaded and taken over their home. Those bandits had kept growing in number until driving them off became impossible. Then the brave knight Rokan arrived to save them, and the chief, along with the rest of the villagers, thanked him by offering their village as shelter. One of the knights asked him to accept, so the wounded could finally rest. Even so, he wasn't fully convinced, because for a village supposedly crushed by bandits, the people looked too happy, too organized, and too healthy. He suspected they might be caught up in some event no one had discovered before, so he stayed alert. Then a woman ran over, worried that some of the knights might be hurt. She was a saint. Rokan didn't trust her at all, and later the girl explained that she had gone to the site of the forest fire, and when she came back, the villagers told her the knights had beaten the bandits. Hearing that, she broke into tears of relief and joy because she never thought they could hold out much longer. The villagers gathered around to comfort her, and once she calmed down, she thanked Rokan directly. He simply said he was only doing his duty. The villagers then suggested that now the bandits were gone, she could help heal the soldiers, some of whom were already charmed by her beauty, and the chief assured the protagonist that the blonde's powers were amazing. They had first learned that after the bandits came to the village and started brutally looting every place they could, ignoring the pleas of the innocent villagers, who begged them to at least leave enough to survive. The children were already close to dying of hunger, but the bandits didn't care. One woman did, though. She thought the whole thing was awful. That blonde girl and the bandits mocked her for not understanding how the world worked. They even tried to hurt her, but she fought back by smashing them hard with her staff. She had decided to stop them from hurting anyone else, hoping everyone would start helping each other. So she stayed in the village and ended up caught in one fight after another. Still, more and more bandits kept showing up, either attacking her directly or waiting until she was gone to strike. In time, the villagers begged her to leave the village, which was almost destroyed, and many of them wanted to run away. But the smiling saint told them not to think like that, because this place was their home, and she promised she'd find a way to stand against the bandits. She said the harder things got, the more they needed to stay united. That inspired them to change their thinking. They built a wall and armed themselves to fight back. For a while, they actually pushed the bandits back, and with the saint's powers, they also managed to heal many badly wounded people. But things kept getting worse until the Imperial Knights arrived, thanked them for holding on, and said they would rebuild the village now, asking them to celebrate with them that night. Then the saint offered to heal the knights with a bright, warm aura